that nothing I'm going to say is going to blow your mind, TED style, but I hope it can set the stage for us all to listen and share with the incredible folks who are here over the next couple of days. I want to share a little bit of my context here, because the story of Blue Sky and AtProto starts right at the beginning of Twitter, and I hope that that context can help inform some of the work that you're all doing. So starting at the beginning, I helped conceive Twitter. I didn't give birth to it. That was Jack and Florian. But I was its midwife and adoptive mother. For 2 months in early 2007, I was the only programmer on Twitter. I was the code sole guardian and caretaker. My semi-official job title was given to me by a visitor to the office, who will remain nameless, who, upon being introduced to me, exclaimed, "Oh, you're the Twitter fluffer." But I also coined the word tweet, designed @replies, and created OAuth around the same time. Which is to say, I know more than the average bear about how you're all feeling right now. I was also the first person to hate Twitter. A badge I wear with honor. Back when it was SMS only, before it publicly launched, I did the math and realized that on my immigrant prepaid phone plan, it would cost me about $2,000 a year to send and receive even a 2006 era number of tweets. I didn't think it was going anywhere. But eventually I came to love Twitter, and it's lived rent-free in my head ever since. In so many ways, it defines me as much as I want it not to. It's a relationship that's unreciprocated. I was a working-class kid, naive about media and venture capital world, and I didn't become especially rich or famous. I think not many people have heard my name, which is awesome. The job, as they say, will never love you back. I wish I could just let it go, but Twitter, the concept, not the collection of servers and contracts and code, especially now that it's called X, is so much bigger than a job. Even if it was often silly, it was the most visceral representation of public human communication and ideas that anyone has ever created. How do you let that go? No, seriously, if you have ideas, please let me know. Everyone in millennial proximal generations can point to pivotal moments in their lives or the world that hinged on social media. And I know many of you here have personal stories that have defined social media itself. For me, there are a few defining moments from the early days that really stand out. The first was a thing called TextMob that I briefly helped with in 2004, and that helped inform Twitter a few years later when we were working on the idea. It was a way for protesters to coordinate efforts during protests in the 2004 Republican National Convention. Basically, it was a really primitive group SMS system, and until it was blocked by carriers, it worked a charm. Years later, when the Arab Spring happened on Twitter, my reaction wasn't one of surprise, it was, hurrah, it worked. There's an incredibly boring part of Twitter that was the Google PM-designed venture capital-backed Web 2.0 startup, but there's always been an interesting punk thread in it too, something that Facebook or Instagram never had. In the early days, before anyone understood that it could be used for anything but sharing bathroom status, it was easy to see, if hard to believe, that both the possibilities and the problems with the platform we were building. It was clear to me, at least, that moderation was going to be a huge problem. My initial design for @replies was a decidedly less viral version, where only people who you followed could send you replies. Twitter's really amazing product person at the time really wanted to make them open to maximize virality. I protested that our team of 3 developers at the time didn't have the resources to build moderation tools to deal with the inevitable spam and harassment, but conceded that the virality was probably going to win the argument. I'd build open @replies if he took personal responsibility for the outcome. He did not. I think I lost that bet. The third thing that really defines that era for me was in early 2008 at a conference not unlike this one. A lovely guy named Ralph Meyer and I got federation between Twitter and a similar long defunct service called Jaiku that apparently 3 people used, working over XMPP. My motivation was very strongly born out of the knowledge that we couldn't solve all of these problems ourselves, no matter how successful we were. I did win that bet. Despite support from our earliest investor, it never launched publicly, aborted by a later round of venture capital. But even back then, it was so obviously the destiny of online social networks. The experience of seeing federation work back then across 2 totally different systems, I've known in my bones for almost decades now that a more free social system was both possible and inevitable, and it was a revelation that's really stuck with me. I lost a lot of bets back then. I was pushed out of the company for trying to make the Fediverse a thing, and for a few years after I got pushed out, I tried to make the Fediverse a thing without Twitter, and that didn't work. For a long time, I thought that it was my fault, personally, that we failed to have a better alternative. The enormity of Twitter became oppressive to me because despite its immense merits, it was so obviously the wrong thing, corrupted from its potential by capital and a lack of imagination. In retrospect, of course, and what was a simple tweak to the Twitter code that could have changed the course of the platform and the world, turns out that such a massive project, turns out to be such a massive project that very few people around the world have even the faintest glimpse of the work that lies ahead. So, seeing you all here is deeply gratifying and hopeful for me. As dark as these days are, and as awful as Twitter/X has become, seeing Blue Sky and all the amazing work that you're doing feels like Seattle at the moment, just as the cherry blossoms are starting to pop open after a long, desolate, and gray winter. So, the question now is, what's this future that we're heading towards? Obviously, that's a big question with few answers, but I'd like to talk for a bit about one particular aspect. For me, one major part of Twitter was always unfinished, specifically, all the things it never was. At its heart, I always saw Twitter from the inside, as this malleable thing, a big network of messages, content from people that could be shared and reshared and remixed, and things that could evolve. The specific 140-character shape of tweets was always important for Twitter to be Twitter, but there's more than life to tweet. There's more to life than tweets. I need more coffee. Skeets. Even drill tweets. Scandalo, I know. And really, this is true of all the big social networks, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, etc. They're all just stuck in their groove. They're just boring. When we think about the broad spectrum of human communication, of art and science and commerce and politics and really everything social, today's online networks are not great at communicating nuance, let alone in a healthy way, to say the least. 60 years ago, as the world tried to come to terms with not just publishing books, but with the creation of radio, television, and new forms of recording many aspects of the human experience, we got this concept of mediums as technology. As John Culkin wrote, summarizing Marshall McLuhan, we shape our tools, and thereafter our tools shape us. Jumping ahead 30 to 40 years, the emergence of the internet was incredible in a very specific way that I don't think we talk about or think about very much. The internet, as a medium, is a medium for creating new mediums. Or, at least it was. I see the Web 2.0 moment, sort of the 2005, 2008 era, as this moment where the internet tooling was good enough for people to build cool stuff, but while the web was still malleable in all the ways we like to imagine it is. That was before the monopolists took hold and the platforms that we built ossified into the pile of enshittified garbage that they are today. I want to share one of my favorite clips of all time from a film called The Burden of Dreams, where the director, Werner Herzog, is reflecting on the struggles of filming Fitzcarraldo in the Peruvian jungle. And I'm realizing I don't actually have audio. Oh, yeah. Oh, is it in the HDMI? Let's see if you can hear it. Oh, no, that's not going to work. Let's see here. Sorry. High tech.
Taking a close look at what's around us, there is some sort of a harmony. It is the harmony of overwhelming and collective murder. And we, in comparison to the articulate vileness and baseness and obscenity of all this jungle, we, in comparison to that enormous articulation, we only sound and look like badly pronounced and half-finished sentences out of a stupid suburban novel, a cheap novel. And we have to become humble in front of this overwhelming misery and overwhelming fornication, overwhelming growth, and overwhelming lack of order. Even the stars up here in the sky look like a mess. There is no harmony in the universe. We have to get acquainted to this idea that there is no real harmony as we have conceived it. But when I say this all full of admiration for the jungle. It is not that I hate it. I love it. I love it very much. But I love it against my better judgment.
Oh, I love that man. So there's this incredible tension between this incredibly rational German dude trying to find order in the universe and the utter chaos and creativity of the natural world. He wants the creativity, but he, like us, is trying to cling to things that are understandable. Blue Sky is like that. It's a simulacrum of Twitter designed explicitly to be approachable and understandable. It's an amazing achievement, but the jungle is more interesting. ATproto could, if we let it, be the jungle. The flexibility of schemas and, critically, the culture of openness around the schemas, I hope, can be this fertile ground for new experimentation. I think we're already seeing a bunch of this, not just bringing existing mediums to ATproto like flashes, events on Smoke Signal, or deeply necessary rich portable moderation tools and communities as mediums like Black Sky. But the weird stuff like Flushing.im, Roomy.chat, Tangled, and so many more. I want to see Ravelry, a 20-year-old social network for knitters on ATproto, where the social objects, the stuff in the lexicon, are knitting patterns and skeins of yarns, along with complex location-based stuff like Strava activities and restaurant reviews, and normal stuff like long-form blog posts, but also weirdly specific experiments that aren't just markdown-based blogs or email newsletters, but more like zines, like actual weird punk zines playing with complex layouts and highly bespoke interfaces, not just in static HTML, but with rich social aspects, maybe with embedded podcasts. And what does long-form, short-form video look like, freed from the shackles of an endlessly scrolling, attention-based algorithm? And letterbox-styled movie curations where film nerds can go deep, extending the metadata, not to mention what news syndication could look like if journalists actually had control over the shape of their messages. Or recipes. Oh, for the love of recipes, with rich metadata and no life story riddled with ads. and you know, just everything. There's a catch, though. This proliferation of mediums, it's too much. The jungle is tolerable from the perspective of any given creature within the jungle, but viewed from Herzog's perspective, as someone on the outside looking in, it's just overwhelming chaos. And if we're lucky, it's going to get even more chaotic. In many ways, we're already past the tolerable complexity threshold with the internet, and it's absolutely arguable that the monopolies we see today have emerged as an answer to complexity. A little bit of corporate fascism to keep the world understandable. We can have 280 characters as a treat. And even with the monopolies, though, it's too much. How many messaging apps do you have on your phone? For me, it's n-1 too many. I think this is one area that Mastodon in particular really messed up. Having a one-to-one connection between the servers you use and your identity makes all of this so much worse. There's nothing in the Fediverse protocols that demands that one identity maps to one server or medium, and indeed the whole point of WebFinger when we created it was to decouple identity from specific applications. The original goal of WebFinger was to allow someone to have a single handle, originally just their email address, that they could use to link to their various social accounts, premised on the idea that bootstrapping the network is the hardest problem that new social networks face. Instead, the Fediverse under the Mastodon model just ended up adding more complexity. ATproto, in contrast to Mastodon, gets this exactly right. By tying data to identity rather than identity to any one of many different services, the apparent complexity to people using the system is vastly reduced. It also means that borrowing from sociologist Irving Goffman's dramaturgical conception of human interaction, where we play theatrical roles for each of the different aspects of our lives, we can bring all of the relevant parts of our whole selves to each interaction without thinking about the technological infrastructure that underpins it. So, for example, just as I can have an ATproto identity that's mostly jokes with friends, photos of my cats, invites to birthday parties, and GPS traces of my ski holiday, I can have a different professional ATproto account that's full of important long-form thought pieces about the future of work, photos of my cats, job postings, and intercompany ATproto chat rooms. I can also have a completely separate account for union organizing and other political work, replete with end-to-end encryption and news feeds full of stuff that the mainstream media like Fox News or Instagram would never report on or surface. In these scenarios, my identity is fragmented, but in ways that are controlled by me and in support of the separation between the different aspects of my life, rather than per artificial constructs like which server I signed up to. I'll also conjecture that it makes all sorts of the big problems that we face in building online social networks, things like trust and safety, much easier to deal with, because just like in the real world, a persistent conception of identity means that we can transfer trust from one aspect of our life to another. I also believe, quite strongly, that there's nothing preventing the Fediverse from changing tack and getting this right, nor any other technological barriers preventing nor any other technological barriers preventing ActivityPub and ATproto, or just about any other socio-technological system, from working together. In fact, I think it's critical that they do. Ultimately, and as I think we'll hear from several folks this weekend, as good as it is to build good technology, it's the social outcomes that matter. I'll say that again because it's really important. Specific technologies only matter in as much as they do the job that we want them to do. It's ultimately that perspective, that people matter over any specific technology, that drove me to work with Ralph to build a federated Twitter and to try and push back against the impulse to build the most viral thing that we could, or to work on TextMob before that Indie Media, whose rallying cry coming out of the anti-globalization protests here in Seattle in 1999 was "be the media," because that was a hard thing to be back then, in defiance of corporate mainstream media that suppressed authentic voices and stories of the oppressed and marginalized. Ursula Franklin, a brilliant writer and activist on the role of technology in society, asked this question in her Massey lectures that she delivered in 1990. How come the right to change our mental environment, to change the constructs of our minds and the sounds around us, seems to have been given away without anybody's consent? It feels more relevant than ever today. So, and despite the gray in my beard, none of the history I've talked about was very long ago. I like to think that there's still time to course correct so that this period of time becomes a memory akin to the early days of the telegraph and the telephone, which I think warrants a brief detour to discuss. So the telegraph, how many people know the history of the telegraph? It's a pretty good show of hands. But like maybe 10%. It was invented in the early 1800s, and it was a method for sending short text messages. The first telegraphs had 27 wires, one wire plus, per letter, plus a neutral. This is the Cook and Wheatstone telegraph from 1836. It had 6 wires and 5 needles and could send 25 different symbols by triangulating 2 of the needles at a time, leveraging the newly discovered phenomenon of electromagnetism. Almost a decade later, Morse's famous code went into production. The first message was, "What hath God wrought?" Not making that up. And they were able to reduce the number of wires to 2. Technological progress. 30 years after that, in 1870, we finally get the Baudot code, a 5-bit binary encoding for text, 6 years before the telephone was invented. So, after the invention of the telephone, we get this funny period where we transition from the telegraph, something that people used by going down to the railway office to send messages, since the lines were mostly all run by the railways, the original purpose of telegraphs to manage train signaling, to the phone, which was something that regular people would use in their homes. You could get hooked up to the system, and you didn't need complicated equipment to use it. You dialed by picking up the phone and talking to an operator who would patch the wire for your phone into the appropriate wire for the person that you were calling. Except here's the catch. You could only call people who were on the same switchboard as you, as in they paid the same company as you to operate their phone line. This state of affairs lasted until 1914, when, surprise, surprise, under antitrust pressure, AT&T made the Kingsbury Commitment, which cemented AT&T as a natural monopoly, but did allow pretty much everyone with a telephone in the US to call anyone else, regardless of their local operator. It took 100 years to go from the invention of the telegraph to something that started to resemble the phone system that I grew up with. And that entire time, the interconnecting wires were run by local monopolies. Phone number portability, that is the legal right to own your telephonic identity, didn't come until almost another 100 years after that. And, side note, it was implemented with FTPing routing files around in CSV format. I'm not joking. We haven't even begun to have a conversation about what that legal right would look like with email addresses, despite their absolutely critical role in most of our lives, let alone what legislation around PLC identifiers might look like. In this post-X period of fragmentation and migration, we've lost something genuinely important. Twitter was a critical tool that helped so many communicate, organize, and create. I'm hopeful that Blue Sky can help guide us past the fall of our Babel, and that can show up in a way that, for example, allows my fellow Canadians to run our own infrastructure, just as we have our own laws. As important as Twitter was, though, there was so much we never had. The road ahead is long. There are so many things that I haven't even alluded to in this brief talk that are necessary to do and to build before the atmosphere becomes something that we can actually breathe. As you do this work, try to remember that Rome wasn't built in a day, and that the goal must not be just a world without Caesars or Zucks, but one that holds true to Ursula Franklin's aspirations, a world where, as individuals and as communities, we have the agency to shape the tools we use, and with them, our minds. I'll end on another quote from Ursula Franklin. The viability of technology, like democracy, depends in the end on the practice of justice and on the enforcement of limits to power. Thanks again for being here today, and thanks again for doing the work that you're doing.
Wow. Questions? Form a line up here if you'd like to ask questions. No questions? More of a comment, really? So Blaine, how long is this going to take us?
I hope I get to see it. Yeah.
Come on down.
Thank you for a great talk, and also I hate you because now I have to rewrite my talk, and I don't have very much time. The last time I think we interacted in person was at DTN in Berlin, and I'll talk about that in my talk later, so please come to my talk, everyone. I have a question for you, though. At the time that you were thinking about all these wonderful things that could be done, modern LLM AI techniques were not available.
Yeah.
And so much of what underlies the power in this is the context setting, context collapse, and context transmission. That's the power of a medium. We now have, assuming we properly punkify and hack the LLMs and bend them to our needs, we have the possibility of using LLM technology to vastly facilitate in a way that we never conceived before. Now, that's my point of view. Do you agree or disagree with that? Do you have perspectives on how we might be able to accelerate this process with these technologies?
It's a good question. I don't know if we, I I don't know if we know the answer to that yet. I think the question is, can we control it? One of the things that didn't make it into the talk is this idea that a friend at the Center for the Study of Existential Risk at Cambridge talks about is, and I think Charlie Strauss has referred to it as slow AI, and it's this idea that corporations are a form of AI. They're a form of like an agency that we don't necessarily control. So the example would be if you're the CEO of Coca-Cola and you make an executive decision to end the production of Coca-Cola, the organization will actually resist that. There are things that we can't change in the world that we have created. And I guess that's the crux of the question for me with AI is like, can we maintain this sort of control that Franklin's talking about with that AI? And I don't know. I'm hopeful, I guess, but also very wary.
Hi. In the section of the talk where you were talking about how WebFinger was designed to solve the bootstrapping problem, you also mentioned that Mastodon basically did it wrong. They added complexity to the Fediverse. Can you expand on that a little bit and explain what happened there?
Sure, yeah. It's actually really simple. They basically, you can't have links to multiple profiles in a Mastodon WebFinger address. So if they added that, then you could have one profile that you use across the Fediverse, but instead you end up having a whole bunch of profiles, and so it becomes this fragmented thing. It's a very small change, but one with big impacts.
I don't have a really specific question, but I'd love you to unpack a bit more the points you were making about App Protocol and ActivityPub and working together, and how you were sort of talking about how they differentiate and strengths and weaknesses. Yeah,
I think, I guess my biggest concern is that if we end up with this fragmented world where, you know, we over-index on technology rather than the tools that we use together as people, as humans, the technology matters, but it doesn't matter more than the people. And so, you know, I think there are plenty of examples in history where, I mean, I loved the fact that I used this microphone to play the audio because we're really good at figuring stuff out. And so this idea that these systems are incompatible, I think to me is just false. And we just need to do the work. And it is work, and it'll take work to figure out how to make them work together. And we'll all end up better off if, you know, we don't need to, as humans, negotiate which technology we're going to use before we communicate.
So I have more of a question around the structure of social media and how it interacts for and against the kind of connectivity with what is a true social network of people to people. And I'm wondering your thoughts of how we interact socially online looks so different than how we interact in person when we're in local communities, and how we can go about taking the best of both worlds. It just seems like we've left that local behind.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Excuse me. Yeah, that's a really good point that, you know, I think the reason that that's the case is with the monopolies, there's, from Zuckerberg's perspective, there's a disincentive to allow that sort of genuine local communication to happen. Whether it's just like not wanting to put in the work to make it work, or actively resisting people having agency. My hope is that as we get these systems that give people more agency to sort of structure the conversation and structure the networks, but also lower the barrier to having smaller networks, that we'll see the emergence of smaller networks that you know, aren't bound by the Facebook group moderator tool set, that people can actually evolve better tools to use in those sorts of small community scenarios. So yeah, I mean, hopefully we can communicate more authentically. Thanks.
Thank you for sharing your experience with us today. Have you developed a list of things that you would like to see happen in the protocol itself, or things that you'd like to see us here in the audience build to help advance these concepts? What are your top priorities?
Oh, that's a good question. The short answer is no, there's no list, but the long answer is there's a very long list. Yeah, no, I think, I think the moderation tools are huge, giving people agency, and like the relay stuff is really big. That's a big question, and I think figuring that out is huge. Those are for this community, probably the biggest things. I'm a big fan of the lexicon stuff. I think I'm excited to see where that goes, where people take it.
Thank you for your talk. It was very moving.
Thank you.
I worry about interruptions to our access to the physical infrastructure that we need for everything that we're talking about. We're talking about building alternative social networking formations, but they all rely on all of our computers working and, being updated. So I'm just curious about your kind of thoughts about that and how, I'll just stop there. I'm curious about extending your thoughts into that question.
Well, I'm Canadian, so that's a that's a big thought right now. Yeah, no, the dependency chain is scary for sure. There are so many problems. I don't know that I have
I have a science fiction book recommendation. And we've already been handing some out. Werner Vinge's Rainbow's End. Who's read that? A few handful of people in it. Written in 2006. It's a future world of ubiquitous computing. And every device has a secure enclave. And the world government, so apparently we get a world government in the future, which is awesome. But it has backdoors to all of the secure enclaves. So that's awkward. But a few hacker types have access to hardware, Hecho in Paraguay, which has the secure enclave without the backdoor. And Tessa has hinted, Blaine has hinted, these are things that we also need to talk about, and is something that this community should continue to think about as well. It is part of the extended work, but it's a lot, right? In Canada, I can't send a packet from Vancouver to Toronto, never mind the Atlantic provinces, without routing through US networks. And I think we'll just all sit with these thoughts.
Yeah, I think the thing that I would add is that there's some pretty interesting experiments in the community right now with things like Raspberry Pis and whatnot. Another thing that didn't make it into the talk, the Raspberry Pi that is currently being set up to run all of Blue Sky that we might hear about later, has the same computing power. This Raspberry Pi 5 with an NVMe has the same computing power as our entire infrastructure did at Twitter when we had like 5 million users. So the fail whale was for reasons, but but I think there's some really interesting things happening in terms of what we can do with very inexpensive technology nowadays, and that's quite exciting. So.
I encourage everyone to say hi to Tessa from Germ Network. Will be joining us in the privacy talk. I'd encourage everyone to onboard into the absolutely amazing iOS-only onboarding with Germ Network using an Apple app clip. So you can do secure messaging by kind of just bumping phones, and let's all experiment with that, right? So let's leave it there. We'll have a 25-minute break, so we're back here to start with Paul Frazee at 10:45, coffee and snacks. Giant round of applause for Blaine. Coffee at the back, help yourselves.
Do what you want, do you want it this way? Time to set you down, okay, enjoy the view. Lost baggage of a wicked youth. What you don't understand now, what you can't understand, you can make me anything or anything you want. You can make me anything or anything you want. You can make me anything or anything you want. Make me anything or
the door, oh baby, I need more. I can live on metaphors, oh baby, I need more. Filling up with the traveling man. Gonna make it mine, do whatever I can. Filling up with the traveling man. Gonna make it mine, do whatever I can. You got me looking for love. You got me looking for love.
I'm a little sunshine when the sun shines on the wrong day. And I believe my bed is a constant bearer of these sunshades. Cause I'm a little sunshine when the sunlight beckons, I wake up. Oh, I won't wake up.
I make my days, my nights. That's when my heart gets pumping. I'll take you for a ride. My nights only just started. Show me some place I like. Make me feel like I'm dreaming. Oh, and I won't wake up. Though I don't know where to go. Night ain't never done much for me, but lead me down a lonely road. Hit the light so I can see that I'm a little sunshine. I'm a little sunshine. Why are your eyes still closed? Can't do much when we're sleeping. I'll wake you up and show the night is where my heart is. We won't need daylight to feel like I'm close to me. And we'll stay up. Though I don't know where to go. Night ain't never done much for me, but lead me down a lonely road. Hit the light so I can see that you and me are company. Not to make the sun explode, but lose the lights in harmony. natural the way I am lost in this. You asked to meet me, and I insist. Can't you feel it streaming across the walls? It's magnetic. It pulls me forwards, begging me to fall. And if it's right, will these pieces fit together? Will you and I collide into each other? Footsteps shaking, I have never crossed
this is the first time we're here. So, actually, okay, cool. Yeah. So I'm very excited to welcome Paul Frazee up to talk about what they're building, what they've done so far, where they want to go, and field a whole lot of questions immediately afterwards. So, so thank you very much, Paul. Oh, yeah, should be.
There you go. Are we good? There we go. Hey, everybody, how's it going? Woo! Well, first of all, I just want to say thank you so much to the organizers. This is incredible. Y'all have done an amazing job setting this up, so thank you so much. And so let's kick into it. I'm Paul Frazee. I'm the CTO at Blue Sky. I have to apologize. I didn't have a whole lot of time to put my slides together, so I had to use AI to make them look prettier. Let me turn that on now. There we go. So maybe I'll turn that off. All right, where did we come from? Where will we go? Where did we come from at Proto? Alternate titles, some talks that I thought about giving, but I rejected ultimately. Reverse DNS notation is cool, actually. And it's just JSON and a Merkle search tree. All right, so I thought it would be a good idea to do a kind of a storytelling, context setting sort of talk, not actually dissimilar from the one that Blaine just gave, but a little bit more zoomed out, trying to put a sort of point in time that we're in, give the story about how we got here, how the technology choices were informed, how we like to think about the AT protocol as we've been working on it throughout the past few years. So we're going to start with the background. 2000s, I'm going to call it the decade of lost standards. You did. You absolutely did. And there were some real bangers at the time. You got the Web 1.0. I marked 2004 as my point because that's actually right before people started saying the Web 2.0 started to become a thing, which was great actually in various ways. But it's an interesting demarcation away from a kind of standards-oriented approach for all of the kind of behaviors and into just a VM environment that the Web 2.0 ended up becoming. You had email, RSS, XMPP, BitTorrent. It was a lot of great technologies. One of the things that I like to distinguish with these technologies is the difference between publishing and distribution, because they all handle different parts of it. Some of them handle more than one. Publishing is the notion of, can you get to some content upon request? That would be like a website. You go to the website and you can get it, and that's continues to be a nice independent layer in the ecosystem. Distribution is pushing content to an audience, which we'll talk more about in some detail because that's where things got a little bit screwy, but it is useful to categorize between the two. Web 1.0 and BitTorrent, I would call those publishing technologies. Email, RSS, and XMPP, they're not, RSS is pretty exclusively distribution. The other two, of course, handle other needs, but are useful for distribution whenever you're working on a technology or a product. So what happened? Two things, this and then this. Publishing, it didn't do terribly, but mobile definitely changed a lot about the web's dominance. The web was quite ascendant leading up to the period where the mobile came in. However, the responsive technologies, the UX paradigms didn't catch up terribly quickly when it came to mobile. And you also had, the application stack sadly did not stay with web technologies. So the web has now become primarily the desktop application paradigm for networked applications. And it's also still quite useful for information publishing, and it continues to occupy that role in mobile. For distribution, it went much worse. Social becomes the dominant platform for distribution. RSS did not adapt, and Google Reader closed in 2013. So distribution really failed to stay independent. It's interesting what ended up happening with the newsletters with Substack. I do give them a lot of credit for pushing forward on, hey, you know what, for newsletters, for like essentially blogs, email is actually a great open publishing system, and it's really great that that has happened. It has given people the ability to migrate between their providers and preserve their newsletter beyond an individual provider. But email is really not great for paradigms other than, essentially what RSS was trying to do, and RSS couldn't do social. Now, I think that there's an alternate history that could have happened here, which is that Google realizes they had the full suite of protocols that they could have just bound together to create this magnificent open social network called Google+. But they chose not to. It would have required evolving those technologies. They weren't ready to go at the time, but they had the resources, and I think that would have been nice to see. So the 2010s I call, for at least the context of this talk, the decade of activist R&D. There were 3 tech trees that I was aware of at least. I'm sure there were quite a number of others. There are some jokes baked in here. I feel like I can make that joke about reinventing the wheel because P2P was my chosen tech tree. But blockchains, P2P, and federation are the 3 areas that I saw the most work happening in this kind of space of people trying to re-decentralize the web. Blockchains are quite literally, where the money went. The primary use cases, I would say, of blockchains are really payments and registries, not publishing, not distribution. They just don't have the performance characteristics for those things. So on the plus side, it certainly made the concept of decentralization mainstream, at least to some degree, for better or for worse in some ways. But at this point, I'm somewhat indifferent to them. You've just got cost, performance, and usability problems. If you find the right use case and the right technology and the right properties, then, great. But in general, I'm just not that keyed up on the topic. P2P, we had a number of essentially variations of BitTorrent, and actually I think you'll find a number of folks that worked on IPFS here today, and some of it actually made its way into the app protocol. You also had Secure Scuttlebutt and DAT. Those were 2 that I personally got involved in. So they were designed for publishing and distribution. In fact, with P2P, like Secure Scuttlebutt was specifically a social network that was peer-to-peer. With IPFS and DAT, you can actually use it for subscribing to data streams and putting together little social networks, and we built a number of proof of concepts that way. It definitely helped advance the state of cryptographic data structures. The work that was done in the peer-to-peer world was really useful to us whenever the AT proto was being implemented. And that is the world that we came from. We were all, for the most part, the initial team were in the peer-to-peer world in the technologies and the history that we had. What went wrong with P2P? Again, I feel like I can be harshest on it because it was the one that I was involved in. We had huge scale reliability and UX challenges. Things like, you have to get your devices paired. The projects I worked on only worked on desktop. It was sometimes quite difficult to make sure that if for a given URL, you're going to reliably get the content at the pace that you need. But then kind of most importantly, scale was just not really possible for what we were trying to do. I made a number of social networks that were trying to work entirely on the device. And you just get a really small view of the world if you're just entirely on the device. Therapy session later. You also had some interesting things like because you're running daemons that are actively using more resources than the actual user, the usual application, you probably needed OS level support to actually manage that resource usage. That was something that I always found quite challenging. And then the programming model was hard. That is something I literally said at one point. It just can't be rocket science to implement a comments section, said in deep frustration. Federation. So there were multiple different projects through the 2010s in this world. Of course, you got the Diaspora, you got O-Status, which I believe GNU Social is the current name of that, and then Activity Pump, which gradually became Activity Pub. That's a good rename. Activity Pub becomes a W3C standard in 2018 and really kind of becomes the leading technology on this front. I would actually make the case that this is that alternate history that I described. At least in terms of the kind of mentality of how it's designed and the kind of mechanics of it, and the heritage. We'll talk about why Blue Sky didn't use it a little bit later in the talk. Okay, so 2019, Jack Dorsey announces Blue Sky. A matrix channel is formed for a bunch of technologists to get together and start talking about it. Jay is one of the people that joins in. but not much happens very quickly because there was just not a lot of agreement about which of those tech trees to go down or which specific technology to use. There was disagreement about requirements, things like that. So it was a challenging kind of effort at that stage without any clear leader to help to parse through the decisions. In 2021, Jay's eventually chosen to lead Blue Sky, and she negotiates for us to operate as an independent organization, a public benefit LLC, which later became a public benefit corporation as it is now. And we were essentially contractors to Twitter, and that was the nature of the relationship. We were contractors providing, implementing a new technology for them to potentially adopt, and instructing them on how to do it. Okay, deep breath, because this is when things actually start. The decade of Blue Sky between 2022 and 2025. So at a high level, I would break down the timeline as this, that in 2022, we got most of that year to do R&D on the protocol. 2023, we are live with the private beta, focusing very hard on getting federation finished before we actually open up the network. It was very important to us that we did that. And working on the scaling infrastructure for it because it was a giant Postgres for a while, and sadly that doesn't work very long when it comes to social. And then in 2024, we publicly launched. So that's your high-level description of those 3 years. Now I want to talk about the approach that we took as we were working on the technology, how we thought about it, both from the requirement side, but also from the kind of philosophy side. So we'll start with the requirements. The way we saw it, we needed to make sure that we attack scale in the way that we expect, the average person expects out of a social network. Social networks are very large public spaces. You need to be able to have millions and millions of people at least able to find each other or experience some part of their social activity as you all kind of discover inside of algorithms and things like that. That is kind of right from the get-go, we said we cannot choose a technology or build a technology that doesn't hit those scale requirements. This is a hard requirement. It also needs to be very consumer friendly in the sense that it can't be complicated to use. We don't want to have to explain to people like what a wallet is or here's your paper key or have cryptographic identifiers showing up inside of the UI. These things scare people away. I think the worst thing that we did to folks is make them have to understand DNS. So there was one time we were explaining DNS to Flavor Flav, and I felt he's an old man. It wasn't kind. Feel bad about that still. Moderation needs to work as well. Kind of feels like an obvious statement, but certainly in the decentralization world, moderation was not always at the top of mind in the design, and it was very important that we had an effective model for that. And finally, it needs to be locked open. We need to be able to put into it guarantees to ensure that no one company can continue to own this in the future, that there's freedom to move between providers. We also had some principles, some design principles that we wrote down and talked a lot about as we were working. The first one is no steps backwards. That one has to do with the usability in many ways. It had become a real habit, certainly for me, working on decentralization technologies to say things like, oh, well, the fact that you have these other great properties like the ability to edit the source code from your device and change it that way, and you could fork a website, that's a cool thing that makes the problems okay. The problems are not okay. You can't take steps backwards in the expectations of what these applications should feel like, only steps forwards. We're building new technology, it should be good, right? What is your theory of change? Oh, you know what, I just realized that I actually have a per slide thing for this, so I'll just, yeah, right, there you go. Some more of the kind of things that you can't get away with. Installing a desktop application, that's one of them. It's a social network, you should be able to just go to a website, things like that. So, I'm gonna keep moving actually. So, theory of change. If you're pursuing a mission, how do you intend to succeed? This had to do a lot with our decision making about how we organize and how we attack the problem in terms of making a product and going into the market. We have to think of you're building a new technology, you want to get it to everybody's hands. What is your strategy for making sure that the world is going to have access to this technology? With software, it's essentially the product market. So we need to be successful in the product market and build a competitive product. Build protocol with application. This one really matters. I certainly had a habit with my previous projects to isolate protocol development from the application. Two separate teams, didn't talk a whole lot. Maybe they'd be kind of You'd get some tickets launched across the barrier every once in a while, but we would frequently lose sight of the actual practical needs of the application, and the application devs would be consistently blocked on just basic things that they're trying to accomplish. So even before we knew we were going to be building an actual social network and deploying it, which we didn't originally know, we did know that we would build a reference client to help inform the development side of things and also to help educate people on how to use the technology. I would strongly recommend the same for anybody else working on new protocols. Finally, this is something that's in our corporate culture doc. The company is a future adversary. There's a pretty clear cycle that happens with every major tech company of idealism to market capture, to overgrowth, and then finally the enshittification stage. And so you have to ask, okay, if you can't break that institutional cycle, can you create a meta system that can withstand it and move on to other healthier organizations that crop up in the future? So you build in preparation for stage 4. So what did we end up building? We came from P2P and we had this big idea, hey, what if we did P2P on servers? So I think I'm just going to call that server to server. The logic of this was that the techniques that we use the techniques that we use at peer-to-peer are actually quite focused on abstracting away individual devices and turning the different hosting servers into, I'm going to use the word fungible items inside of the network. They no longer have privacy. So content addressing instead of location addressing, and you're no longer bound to a host. That's giving one important property that was in our initial requirements, which is that you can migrate your account around, right? Because it's no longer about which server you're on. Meanwhile, the servers are able to handle scale and reliability, so you can use largely traditional techniques, which we do try to use all the time in how we've architected the inside of our data center. But you're still using servers, so you're not getting stuck in device sync issues, you're not getting stuck in availability issues. It's very clear on how to use the technology. So that was the logic that we had as we walked into working on the protocol. It was not a direct path to where we are. Here are some of the things that we looked at and then ended up discarding. We spent a little bit of time on zero knowledge proofs. I think I bear some blame for that. What if you could, what if you could prove that 10,000 people liked it? Yeah, that wasn't good. PLC actually took months of research to come to. I read every DID spec out there. And ultimately, what we have now was the conclusion of, look, this is the only thing that satisfies the requirements. I think we'll probably hear more about where we think that can go later. Lexicon was, for a time, an RDF-based system. If I had more time, it might have stayed RDF-based, but we ended up giving... I'm getting reactions over here, so... I think I could have made it work, but I didn't have time. And then all the way up until like August of 2022, we were doing client-side keys. It actually took us some time to decide, you know what, we could put the keys on the server. We had to come up with a mechanism that we felt would still enable adversarial migration, which I think probably is more than I could talk about right now. But so we were preparing transactions in the client and sending it up to the server, and I'm actually really glad that we chose to go ahead and let key management happen in the server because it improved the DX significantly. But that was right up until August that we were doing that. So what is it exactly? This is something we've all had to engage with at various points. Is it federation, server-to-server, open microservices, a data web? Sometimes it's a little bit hard to describe exactly what kind of technology ATProto is. But I'm going to go back to my framework of publishing versus distribution. Publishing is handled by the PDS. You're publishing JSON records, essentially. And those are inside of your data repository. Your keys are also managed inside of the PDS. And then there's the distribution side, which is the app view. And the app view aggregates it together and applies business logic for the application. This is actually somewhat similar to the model of the web, where the PDS is the equivalent of a website, and the app view is the equivalent of a search engine. So these are the two different sides, and if you're trying to control distribution, you want to run an app view. If you're trying to have ownership of the publishing, you want to run a PDS. That's the logic of it. I do think it's important that I mention why we chose not to use ActivityPub. We gave it a very close look. I spent about 2 weeks writing a pretty deep research write-up on what we thought, whether or not this was a feasible approach. Ultimately, it came down to the identity matter that Blaine very effectively summed up. We were concerned about the issue with account migration. We also felt like this was, thank you. We also felt like this was actually directly related to why the account sign-up was difficult for the ActivityPub world, because you're pretty bought in after you make that choice. Whenever you sign up on a server, that's the choice that you've made. Migration is, they have a form of migration, but it's lossy. And so our logic is, well, look, if you can migrate freely, then we can guiltlessly have you get onto our system first, and then once you learn about that choice and you have an opinion about going somewhere else, you can just make the change. So it was an important usability decision, actually. But the really major thing was that scale requires aggregation. You're going to need to pull together the content from a wide view of the network. And the ActivityPub world really doesn't like that premise, or at least historically has not. I don't know if they're moving on this, but especially at the time, that was not really something they were receptive to. So that was a pretty hard blocker, and we felt like it would not really be a great idea to try to push through those ideas, given that that community was pretty clear on what they wanted. So we ended up going a different direction. Okay, here's a little thing for you. This was the first build. We did not have images yet. We had, you see that thing over there? Your post is trending with Blue Sky OGs. So that is going to cause PTSD for everybody in the Blue Sky team. That was a feature called Scenes, where it was like our hacked together version of Community. And the idea was if, like, 2/3 of the people inside of a little group liked your post, it was officially trending and it would get reposted automatically. And people were like, how do I post to it? And we're like, oh, right. You can't. And nobody understood that at all, reasonably. So we had to rip that out. Upvotes and downvotes, that was originally one of the ideas, not in there now. So yeah, there it is. It was pretty funny when we actually got images in after, I don't know, like a month of working on the private beta and going, wow, that really makes a difference. Big breakthrough there. Okay, so that's the history. And it brings us to here. And now let's talk about the future. So on the protocol roadmap, we've got a lot of things that are being actively worked on. Some of this is actually either has happened or is on the verge of happening. And then there's some other things that are a little bit further in the future. The main thing that we're thinking about as we're working on it is, can we get out of the way of the application developers? We're so close. It's so close to being actually quite convenient to build applications. There's just a number of pieces that we got to round out to get out of y'all's way. And thankfully, we're really quite focused on that in the protocol team as we're moving really quickly. The world of OAuth is coming soon. It is really quite close to being ready. And in fact, quite a bit of it is already available to play with. We've almost, I believe, got it so that I'm going to see if I can. You can create accounts on the Blue Sky infrastructure using OAuth. That's one that has been a bit of a blocker. So that's, I think, very close. But it's going to include tools that the PDS provides for doing various account management needs, including session management, so you can see all the different sessions that you have signed in with OAuth and revoke them, things like that. I believe a little bit of core account data, at least visibility at the first thing, so you can see what your email is on your PDS, things like that. So it's going to enable third-party apps to create accounts on the Blue Sky, as I mentioned. Way cleaner sign-in flows, no more app passwords. Hooray. But also proper permissioning, which is so important for things. It's dangerous to keep playing around and not have permissioning in the system. So the OAuth scopes proposal was recently shared. I recommend everybody take a look at it and flag things now. Definitely is a good time to do that. Lexicon distribution, there's a lot of fun things happening here. We sometimes shorthand this as LexHub, and you'll see why in a second. But lexicons can now get published on AtProto. There is a spec for how to do this. Consequently, there's now a way to fetch a lexicon definition from the protocol. It works as records published in AtProto repos. And what's interesting about that is that it opens up using the AtProtocol application model. to create essentially what function like registries, and that's the Lex Hub idea. So you can have services that aggregate together all the different lexicons that are getting published and give a nice user experience for fetching them into your application, and then also being able to create web interfaces for browsing around, looking at them, things like that. So that is something I'm actually really pleased about, because you're getting decentralized publishing, as is always the goal, but also the kind of nice UX affordances that you would expect out of a traditional service. So hopefully that'll be help for everybody that's starting to work on their applications, to be able to start to see what lexicons are out there and get documentation and easy kind of install flows into the applications. All right, this one's something I know that's on a lot of people's minds. I don't have anything terribly specific to share, except that it is something that we're very aware of and thinking quite a bit about, and I think there's going to be a number of conversations about this. I know some folks have been cooking on their ideas about how privately shared data should work. Privately shared data, specifically what we're talking about, is data that it's not public, it's private, but you're sharing it with some people. And what are the mechanisms for that going to be on the protocol? It's pretty important that we find something good for this. Even our team is blocked on this. This is why we don't have bookmarks, sorry. So this is pretty important that we start to find some answers to this, and I expect that we will start to engage in it pretty heavily at some point in this year. If I had to guess, maybe by the end of summer. End-to-end encryption for messaging. This is also something where there's interesting things happening actually outside of the app protocol ecosystem, which is really quite exciting for us. And that is the MLS standard, which has been championed at the IETF. I think we actually have a number of people that are involved in that here, or at least one person I spoke to. Yeah, there he is. Richard, right? Yep, so everybody mob Richard later. So there has just been a really great amount of interest in MLS lately across a lot of different technology stacks, including the web. I think that we can look at that with some optimism that it might be able to really accelerate the end-to-end encryption future for the ATproto. Another thing that is very much on our mind is practical decentralization. How do we make sure that we are continuing to push towards there being other operators in the app protocol for applications like Blue Sky? There's some areas that need work on this. I think I've got these as individual slides. So cost reduction. We did make some progress. Actually, I think this is close to releasing. Sync 1.1, this means that we no longer have to maintain full archives whenever you're running a relay. It makes running relays dramatically cheaper and more scalable. So relays are cheaper. Now, what about the app views? There's a general question that we've been asking, which is how can we get to a point where $100 a month droplet is able to actually run a meaningful Blue Sky experience so that there's a better cost gradient, right? People, right now, if you're trying to run the Blue Sky application, you're doing a full network sync, which just costs more money than a lot of the folks that are interested in trying this out can put up front. It makes it a bigger decision. So is there a way to address that? And we've started to play around with essentially partial syncs of the network. This is actually pretty similar to SSB for the SSB heads out there. The idea is that you're going to sync people primarily based on the follow graph of your local users. And then you'll do expansions out on that graph to kind of like give them a wider view of the network. Every user has what I would consider the ideal sync set, which essentially is the idea that if the server did not sync everything, but it synced what you were interested in, you wouldn't notice that the server is doing that. The example that I like to give is that there are a lot of Japanese users. I never come across their activity, but I know they're there, right? So if I was on an instance that wasn't syncing the Japan cluster, that'd be okay from my usability perspective. That would be a cost reduction, right? So is there a way that we could build a sync engine which is smarter and reduces costs for operation? This is something that we're pretty keen to try to drive forward. We want to have some conversations about this. In fact, there's a session option, I believe, to talk about this. I think is it called, Brian, is it called Indie Sky? Indie Sky. Yeah, so if you're into talking about this idea, we would love to have that conversation, so give that session a +1 so that we can start to press on this practical decentralization matter, which I think is quite important to improve the resiliency of this thing. Yeah, here's another one that's really important for practical decentralization, is that we put all that work on the technology side of account migration, but the UX is not quite there. So this is just a matter of scheduling some work, to be honest. But these are the two things that need to happen. We need to get to the point where we're comfortable with inbound migrations. Right now, you can only migrate away from our servers. And and then we need to start to cook up a UX that is not a command line for doing the migration, but actually is in the application and has a nice clean flow with appropriate education along the way so that you don't get tricked. Finally, PLC governance. We are working on moving PLC to an independent legal entity. And we think that's really quite important to ensuring that that remains governed in a neutral fashion. There's some technological improvements that we think could also be put in place. Audit logs for external monitoring, the same kind of principle that certificate transparency uses, which would enable mirrors to do full syncs of the thing and essentially keep the core registry honest and possibly even serve responses instead of always going to the core registry every time. So what does the future hold? Let's do a little wish casting or hope casting for the future. A world where the protocol stabilizes with standards bodies, we got PLC under stable external control, Blue Sky becomes one of many as multiple mainstream applications emerge, and for each mainstream app, there's 10 plus self-hosteds running, and that we all get to spend our time arguing about schemas instead of worrying about the rest. And that's my talk. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you very much, Paul. If we have any questions, if folks could form a line right here. Who wants to come up first? Richard.
Thanks for the talk, Paul. Thanks for the MLS shout out. It's technology close to my heart. In terms of the Blue Sky organization focus, you know, there's Blue Sky, the app, there's ATproto. Where would you say kind of the long-term focus of the organization is? Is it going to be the Blue Sky company? Is it going to be the ATproto company, or something in the middle?
I mean, it's hard to give a perfect prediction of how that'll land. It'll depend a lot on what the kind of environment looks like. I think it's likely to expect that the Blue Sky company will always continue to steward the Blue Sky application. We also expect that over time, you know, ATprotocol will go under standards governance, and so I would expect the Blue Sky company to have a R&D department, which is involved in helping to, you know, be a part of that. So I would expect both. One never knows, but yeah, that would be my expectation.
Hey, so you mentioned that you know, the app was developed alongside the protocol, right? And that was a very tightly knit sort of development function. What is your thoughts on the philosophy of like abstracting that protocol and enabling sort of different lexicons, different sort of implementations of the whole system? Like, what's the organization's philosophy of supporting the community in that? Like, there's some interesting things happening with Rust, with Go implementations that sort of don't quite fit together super nicely right yet. And so what's the philosophy on that coordination?
So you're asking, actually, could you hold on to the mic? I want to clarify. Yeah, so you're asking about, like, as other applications are coming along, how do we, since we have focused on one application ourselves, how are we going to help along other applications?
Yeah, how are you supporting that sort of abstraction of the protocol to meet the sort of various use cases that will pop up around it?
Yeah, I think, I mean, the protocol, while we did focus on one particular application as we went, we also did keep it generic to other applications. So hopefully all the pieces are in the proper place. And the intent would be that we sort of prove out those mechanisms with the application and then can share, you know, okay, so this is how you do blank and this is how you do blank, right? And that's like what's kind of embedded in the notion of like the whole lexicon system. Like here's how you publish your schemas, here's how you structure an app view to, you know, begin to build business logic on top of it. So it should be repeatable, what we've done with the application side. And in general, we're pretty careful to make sure that when we do something, when we need something in our application, which is a protocol concern, that we design that in the protocol both for us and for others. So Actually, a good example of that is why we're starting to look at the BFF model, which is an interesting conversation. I don't want to overemphasize this, but there are currently the PDSs have some baked-in knowledge about the Blue Sky schemas because you need a read after write guarantee. Or we don't want that to stay that way because that's not thinking about other applications. So moving to what we're doing with OAuth ends up resolving that in a generic way. Yeah.
I have two questions, totally unrelated. I'll ask them together. First one is just tactical. I saw a slide saying that something, I don't remember exactly what it was, is a good candidate for a community project.
Yeah.
And maybe you already have this and I missed it. Do you have a more of a formal way to like have a list of sort of, I don't know, call them RFPs or things that you would love other people to do so that you don't have to, and at the same time signaling you're not going to do it, so you're not going to be eating the lunch of somebody who does do it?
Yeah, there actually is a blog post. No, it's a GitHub discussion that Brian Newbold put up that actually lays that out exactly. Brian, where are you, Brian? Is it called the Call for Projects? Is that the? Okay, we'll share it later. But yeah, I think if you Google Call for Projects at Proto, you probably find it.
Second question. So you mentioned ActivityPub, and three things you mentioned: ActivityPub, and then private data, and then the efficiency of. You mentioned language is a good potential way to partition. For scaling.
Yeah.
So my question is, did you consider at all ActivityPub as a solution for private data, given a good partitioning scheme like around some tuple of language and things of that nature?
So that's So essentially, that's as we talked about, as I mentioned, we're beginning to engage with the question of how we're going to do selectively shared private shared data. I don't know. I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility that we look at ActivityPub for it, but there are some pretty big semantic mismatches there. It would be kind of stapling together two different protocols in a way that, like, it'd be, this is where it would have been nice if we had gone with RDF, right? And it did end up using their schema language. But since we didn't, then it starts to become pretty kludgy to go in that direction, so it's not really where I would take it personally. Yeah.
Hi, I was really curious about the 2,000 pixel image resolution limit and kind of where that comes from. Is it like a per PDS thing? Like if somebody were to run their own PDS that could support larger images, will other app views just work with that, or like? Yeah.
So where the current limit is now, I would say that we chose something at some point and ran with it. But there's an interesting question embedded in there, which is the kind of consensus of constraints. If PDS starts publishing higher resolution images, would that work? And actually, the Lexicon is designed to be a toolkit for helping to figure out what other people are doing, right? It's not the rules. It's not hard and fast. You can actually use that proto without really using Lexicon. But it's designed to tell you what to expect. And so I believe that when it comes to images, we actually do include constraints in the image definition of, like, here's what the max size is, here's what the max width and the max height is. And so to some degree, it's a matter of actually talking to whichever application and finding out what they'll do. But the lexicon is a guide for that expectation. So let's see what you got there. Of course, Retroid, I'm going to just read this. Retroid says, in practice, you can upload larger images to a custom PDS, but our CDN downscales them to 2,000 pixels. Thank you, Retroid.
Hi, Paul. Thanks for talking to us. You mentioned Lex Hub. You mentioned inbound account migration and other mainstream apps. I'm assuming, or if you would like to elaborate, other mainstream apps being other apps with their own PDS, potentially their own lexicon, if they're doing video, shameless plug, their own CDN, etc. I'm curious what yours or Blue Sky's views are on interoperability in terms of inbound interoperability, say potentially longer videos on other mainstream apps that are kind of sharing the costs in that they're hosting their own infrastructure that might allow them to say have longer videos, which is more costly on them, but it means Blue Sky isn't fronting that, and Blue Sky lasts longer and forever. Yes, Spark Social, we're trying to do social video. Hey, how
I saw
you
your
going?
thing recently.
Yes. You reposted us. Thank you very much.
Of course. So that will always be a somewhat interesting question. And again, when it comes to consensus between organizations, it devolves down to the peer-wise conversations, right? That said, the way to probably look at this is there's what we're doing with our infrastructure and what we can afford and what we're what we think is good for integrating into our application. So this also applies to if somebody creates a schema that is in their application and they're looking to have it kind of show up inside the Blue Sky application, as a special kind of embed card, that kind of thing. We're okay, cool, talk to us about it, show us what you got, and we'll look at introducing support. With video, right now, I know a number of folks are playing with, essentially repurposing the existing Blue Sky posts as and emphasizing the video part of it instead of the post, which is totally cool. If you're trying to go for something which is larger than what we can handle, you're probably just going to need to set up your own lexicon and use your own CDN and go beyond those limits, which means you lose the intercompatibility on those particular posts, but we have to kind of operate within what makes sense for our company and the nature of our product.
Hey, thank you for that wonderful talk, taking us from old internet to new internet and talking about what you're trying to do to improve new internet. I have a couple of old internet made new concerns. One's a little whimsical, one's a little security oriented. The security oriented one first. Could we possibly start to strip EXIF location data from photos, or at least make that a good default? There's something uniquely terrifying about having a real-time WebSocket stream that includes the location of every photo posted to it. That would be nice. The lighthearted one is, could we possibly get SVG support sometime? They're way smaller, easier on the bandwidth, really flexible for animations. Could be very cool.
All right. I'll take a look at SVG. I believe we are currently, that our client currently strips the EXIF data. Is that not accurate? Yeah, I believe we are, and I would hope that the other clients are as well. Jazz, are you in here? I don't see Jazz.
We can find out in post.
Yeah, we'll have to talk about it later. Yeah.
Find him.
If you're already doing it, thank you so much for already being ahead of the game, because we do not want to be a couple years down the darkest timeline and have that.
Completely. Yeah.
Saludos, Paul. Building off of the end of your talk, I'm going to be a terrible person. I'm going to open a can of worms preemptively. Do you have a lay of the land, too long didn't read, of what maybe private accounts would look like? I'm sure that will be touched upon later. And I'm pinning you now, so good luck.
I straight up don't know. We're gonna the private shared data system. It's gonna depend a whole lot on the properties of that design. We do not yet know what that design is going to look like. When you start to have non-public data, there's a lot of the assumptions of the system that start to change. Having the selectively shared data show up in feeds, for instance, becomes unlikely unless you include the feed generator in the perimeter of who's allowed to see the post. But beyond that, the UX that Twitter had of being able to flip a switch and turn your entire account private doesn't work if you don't have an oracle that is making that determination on every request. At best, what we could do is nuke all of your posts and recreate them in the private form, but that would not be very successful. So we're going to have to work around the technology in the UX and make sure that the two are reflective of each other, and it probably just won't look like how Twitter did it.
Okay, and last question with me.
Hey, Paul, Samer here from Fedica. Question about the relationship with the developer community. I mean, this is great. It's probably the first time I see this. But is there any way or plan to have like DevRel team? Like for me currently, like I email, Emily, Brian, Jazz directly, or go on a Discord channel, ask questions which sometimes don't get answered. So is there any plan you guys have to have like stronger support with the developer community?
So yeah, right now they put on their DevRel hat, and then that's the DevRel team, and then they put on their other hat. Yes, we do intend to build out a DevRel team over time. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Paul.
Thank you, everybody.
I'm just going to note that this is a community conference, not a blue sky conference. That's what hat is being worn. And secondary, that Discord, where questions don't sometimes get answered, is not a blue sky Discord. It is a community Discord. Blue Sky does not currently have live chat support anywhere. Asterisk, there's a PDS admin thing that doesn't really get used anymore. So we have work to do as a community to support each other, supporting B-Sky APIs and documentation. As an example, the documentation currently says that Blue Sky PDSs do not support alternate lexicons. LOL. So be kind to the team that are keeping servers from falling over, but at the same time, look to your left, look to your right. How are we going to do this together?
And in fact, we're going to look to stage left at the moment, and Nick Jarakinas, who is working on Lexicon Community and a variety of other efforts, Smoke Signal and so forth, which is what we'll be talking about next.
So much shorter than... Great. Hi, I'm going to talk about Lexicon Community and Smoke Signal. I have been told that this presentation is a bit dense, so I'm going to go through about 65 slides. It's quick. It's 30 seconds a pop. Don't worry. We're going to do questions and comments at the end, so until then, please enjoy each slide equally. So we're going to start with a little bit of pre-presentation housekeeping. I want to take a very quick moment to appreciate the fact that we're all here and able to do this. I feel so fortunate to work alongside so many smart people, and I don't have time to... Oh, thanks. Brilliant. I appreciate you. Gratitude. I'm especially... Oh, is this good? Nice. That is excellent. Thanks. Fantastic. I'm especially grateful and thankful to people like Boris and Brian and Tom and Rudy and Paul and Ted and the many other people who have contributed directly and indirectly to this community. Cool. I also want to stop and acknowledge that Smoke Signal borrows from language and concepts that originate from indigenous people. Colonialism is not a thing of the past. It is an ongoing thing and directly and indirectly affects us all. We would be remiss if we talked about growth without reflecting, acknowledging the past. And from previous talks, that's a lot of what we've been doing. Oh, more, perfect, that's great. This is not a bit, So, hi, I'm Nick. I've been in tech for a short while. I've worked in a bunch of different industries, EA and Blizzard, toys at Mattel, tech and social media at 6 Apart, LiveJournal, and Yahoo, and of course in the DevOps space at Datadog. I've also spent a lot of time in the AI/ML CS space, both at previous companies and currently at GitHub, where I work on Copilot. I'm about 5'5", Caucasian. I have brown hair. I'm wearing a blue hoodie. I've got a bushy mustache and a septum ring. I'm standing behind an iPad in front of the screen. A lot of the slides and the content are going to be presided with notes. All of the images have alt text. If you need anything else to understand this presentation, please message Boris, myself, Ted. We'll get it to you. Great. All that aside. In the summer of 24, I launched Smoke Signal Events, an event and RSVP management application built on top of ATprotocol. Today's talk is about what went into and came out of developing Smoke Signal. Smoke Signal was inspired by a lot of things. Oop, can't move away. But it really comes down to a question that I've spent a lot of time thinking about. How can communities outlive the platforms they use? Going further, how do independence and autonomy lead the design of tools and systems that communities use? How could we model products and services that are financially stable and also respect their users? And what safeguards can we put in place to ensure people can exercise choice and use the services they want? We're asking all of those questions because we've all had experiences with this problem, walled gardens. I'm going to step through and go through some examples. This isn't a name and shame per se, but I think it's important to talk about them candidly. And also, not all of these examples are of intentional harm, but the reason that they're listed together is because the end result is the same. So I'm going to start with one that a lot of people are familiar with. Meetup started as a way to create communities, emphasizing group events. In 2017, it was acquired by WeWork. There are a lot of really great articles about WeWork, and I've had a docudrama on my to-watch list for a little while now. Unfortunately, the transition has been really rough on communities at Meetup, and their business decisions have driven a lot of people away. Later in 2020, there was another sale, and then again in 22 to Bending Spoons, the company that also bought or acquired Evernote that same year. I think both Meetup and Evernote have a similar story. They've both suffered from the corporate product death cycle. The lesson we've learned from this is that websites come and go, and sometimes you're too close to recognize their slow decline. For a lot of communities, this was death by 1,000 cuts. This is what comes up most in my Oppo feed of Meetup when people vent about it. In June of 24, they announced some pretty big price changes, and small communities, especially ones that are not-for-profit or just casual groups, can't and won't pay $300 a year. It's completely valid to say that Meetup needs to flex to cover the cost of operating, but there's still a pretty big disconnect. A 2022 study found that only 18% of US social media users were confident that Facebook protects their privacy and data. The people who I talk to who use Facebook still acknowledge that it's a trap, right? When asked asked why, the answer is usually along the lines of, well, it's how I keep up with my friends and family, or the events that I go to are listed there. And what's frustrating is that an organizer and community leader, I found Facebook necessary for bringing awareness to my events. It was the #1 source of people, only second to meetup.com, after it started to decline. On Facebook, you are the product and the prey. You leave a trail of posts, comments, and likes wherever you go. Meta tags and labels you like game, and advertisers follow your scent. Your information and attention is hunted, and a lot of money is made in the process. If you haven't read this piece by Neil Dash, I strongly encourage you to do so. The purpose of a system is what it does. Facebook has been thoughtfully and intentionally designed to make it really difficult to leave. They manipulate your attention and relationships to feel necessary. Some people find it prohibitively difficult, citing harm to their personal and professional relationships and even financial stability. Simply put, Facebook is implemented as designed. There's no, oops, we didn't mean to treat you as information cattle, or oops, we didn't mean to monetize your child's emotional well-being. It is doing exactly as it intends. Upcoming.org launched in 2003 as a social event calendar. I know, I'm so sorry. In the heyday of Web 2.0. It was scooped up by Yahoo in 2007 and ran for about 10 years, before Yahoo shut it down in 2013. Several years later, in 2017, it was brought back to life through crowdfunding. Money was raised, and the event archive was brought online, but excitement faded, and updates became fewer and further apart. The last major update was in June of 23 to fix an issue with sign-in. To this day, you can't use upcoming.org without a Twitter account, which is very, very unfortunate. So these aren't the only stories and examples. We're all here because we want community. There are a large number of people here who have put a lot of time, energy, and money into building communities and making tools to support them. And that is what led to Smoke Signal. Early attempts and prototypes actually started with ActivityPub. The Tavern and AP Events projects were implementations of groups, shared content, and event management. I spent a considerable amount of time working through actors, inboxes, interactions, even made some contributions to Mastodon to get a better feel how it would all work. Ultimately, those projects were shelved because I ran into a bunch of limitations. It wasn't a good fit for what I wanted to do. Activity streams is both the Fediverse's biggest strength and its greatest weakness. When any type can be anything, you end up with a lot of unofficial implementations that have their own quirks. And as a result, Mastodon and ActivityPub are effectively the same thing to most people. AtProtocol was game-changing. I wrote an article about 9 months ago to capture some of my thoughts about why I wanted to use AtProtocol for smoke signal. It does have some background on ActivityPub, and there are some lessons learned, but it emphasizes a key feature that is important to the story: user mobility. Identity ownership and mobility, data portability, and user choice all feed into the credible exit. And that really resonated with me as an alternative to the sword of Damocles mindset of web product development. If you love your users, you have to let them go. So we're going to turn to some things that made smoke signal possible through what AtProtocol provides. Decentralized identifiers are a really interesting thing, and supporting both did method PLC and did method web was a really smart move. Handle resolution, did document resolution, verification keys, and service lists are all building blocks for enabling identity ownership and mobility. I've teased about the whole placeholder to public ledger of credentials, rebrand, and retcon, but I think that PLC directory is an incredibly potent tool. Paul said, if you're curious why everybody's username is domain, it's because everyone is essentially a website. This is spot on. @handle resolution into did documents just makes sense. It gives organizations, individuals, and machines a human-readable way to address, a human-readable address, and that can be used by machines to cryptographically verify their data and where it is stored. My did document looks something like this. It lets services like Smoke Signal know what my identities are, where to store my data, and how to verify the authenticity of that data. Simply put, I'm known by the domain that I control, and I host my data where I choose. OAuth is employed in a really clever way. Originally, app passwords were supported to grant applications the ability to make API calls on behalf of users, and I'm proud to say that Smoke Signal was one of the first applications to really implement, and I've been spreading the good word ever since. The introduction of OAuth is huge because it does two really important things. The first, it reduces the number of clicks that a user makes to log into an application or website. I wouldn't call OAuth less complex than app passwords, but the user-facing complexity, not having to go create an app password, figure out where to store it in a password manager, hopefully share it specifically and in a safe way with the application. All of those requirements are low with OAuth, and that leads to a safer and better user experience. Second, it cements identity ownership and portability. As a user, your PDS is your home base. It is where applications direct you to grant permissions, and it is the place where you enter your credentials. In action, this is pretty straightforward. When a user visits Smoke Signal, the login process begins with them entering the handle they want to log in with. Smoke Signal resolves that handle to their did document and then goes through the auth server resolution and redirect process. The user is directed to their PDS. The user is directed to their PDS to complete authentication and then back to Smoke Signal with credentials. Big asterisk there. One thing you don't see in this process is OAuth service registration. And this is great for Smoke Signal, and really everyone else, because when someone wants to authenticate, and I've never seen their PDS before, that person doesn't have to wait for me, the operator, to go through a lengthy and time-consuming process to go register my app with their PDS to get a client ID in secret. It's great for users because whether they're self-hosted or on a mainline service provider like Blue Sky Social PBC, their identity is resolved and authenticated the same way, and there's no exceptions to that. So, lexicons. We're going to put a pin on that. Repositories. I touched on this earlier, but repositories are really important. They're listed in the did document as @protocol personal data server, the PDS. They're important because they serve content consistently and in a way that proves authenticity. When someone creates an event on Smoke Signal, or any other AppView tool or client can request that exact same content. Relays, closely related, are also essential in the atmosphere. So there are different types of relays, and they serve different purposes, but for the sake of simplicity, I'm referring to some stream of events and records that a client can connect to and receive at protocol records in a somewhat ordered fashion. With Smoke Signal, when someone creates an event and that event is stored in their PDS, it will eventually make its way to other app views and stream consumers that can store and index that record as they wish. Smoke Signal isn't the only producer and consumer of these events, and relays make interop a whole lot easier. App views don't have to have a full and complete picture of the network in order to process and support user data. Although feeds aren't a protocol feature per se, their implementation is a really interesting side effect of protocol design, but we're going to put a pin on that too. So, why at protocol? Because with it, we have a solid foundation of identity and the flow of information. Users can exercise choice. Records are structured with strong definitions in a way that allows them to be discovered. So, what about that credible exit thing from earlier? And don't get me wrong, I want to build really fun stuff, and I enjoy being up here, not gonna lie. I think Smoke Signal has value in and of itself. I also feel strongly that to practice what I preach about that, we need to really dig into portability. Using @protocol's platform's features to store Smoke Signal data on your PDS, it really isn't enough. So to illustrate, we're gonna go into some records. This is the first official event for Smoke Signal. It was a 1-year anniversary party. It's coming up this summer. I was feeling very optimistic. When you look at it, you can see that the structure and makeup is very specific to it. The type, mode, and status values all reference Smoke Signal NSIDs. There are some information like a status, starts at, ends at, and so forth. It was a good starting point, but I think we can do better. This is where Lexicon Community starts to fit in. Lexicon Community doesn't own or manage Smoke Signal, but rather, I'm an individual that is a member of the Lexicon Community organization. I leverage what Lexicon Community produces to give Smoke Signal users a credible exit to leave my application if they want. The updated record for this event references Smoke Signal in the name and description only. The types are communally owned, they're influenced by existing standards, and went through a period of discussion before being released. So, Lexicon Community helps answer that last question from earlier and adds a few more questions to the discussion. What safeguards can we put in place to ensure that people can exercise choice and use the services they want? How can we foster an environment of trust between individuals, organizations, and users? And how can we document and implement best practices in defining lexicons and working with developers using those lexicons? And that's the mission. The mission is twofold. First, to create an effective, active blueprint for collective ownership of lexicons in the atmosphere. Second, to build a stable and thoughtful lexicon that can be used by application, system, and SDK developers. Lexicon Community is self-governed and is independent from Blue Sky Social PBC. Insert joke about no Caesars. The governance model is really simple. There's a technical steering committee made up of volunteers with different backgrounds, views, and goals. It has final authority over the project, including the technical direction, lexicon changes, project governance, contribution governance, and infrastructure. The work of Lexicon Community starts with working groups. Working groups are made of vetted contributors that can collaborate on specific objectives. These objectives vary, but also include things like schema changes, managing infrastructure, and reforming governance. So, what have we been up to? A whole lot. When I started it back in November, events were one of my first priorities with Smoke Signal, but it wasn't the first lexicon released. The first one actually was bookmarks, and that's by Ethan, somewhere in the audience. Hey, over there. We've been working on common types, including bookmarks, events, locations, and reactions, and we've also had a lot of really, really good discussion around versioning, profiles, attestation, traits, and a dozen or so other topics. Locations are also a really big one right now, and I'm excited about the direction that work is going in. Tom Sherman, his recent work on package management and lexicon resolution has also been folded in and is really promising. And I want to go into that a little bit more, because this is important. Lexicon resolution, as Paul referenced earlier, is a relatively recent addition to the protocol spec and documentation, but with it, we can resolve and retrieve how lexicon schema definitions of record types, we can resolve them as they're encountered in the wild. So looking at that one example from earlier, this record has the type community lexicon calendar event. It is well formed, but if you found it on a relay or found it out in the wild, how would you validate it? Resolving this lexicon can give you the information you need to do so. So in action, it's pretty straightforward. When a record is encountered, its lexicon type is extracted. The value is split, reversed, and truncated into a DNS lookup that feels very similar to @handle resolution. The resulting DID and repository are used to get the lexicon schema for that type. It just works. All of the released lexicon community lexicons can be resolved this way. And to demonstrate, if you want to use something like Tom Sherman's @proto browser, it performs lexicon resolution on demand. So viewing records using the lexicon community type shows a nice big green checkbox, which makes everyone feel good. Cool. So come join the fun. Visit our website, lexicon.community, to browse our repositories and see the discussions taking place. We've adopted the contributor covenant and want to be a place where everyone feels welcome. The big caveat, and I just want to say it openly, it acknowledges the fact that we reserve the right to deny tolerance to anyone who wants to promote intolerance, and that's not really up for debate. So what else? Smoke Signal was a great vehicle to experiment with ideas and has been the launching point for several. We're about halfway through, don't worry. So one experiment that came out of this was @ProtoCamp and Blue Badge. I think most people are familiar with what makes up a badge. Here's an example badge with the definition. You can see the name, type, and image fields. This is the Adventure Awaits badge earned on @proto.camp. This is what it looks like when a badge is awarded to someone. It references the badge that was awarded, includes some duplicate name, text, and image data for display purposes, and so forth. This flow and process is pretty straightforward. When you go to @proto.camp, you go through the OAuth process, an award record is created and written to your PDS. App views that speak the badge lexicon can display them, and everything's great. But there are a few small problems with this design. @ProtoCamp may only want to issue badges to people who earn them. @ProtoCamp also may not want users or other app views to tamper with the content. So what then? What if we introduce a signatures field to the field, a signatures field to the award? A signature is comprised of the original record, some metadata, and optional fields specific to issuance. The signature is generated with did method key, the same element that's listed in the @ProtoCamp did document. So now we're cooking, right? Now we have a structure that does two things. First, it says I've earned a badge. Neat. Second, it gives all the information needed to prove that I earned the badge. If I or another app view tamper with the record, the signature would be invalid. If I copied it to another repository, the signature would be invalid. The validation process uses the same cryptographic functions as validating any other record. No additional technology or lookup is necessary. And there are a lot of use cases here. For example, anyone can create an RSVP record. They're just your acknowledgement that you want to have the intention of going to or being interested in an event. So if all events are public and RSVPs are public, what about events that have limited seating or have a wait list? With a form of attestation, the event organizer can mark an RSVP as accepted by signing it and added the accepted at timestamp. Community content is another interesting use case. If two people co-author a post or piece of content, a record with two signatures could help demonstrate communal or joint ownership and attribution. There are also awards, badges, and certificates. Additional features like not before and not after timestamps or sibling records for revocation lookup can also be used for more advanced scenarios. As mentioned earlier, feeds are implemented in a way that respects identity, service, and data portability and ownership. What I'm interested in is how to take feeds as they're currently implemented and expand them so they can be used more broadly across app views and lexicons. So, feeds are kind of complicated. They involve handle resolution, service resolution, using PDSs to make signed requests and record hydration. That process deserves its own talk, and that's not going to go into the gory details. It's beyond the scope here. But how can this be applied to Smoke Signal? Doing so would be a really big deal for me. I, as the owner and operator of Smoke Signal, I don't want to implement and manage regional, thematic, or cultural event listings. I don't have the time or interest to curate the awesome list of events happening in big cities, nor do I want to be responsible for moderating them. Instead, I want to give organizers and curators the ability to do that themselves. Looking a couple slides back, what if we took the exact same process and applied it to Smoke Signal? If every user wants to subscribe to the Raids feed on the Dayton Pokemon Club, they can do so through it. It will periodically refresh the feed, serve the associated records, and they can interact with the events just as they'd expect. When a user goes to subscribe to a feed, the feed definition can be more than just a name and description. It could include the types that are supported by that feed. It could also include parameters used to modify the feed's output. When a user subscribes to a feed, they could create an optional record that includes default options and configuration. Lastly, when a feed skeleton is returned, each request can include those parameters and arguments and the pagination cursor, along with just a list of strong refs for all of the records that it is satisfying. So, what if we treated location content the exact same way? If we already have the building blocks, right, to take an app view and have it query another app view, let's expand that to support bespoke services that query specific record types. On Smoke Signal, a user could configure multiple location services, and then these record sources are just building blocks that could enhance the user experience overall. For example, I live in Ohio and I like going to parks. Someone in my community could stand up a service that uses static dataset or a curated list from the Foursquare open source places dataset and list the parks and areas that I go to. When I go to create an event, I can open a locations search page or query for a park nearby, and then that information would be extracted and used so I can populate the event information. App views of all types, whether mobile applications or websites, would benefit from a process like this. It is the embodiment of user choice. All right, so looking back, even though my talk actually is about Smoke Signal, a lot of what I covered applies universally. ATprotocol covers a lot of topics, but everything sort of fits together. I shouldn't say sort of, it really does. The spec has only gotten better over time, and it is because of thoughtful discourse and intentional changes made to it. So there's a lot that I didn't get to talk about today: blobs, trust and safety, interop with external services, auth features, and so on. The list is really long. But the past year has been a pretty wild ride in the atmosphere, and I'm really excited for what everybody's building and contributing to what you're building. So to everybody who's Smoke Signal, contributed to Lexicon community, or showing their support, thank you very much. Here's my pet tax. We've got all the critters in our constellation: Mason, Lily, Lucy, Dallas, Cappuccino, and Nomi. Again, my name is Nick Jarakinis. Find me online. That's it. Spicy bonus stuff. So, private accounts will save lives. There's not really a debate on that. Every voice matters is a lie. I block people aggressively because it's just not adding value. Stop saying stupid shit on social media. Don't talk to cops and don't incriminate yourself. Section 230 keeps me up at night. That's probably my biggest concern. PLC directory needs to be either, distributed, peer-to-peer, anyway, I know, or outside of the US for a lot of reasons. And then, of course, talk is cheap. Intentions don't pay bills. Go put your money where your mouth is and show financial support. So.
Thank you very much, Nick. Yes, where can they come find you online as well? And please come on up if you've got questions. This is a lot of stuff, and I'm excited and interested to see where the conversation goes.
I'm also fully okay with answering some questions and then everyone going and eating, because I'm not more important than your hunger. That's all right.
We have two more.
Oh, fuck. Oh, shoot. Never mind. Go for it.
Really enjoyed hearing about the Lexicon community. One of the things I wanted to ask you about was, as a developer who's kind of done a lot in the Golang space, one of the things that I've felt has been the most kind of useful piece of the Golang ecosystem has been having small interfaces to enable composition.
Absolutely.
How are you thinking about that in the lexicon community? Because it looks like the types are single cast.
Yeah, I think that Golang interfaces or Rust traits, however you wanted to describe and define them, are a great fit and could possibly solve a lot of problems. So like, what if, for example, the the Blue Sky app view was able to display any record that had a text field and a created at timestamp? That could possibly open up a lot of like interop between applications. So I would love to talk about that more. I think that'd be really fun and pretty neat.
And there is a lexicon community discussion that I believe, if folks are interested, please go vote for that, and we'll find a time and slot for that.
Hi, thank you. So the lexicon community concept and the idea of different schemas that you can discover and navigate really reminded me very, very much of the concept of linked data and the semantic web.
Hey.
Probably because they're very closely related. And I am sad that lexicons are not RDF. Though I think that maybe one-to-one semantically in such a way that you could kind of do it both ways. But anyway, I'm just curious. There's been a lot of thought with linked data about how you can make it sort of more automatically traversable. And I think you pointed out a ton of possibilities there, but also sort of possibilities that need to be implemented by all the apps that are involved.
Yep.
And so, yeah, just curious if you've thought about applying some of those techniques to kind of, even, semantic resolution or reasoning models or whatever to, automatically unify things.
Yeah. I think hydration of content is a really interesting idea that applies to more than just fulfilling feed requests, right? When you talk about hydrating a record at a machine level, you're talking about, performing the dependency lookup of the types and validating it. You're looking at any of the listed strong refs or embedded things and getting whatever additional metadata you need. And that process, although it's primarily used for display purposes, it can and does lead to the crawl and sprawl of URIs. I think it was actually really smart to make most of the URI references like flat URI references, and I don't think every reference within objects, records, actually needs to be like AT URIs. They can be all sorts of types, and we can even go beyond that. So yeah. Oh shit.
I was actually just going to ask a little bit about the signatures inside of the records.
Yeah.
You need new key material in the DID document to do that, right? Or are you reusing that? You're reusing the signing key that's being used for the repository?
Yeah. I think it would be fantastic if there was a way to say this is a DID document modifying verification key versus a sort of utility key. But the general idea is that you're injecting a DID key, you have a private key reference, and then you're creating a signature based on that.
Okay. So sorry to make sure I'm clear on this. It's not that you are reusing the signing keys that currently exist in the DID document, or you're issuing a different key and distributing a different.
I think for safety and security purposes, you should issue a new key and put it last in the list. It would also be great to be able to designate keys that are used for content signing and not DID method PLC identity management.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, that should be a conversation.
Yeah.
Thanks, Paul.
Hi. The Lexicon Community Project is really exciting to me. I'm just curious, as like a developer, like, what are there like known gaps to the project currently, or like is there like, if I want to like, I guess what I mean is like if I want to jump in and contribute, or anyone else does, like what would be the best way to jump in and like help?
Yeah, right now today, come find me or Rudy or Ryan or Miss Boba. Tom's virtual, but he can be found in Discord. Really come ask us, start the conversation about what you're interested in doing, and we can probably identify some help wanted issues. Documentation is a huge thing. Localization and internationalization of lexicons in both their documentation and their use is sort of in an interesting direction to go in. Yeah.
Okay, I think we're going to take two more.
Sure.
Hi, Nick. Thank you very much for your talk. It was wonderful. This might be a very more pointed question, but how about what you were talking about with using the signatures and that, do you think it would work with the currently, like, I work in IT support, so credentials are a big thing, like our CompTIA credentials. Is that something that we could work into using their verification system on the DIDs to show our badges?
So there is a verifiable credentials spec, and I think we need to have some more discussion as a community as to what the reasonable like dividing line there is, because there is some overlap. A lot of very smart people have put a lot of time, thought, and energy into verifiable credentials and what its use cases are. I think it would be really interesting to be able to, create new types that reference like functional and practical things that people are doing, and if that is, badges or certificates or some sort of other like proven thing, it's a great use case. If you wanted to turn this into a larger standard, I think that would be fantastic. It does have a lot of overlap. Yeah.
Last question.
If I get murdered walking out of this building and you all see it, please do talk to the cops. So I have a buddy who's working on a kind of an adjacent app. It's sort of event related.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, there may be ways in which he can build on top of ATProto, and it would be good for the protocol. But I can't think of a way to tell him how it would be good for him. Well, I can think of one way, which is that he would get the love and appreciation of the community, and that would be helpful.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But that only is good if you can find a way to, make a living. So as someone who is presumably spending a lot of time on this, do you have any thoughts on the monetization aspect?
Yeah,
other than a donate link.
Yeah, so the pitch to other people is that if you're building an app that is creating and managing events and RSVPs, you benefit from like communal strength and mutual aid of data contribution and creation by other apps. So when talking about feeds and indexing, all of these relays and indexing, all of these are paved paths to allow other app developers to focus on the tools and features specific to their apps instead of all of this other stuff that is, well, what is an event and how is it defined and what are good examples that I can draw from. So I think that there's like a lot of value in that sort of shared knowledge space. And if we're going to talk about like legality and liability, Smoke Signal doesn't host other people's events, and if someone creates an event on their PDS, like no one's going to knock on my door to be like, hey, who is that person and what is their content? I'll be like, fuck off, right? It's not my problem. There's a lot of benefit there, and it sort of pushes some user responsibility onto users, which is good. And depending on what you're building and where, that also is very valuable.
Thank you very much. Also, I'll remind everybody that murder is against the code of conduct. Please do not.
No murder.
And please
no
let
murder.
the staff know if you see anybody headed in that direction.
Yeah.
We have one more lightning talk. Thank you again so much, Nick. I think this is great fodder for discussion, and we hope to carry that on into the rest of the conference. I think up next is Peter. If you can come on up, we've got one lightning talk, and then Jay, I think, is around here somewhere. So cool. We'll get going.
Talk before lunch, or no? Jay is right.
Yeah.
All right. Everyone can hate on Jay, not me then. All right.
And again, thank you, Peter, for sponsoring, kicking things off.
My pleasure. All right. Let's live dangerously. Share the entire screen.
Yeah.
Bring the emails up. No. Okay. All right. Start mirroring. And then play. All right. Wait, no, that's not where I wanted to start. Hold on. I literally had an opening slide, but that's okay. We'll just start with that. Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Peter Wang, and I'm typically more organized than this. However, after Blaine's excellent talk this morning, I had to completely redo my talk. So as one does, no, it's all good. It's all good. So I'm probably best known as the founder of Anaconda and the creator of the PyData community conferences and sort of data science community. I realize now I've misplaced my phone. If you guys see an iPhone back there, thank you. All right, Paul with the save. There we go. All right. All right, awesome. So this is not my native technical habitat. I'm a creature from the data science and numerical computing community and the Python community. And so today I'm going to tell you a little bit about what we're doing or what I'm doing at SkySeed and where that's going, but then get a little bit into the why of it. How did I end up among the P2P and Scuttlebutt and Fediverse people and all this stuff? So first of all, SkySeed is a very small fund that I started last December. There's a lot of interest coming in as soon as I announced it from both projects that wanted to get funded, as well as funders who are interested in investing in this space. So good news to everyone. We've gotten enough interest and traction in the Blue Sky and AppProto ecosystem that there are funders looking to deploy money into this ecosystem. So I started SkySeed because what I saw was that, number one, Blue Sky was taking off, it was gaining a lot of users, but there were a lot of doubters who were like, well, this is just going to be another case of, a centralized social media thing kind of getting crappy and all this stuff. And they have a decentralized protocol in theory, but how decentralized is it really? And so on and so forth. And I decided that, there actually is kind of a point there. If we don't create an ecosystem of lots of projects, then the natural tendency will be, the natural gradient of evolution will be for there to be a single centralized winner. And I love the Blue Sky team, obviously, they're my friends, and I want them to do very well. But at the same time, it is really, really important that we have a set of open protocols and that we have a way on the internet for people to talk to each other and really have a social layer for the internet. So I started the fund to fund things that were explicitly not Blue Sky, but AppProto. And I did this in 3 different ways. One, just pure dev grants for people who were building cool projects but needed some money to pay for servers or needed to pay for some ramen for a month or two to go and get something really cool put together. I also wanted to talk to people who were really interested in leaning in and putting in kind of the founder, sweat equity to go and really build a business around this new emerging technology. So as a pre-seed sort of fund, I could fund people who were going to get to a point where they could then, approach traditional VCs and more traditional seed funders with an actual business plan and a prototype that was already gaining traction. And lastly, there were some things that I could see that were needed in the ecosystem, or I thought were needed in the ecosystem, that were larger, what I would call service layers for the AppProto ecosystem. And that wasn't a particular project or business per se, but there were core services that were needed to get built. And so funding teams to do this kind of thing. So just to showcase some of the teams and efforts that we funded, this is not comprehensive. Some are still, in the process, in the works right now. But very proud to to announce that we are funding Black Sky, and so all the wonderful work being done by Rudy and the team there, really, really great. And that'll be the Rust implementation. Rust, of course, as a Python person, you sort of have to be interested in Rust at this point in time, I guess, is kind of the hipster thing to do in the Python ecosystem. Gray's social, so awesome custom feeds, and really, I think, spearheading a lot of analytics, advanced analytics services and things that are happening around AppProto. Roomy, so that's awesome, like a peer-to-peer AppProto-based chat, really cool project, and for me, part of this is also just looking at things that are cool and interesting and neat to do. So there are a lot of other little projects that didn't want to get announced or whatever, but I did put some money behind because it was just neat to do interesting things in this ecosystem. And lastly, not lastly, but the next to last one that I'll talk about today, SID. So SID is short for claw back your data or control your data, one of the two. But in any case, it is a data export tool that runs locally on your computer. Computer is the thing that's not a phone. And what it does is it lets you download all your data from all the meta platforms, from Twitter. Our goal is to essentially grow this to where everyone can use this as a tool to export your data off of the centralized social media apps, download them locally onto your machine, and then when the appropriate or equivalent tool has emerged in the AppProto ecosystem, you can then upload into there. So right now, it supports Twitter export and then importing into Blue Sky. But we're going to add more things. It is an open source project, so part of the funding was to help them actually get the project open source. It runs essentially it's a native app and it runs an embedded browser. So to the servers, it looks like you're just coming through a web browser. And then lastly, another little cool thing, a thing called MemSky, which is a blend of the Memex project, WorldBrain Memex, and Blue Sky. And the idea is it's a Chrome plugin that basically adds a social commentary to any website by sourcing from the fire hose. So you go to any website, for instance, here's a New York Times article about the Paul Weiss law firm, and you click the little plugin thing up in the thing, and then you get to see what the Blue Sky ecosystem is, or what the AppProto ecosystem is saying about it. So it's just an example of basically adding a Reddit/Twitter into every single website, right, via a Chrome plugin. So these are kinds of interesting little projects that I thought would be nice to get people thinking about what AppProto can be beyond merely just a Twitter clone. How are we doing on time? What, I just started, right? I still have the time? Okay, good. I have a lot of slides. I'm like super nervous. So anyway, talk faster. Okay, so the basic investment thesis is that fundamentally, it's actually very, very simple. This actually came out of some discussions with Boris when I was in Vancouver last year. Fundamentally, an open social graph, what it does is it dramatically reduces the cost to build new apps, right? You don't have to be a unicorn. You don't have to go and run a giant SRE team. You don't have to go and convince millions or a billion people to leave all of their friends behind on all of their existing social media apps. They're already here. So this completely changes the economics of what it means to build social applications. It completely changes the economics of how a small team of 2 or 3 people can build an amazing thing that is a runaway success, like we did back in the old days, right? So this is really about that. And ultimately, though, social is not just like a choice of Linux distributions, right? Social is something very, very deep to the human experience. And if we get this layer right, if we actually build social as a substrate for the human experience on the internet, that would actually allow users and communities to go and find what is right for them. There's no number of PMs you can hire into Facebook or into TikTok or into Google or into wherever to make all the decisions for all the people in the world. That's not an architecture we particularly need or want. That is the architecture that venture capitalists do want to extract exponential returns continuing into all perpetuity. That's not what the users want, however, right? So it's really, really important for everyone to understand here that you have the opportunity to build and to get the tailwind of everyone else building in here. No one here is anyone else's enemy, right? So the difference here is between private... The difference is actually looking back, so if you think about the railroads, the private railroads that were built, they were super expensive. They would only run the trains of that particular railroad operator. And instead, we built a nationalized road system where anyone can make a car, and you can put that car on the road, and you can go to anywhere. Very similar to the telegraph and to the telephony system. This is what we can do if we actually build an open social graph. This is what we can do if we can have a way of building shared lexicons and ways to resolve different lexicons that are incompatible, right? Ultimately, this is not really that hard to understand conceptually, and yet it completely changes the world. It completely changes the economics and dynamics of how we as humans engage socially on the internet. So this is why I am putting my own dollars in investing in this ecosystem. This is why I appreciate everyone here who's putting their own time and energy into building on this ecosystem. Because we all know how much more dramatically more efficient and better this can be without waiting for if a Honda or Toyota or Ford had to build an entire road network and you could only drive on the Honda road network with your Honda car, that would be an incredibly inefficient world, right? So now, going back a little bit further to why am I doing any of this? Again, as a Python nerd and someone who's really into data analytics and machine learning, all this stuff, why did I get in all this stuff? And the reason is because of the fact that in 2016, some stuff went down here in the US, and I was like, well, what's going on here? What happened? And I got deeper and deeper into trying to study and learn for myself the roots of technology in the intersection of technology and society and human conceptions of self and all these different things. It was a rat hole that went very, very deep. So I went from an open source Python, Linux nerd down to some very, very weird and deep stuff. And it was all really, really great. It was all really great. And I wish every single technologist, every single person interested in technology could actually be given the time and be given maybe an environment where they could study these things, because these are really deeply, deeply important. And it led to me giving a talk in the beginning of 2017 to a small group in Palo Alto where I realized, you know what, in order for us to actually fix what is broken, we have to do nothing less than reinvent the internet. And So I gave this talk about building a humane network, and had a bunch of interesting and fun little slides that were quite glib, but kind of terrifying if you think about it. And this is just the examples I had in January of 2017 that I could recover, or that I could think of at the time. And ultimately, what I came to was this understanding that, we went from a period of having bandwidth scarcity to attention scarcity. And that was going to be a huge problem. Again, in 2017, this idea of attention scarcity being a fundamental problem. And ultimately what we needed to do was to build a humane network, not just a network for making sure we could launch nukes if the Russians launched first, but a network that actually ensured that we could communicate with each other. And I think a really important thing is how many people here understand the end-to-end, what it means for a network to be end-to-end, right? Like the end-to-end value of a network, right? So the interesting thing is that for a humane network, for a computer network, end-to-endness is an interesting thing to preserve. But for a humane network, actually the trusted connection is most of the signal. So it's exactly the inverse, right? This insight for me, I was sort of struck by the fact that, like, wait, hold on, this is completely opposite of what we want from a computer network, right? The trusted connection is the really important thing. So I wrote some unfinished drafts that are still on my GitHub called The Web We Lost, and I spent time looking at a whole pile of things. A lot, including Urbit, which I wish that Curtis Yarvin kept working on instead of writing all the things he's written lately. So, anyways, I looked at all these different kinds of things, and ultimately, I decided that actually there was a little project by a small team, some randos in Austin that was cool. It's called Beaker Browser and the DAT protocol and all that stuff, and I funded some of that a little bit, and had ideas, which hopefully this doesn't give Paul horrible trigger. Where's the trigger warning for Paul here? But we literally wrote on a napkin about what we're going to do to disrupt the TBL, bridging to the TBL web. Those of you who use the TBL web, anyone here use Tim Berners-Lee's web? Tim Berners-Lee's web, yeah. A lot of us probably use the TBL web. But the idea here of rebuilding the internet by actually moving from the client, by moving beyond the client-server architecture. And it wasn't enough just to say it's decentralized, right? Decentralization is the topological fix. We don't have a topological problem. We have a problem where we didn't actually have a robust, humane layer to the internet itself. And for me, more than decentralization, the important thing was the orthogonality. And someone in the previous session, the question about composability, right? This is actually the really important thing. For us to build a robust ecosystem, it's not just about, oh, can I run my own server? It's actually, can I separate out these three really important dimensions of an information system so that no single person, by capturing one, can also capture these others. And the really horrible thing is if you think about these three pillars, every single popular commercial service that anyone uses for any of these things is rendered or provided to you by a corporate entity that absolutely collapses and controls all of these things, or is trying very hard to do so. Right? So this idea of an orthogonality for me, was also another kind of a concept for me that I hold very, very close as a foundational concept. So as an investor, I'm looking for things that promote this kind of orthogonality, that preserve these kinds of these different dimensions. And more beyond this, one of the things that we also, when we look here at data privacy, right? Privacy is a term we talk about a lot. Another term that is bandied around a lot in these decentralized web circles. And I had another concept, which was that privacy isn't just about hiding things. Privacy isn't just about keeping stuff away from the baddies. The privacy is actually about having choice and agency and sovereignty in how we present and show up in different social situations. And Blaine had an amazing slide earlier in the morning that precisely captured this concept. I get to choose how I show up in what kind of a social circumstance. And then, of course, as architects and as creators of these online social spaces, it's on us to then help people to establish and render those norms as being visible so that people know how they want to show up, right? Ultimately, privacy, again, it's not about hiding things. It's about allowing us to have the space with each other to dance, to jive, to actually bandy about and play and troll and do all these things so we can choose who we are and who I am in each of these different spaces. So when we think about what actually is foundational, and this is where I ultimately got to with that rat hole I went down starting in 2017, what is really foundational about human communications? What makes for humane communications? Ultimately, every single conversation is its own kind of a space. In a physical space like this, there are a lot of norms set, right? Just by the physicality of the space, the arrangement of the chairs, the fact that I have the microphone and none of you do, right? Those are norms that are established. But in online spaces, all of these are gone. And we as architects, we as builders, have to have some of these basic tenets in mind if we want to build a humane space for these kinds of human communications. So one of the really, really important things I want to just drive home to everyone as you're building, as you're thinking about this, is this idea of really respecting people's attention and respecting the idea that the giving of attention is actually an intimate act. So anytime we are building a system where one person is giving attention to an item, or let's just actually make this a verb, every single time a user is attending to something in a tool that we build, in a platform that we provide, that user is offering up a bit of intimacy. That is a bit of like it's half of love. And the other half should ideally land in someone else's, with someone else, or connect to someone else. So when we're building these platforms, we really need to be paying attention to this idea that attention is this really incredible scarce resource for all of us, and for individual sense making and for collective sense making. And so I'm not going to get into my whole AI spiel because I'm out of time here. But anyway, if that's that slide's pretty good. Anyway, one thing I will say is one of the things that I absolutely am and will be investing in as SkySeed is a skipped slide. Oh, I skipped an extra slide. In terms of the things that I want to invest in, one of them is absolutely AI. And the reason, and I know AI is a very polarizing topic in the atmosphere, but here's the thing. AI technology is absolutely overhyped right now. AI technology is captured as a topic, I would say, right, between the doomers and the foomers and the EACs and the DEACs and everyone else. And actually, the reality is that AI is one of the most powerful technologies that we could possibly have hoped for that can destroy these centralized attention-capturing client-server architectures of the last 15, 20 years. Because ultimately, AI is one half of the two things over the last 50 years that have driven all, I would say, most of the value in internet and computing technologies. So if we don't, okay, and I'm going to skip most of these things, but if we don't actually take charge and take control and forge a path that is actually humane, that is human-centric, with this amazing deep learning technology, then it will be taken from us. Other people will continue to use these tools, and they will do a great job of making absolutely amazing things with them. And we, in the punk, hacker, decentralization, or orthogonality movement, whatever you want to call it, we will lose our seat at the table, no question. But if we actually take advantage of this, and if we lean into it, and we build these things in a way that holds our values and that centers on our values, we can actually change how this stuff evolves completely. This stuff is not that hard, right? The entirety of the transformers can be, the transformer code can fit on a single page. It's a single page of Python code. So this is really the amazing thing about this technology. If we use this, we can do something really, really great. We can actually build better connections between people. That's what I fundamentally believe. But it really has to start with users giving consent. It has to start with respecting things like copyright, respecting the right of human authorship, respecting creativity, and forging a path that's based on that and not just on hijacking all of it. Right? And this is actually a talk, this slide is from a talk that I gave to a small meeting of a lot of folks in DC around AI, copyright, and all these other kinds of things. And it just highlights the fact that they're going to go on, the trillion-dollar players will go on with or without us, and it's really on us to build a third path for ourselves. So with all of that, I just want to give everyone, I want to thank everyone here who showed up, is participating in this community, and I look forward to talking with all of you over the coming day and a half, I guess, that we have. And thank you to Boris, thank you to the other sponsors as well for putting this on.
Thanks. Thanks so much, Peter. Peter, where can people find you if they need to find you?
I'll just be wandering around. I don't know. My son has a red bird on his head. Stand up, Max. So he's got the bird on his head. So if you look for the guy with the red bird on his head. Yeah.
So we've asked Jay to say a few things. No Caesars, but some really nice style. And just hear a few words from Jay. And then we'll leave you for lunch. Come on down, Jay. Thank you so much.
Thank you all for being here today. To see all these amazing organizers pull together this conference without us even being the ones to take the lead, to see so many people working towards building an open source future for social, this is a dream come true for me. When I devoted years of my life to getting Blue Sky started, chasing down Twitter to make this happen, I don't know if I ever really believed that we would get this big or that we would be able to open up this opportunity for the app protocol to run like this. But I believed it was possible. So I bet on that chance because it was an important bet to make, and I'm really glad that I did. So thank you for believing in us. I believe in you. I want to tell you a story about the power of the belief and the role it plays in shaping technology. In 1996, John Perry Barlow gave this famous speech called The Declaration of the Independence of Cyberspace. He expressed a widespread belief at the time, which was that the internet was surely going to change the world for the better. It was going to topple established power structures, spread democracy, create a world where information and people would be free. The declaration ended with this line: "We will create a civilization of the mind in cyberspace. May it be more humane and fair than the world your governments have made before." So I was born a few years before that speech, and I remember growing up with this optimism of the early web. And then I remember the growing pessimism of seeing a consolidating web. I think I got pessimistic a few years before a lot of people. It was about 15 years ago. I had this realization that the internet is reshaping society, and societies come to reflect the structure of their dominant form of communication. So this means that what happens in our digital spaces is eventually going to be reflected in the real world as those distinctions erode. So if the platforms where we communicate consolidate into the hands of just a few people, what's going to happen to everything else? If you get pessimistic early enough, you sometimes realize you might have a chance to alter the course of history if you work hard enough at it. So this is the realization that led me to become a digital rights activist. And in 2015, through my activism, I got to meet and talk with John Perry Barlow. At that point, he had co-founded the EFF, he was on the board, and this is an organization that fought a lot of abuses of power online. So as we chatted, I started to have this burning question that might be slightly rude, but I felt I had to ask it, so I did. I asked, back when you made that declaration, had you been naive to the dangers that you'd end up spending the rest of your life fighting? Had you not seen that the internet could also be used to surveil and control as much as it could be used to liberate and create? He said, no. I knew that was a possibility. So why didn't you warn people? I asked. He said, our job was to inspire, to get people to believe in the positive, creative vision of what the internet could be. Because if they did not believe in it, they wouldn't build it. I learned an important lesson that day. Even if you see bad possibilities, there's power in staying focused on the positive, on putting your time, attention, and energy towards the good things that can be built. The internet didn't turn out the way that Barlow fully envisioned. We have built a civilization of the mind in cyberspace, but we've ended up giving over our lives to large, centralized platforms whose CEOs have styled themselves as self-made monarchs of the kingdoms that we've built for them with our data and our time. But we have to remember where the power really lies, because we gave them that power, and we can take it back. My bet on building Blue Sky was that this could open up a door to giving people control over their social lives online, get people into an open ecosystem, onto an open protocol, and then let developers run with it. The app protocol's goal is to lay the foundation for a freer, more democratic digital society and let developers like you build it. Most people are resigned at this point to an internet dominated by just a few companies. They've succumbed to a kind of learned helplessness. They no longer believe that a better world is possible. I see this in the way they feel about me, about Blue Sky. It's either, Jay, you're the one that's going to save us, or Jay, you're just the same as every other tech CEO, and Blue Sky's going to follow the same trajectory as every other social company. But the app protocol here is what's fundamentally different. And because you're here today, you're different. You came out to this conference because you've seen something in the app protocol. You believe that things can be better, that things can be different, and you're willing to invest your time and your energy to make that happen. So it's people like you that turn belief into reality. There's a huge amount of power in being able to build. When others only see the options on the table, you see code that could be written differently. When you take your what-if ideas and you make them real, you create the new options for everyone else. So don't underestimate the power of a small project. Have you heard of the butterfly effect? It's the principle that in complex systems, Small changes can have big effects over time. Blue Sky started out as a small project, and now it has 33 million users. And this is a network now that you can tap into for anything that you build on AtProto, and the things you build can help grow the network. I'm leading Blue Sky, but I don't have all the answers for how to make social better. I don't think that's a reasonable expectation. What I do have is the belief that this is the most important work I could be doing right now. I'm here to open up a door so that people can see that another world is possible, and so that developers like you can go build it. So bring your insights, your talents, put them to the task of solving this problem before us. If we do this, we do it together by putting all of our shoulders to the wheel. If we don't want to fall under the specter of digital tyranny, we need a world where no single company can hold the public conversation hostage, where the distributed nature of the network means that individual companies can rise and fall, but the social fabric stays intact. We need a democratic foundation for a digital society. So for those of us that want to live in a freer world, a more humane world, a world without Caesars, this is our chance, and we might not get another for a long time. So keep believing in a better future, keep building open source social, and the future is going to be yours to create.
Thank you so much, Jay.
Thanks.
She may not be a Caesar, but she's a pretty damn good figurehead. So thank you. We are breaking for lunch. We're going to start back at 2 p.m. There's talks again here, plus there's details on the group discussions that are going to be happening in the Madrona Hall. Get yourself settled, get some food. We will see you at 2 p.m. Thank you so much.
Lost baggage of a wicked youth. I need some money to tell the truth. I'm stretched out forever, lonely as America. Lost baggage of a wicked youth. Lost baggage of a wicked youth. The years are behind me, you're misunderstood, yeah. I'm a savage sitting on display. Do what you want, do you want it this way? Time to set you down, okay, enjoy the view. Lost baggage of a wicked youth. What you don't understand now, what you can't understand, you can make it mean anything or anything you want. You can make it mean anything or anything you want. You can make it mean anything or anything you want. Make it mean anything or anything you want. Make it mean anything or anything you want. Make it mean anything or anything you
I never work for free. No, I can't give up what never belonged to me. I never work for free. Like an incantation I've been repeating. Looking back from the outer edge, I'm still the same. Looking back from the outer edge, I changed my name just to stay the same. Just to stay the same. Filling up with the traveling man. I'll make him mad, do whatever I can. Filling up with the traveling man. I'll make him mad, do whatever I can. Got me looking for love. Got me looking for love. A little sympathy goes a long way, but never comes easily. Even a young girl knows that the first snow lands right where the cold wind blows. A single syllable contained my history. Never knew one word could mean so much to me. Filling up with the traveling man. I'll make him mad, do whatever I can. Filling up with the traveling man. I'll make him mad, do whatever I can. Touching me with such sweet blindness, hiding where our past can't find us. You're the fun, you are the door. Oh, baby, I need more. I can live on metaphors. Oh, baby, I need more. Filling up with the traveling man. Gonna make it mine, do whatever I can.
Okay.
Filling up
Yes, testing, testing, testing. Absolutely.
gonna make it mine, do whatever I can. You got me looking for love. You got me looking for love.
I'm a little sunshine when the sun shines on the wrong day. And I believe my bed is a constant bearer of these sunshades. Cause I'm a little sunshine when the sunlight beckons, I wake up. Oh, I won't wake up.
Alright, my night's only just started. Show me some place I like. Make me feel like I'm dreaming. Oh, and I won't wake up. Don't know where to go. Night ain't never done much for me, but lead me down a lonely road. Hit the light so I can see that I'm a little sunshine. all control. You keep me gazing, I keep you close. Time is ticking, and the current makes it hard to resist. It's unnatural the way I am lost in this. You asked to meet me, and I insist. Can't you feel it streaming across the walls? It's magnetic. It pulls me forward, begging me to fall. And if it's right, will these pieces fit together? Will you and I collide into each other? But
die. No more strength to fight. Bombardment of your mind. It hits you from all sides. Where's the light that heralds time you dawn? Don't give up. Sometimes I walk late nights, the clock stops, another chance to say when. If this is what you want, we'll go again. You never see me fall asleep. It's not the time to hit the sheets. Still a chance that we might make something happen tonight. Can you ever feel it? Can you ever feel it? Can you ever feel it? Sometimes I walk late nights, the clock stops, another chance to say when. If this is what you want, we'll go again. Can you ever feel it? 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 Little son of mine, every letter that I write is to help you understand just the kind of man I am. You see, I'm full of holes, lately feeling getting old. I didn't learn till late in life. I would never reach great heights. And now I can't go back. No, I can't go back. I'd say I can't let go. Oh, 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 oh. I can't let go of this. No, I can't let go. Oh, 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 oh. I can't let go of you. You, my friend, good to see your face again. Yeah, you see you got my smile, and you got your mother's eyes. But then we fell apart. Run to it left my heart. I hope you understand. I hope you understand. Now I can't go back. No, I can't go back. I'd say I can't let go. Oh, 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 oh. I can't let go. can't let go of this. No, I can't let go. Whoa, oh, 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 I can't let go of you. Can't let go. Oh, 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 I can't let go of this. No, I can't let go. Oh, 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 I can't let go of you. When everything was what it was. lost in the woods and alone in the world too. Another day older and another day we go. Oh no, alone again with all these people. I can tell you how the story goes. If you die, you just get old. All together, all alone, all alone, all alone. Like your mother and your father too. All grown up, but they're just like you. And you're gonna do it all anew. Better run for the hills, run for the hills, run. Wanna live like an animal, by the skin of your teeth. Put your good face on, not fooling no one. You're a jackrabbit underneath. One step forward, step right back. Run for the hills, honey, run for the hills, honey, run for the hills. Don't look back, don't look back, don't look back. Run for the hills, honey, run for the hills, honey, run for the hills. Don't look back. Everything you see is double. Anywhere you go, you lose. When you're lost in the woods and alone in the world too. One step forward, step right back. I can tell you how the story goes. If you die, you just get old. All together, all alone, all alone, all alone. Like your mother and your father too. All grown up, but they're just like you. And you're gonna do it all anew. Better run for the hills, run for the hills, run. It's gonna take a little time. You're gonna change your mind. You're gonna toe that line away. What's it gonna take out of me to get me to where I want to be? I say I don't know, I don't know. I say I don't know, I don't know. You've got your on the green, but take a sit down and find out what to lean. I say you will not say you will not let it get to you. Just take one breath. take a journey, take my hand, and soon we'll see. Take my hand, take my heart, take my hand and fall apart. Oh, what's the fuss and all about? Oh, what's the fuss and all about? Oh, what's the fuss and all about? You and me, we were made for Oh, what's the fuss and all about? You and me, we were made for
Wave if you can hear me. Wave if you can hear me. Amazing. Thanks for waving. So if you look right now, this is part of our day one afternoon schedule where you're starting to have to make choices. So in this room, we've got a full seat of stops. You can sit here and see an amazing and additional set of talks and lightning talks. So we'll be starting in a couple of minutes with Danielle Holmgren, who's the head of protocol at Blue Sky, who's going to talk about the @protocol ethos. Why are we doing it? Why are we doing it? It's shaped this way. At the same time, in Madrona, which is that building over there, which Ted will point at for you, it also has a banner in front of it, as well as those doors. That is our group discussion space. So we have 3 scheduled discussions. So right at 2 p.m., so in 5 minutes, Cameron is going to host an AI on @proto talk. There's Cameron right there. Wave, see Cameron, right? I am going to follow you over to that space. Yes, that was actually a live. I pointed a follow at him, and then he pointed a follow event at me, and that's how @proto works. So it's perfect. Then at 3 p.m., I will be hosting with Georgia Bullen private data. We gave ourselves an hour and a half because that's the kind of power we have with privacy. And a lot of this is to talk, meet each other, and say, what are we going to do next? And dig in and take some capture of things. So we want everyone to be taking notes, and we'll do that over there. And at end of day at 4:30, Nick will host the lexicon community. Again, talks continue, and whoever told me I should get the don't fall asleep thing, yeah, I'll get that installed soon. We will have a break at 3:30 in here, where we'll once again put these things up so you know where you need to make choices. Anything else, Ted?
Yes, the one thing so this is the decentralization part of the conference, and these are going to be in the largest room over there. We have 4 rooms over there. So there is a room that can hold 60, a room that can hold 20, and 2 rooms that can hold 10. So if there are other conversations that folks want to have, post about them. You can go check over if there's space over there. There's also a nice lounge area, so feel free to continue to find people that you want to jam on stuff with and do it.
And we'll have a whole set of other chances to talk tomorrow around group discussions. There's more scheduled, and we'll actually encourage people to set times for others. So for example, the @geo session is not scheduled yet. Nick suggested that maybe we'll just post a geolocation to the @protocol. So have a lovely afternoon and make some choices.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Yes. Thank you for the question, Alan. So one other thing, we are recording the talks in here. The discussions and so forth in the other rooms aren't going to be recorded, so that's just one thing to note.
Lost baggage of a wicked youth. I need some money to tell the truth. I'm stretched out forever, lonely as I'm.
All right, everybody, we are going to get started in here. So if you would like to hang out, please come find a seat, and we will learn more about the underpinnings of why this works the way that it does.
Sweet. Can everybody hear me okay? Good stuff. Cool. I'm going to be talking about @proto ethos, which is essentially the philosophical and aesthetic principles underlying the design of the protocol. So before we get started, my name's Daniel Holmgren. I'm the head of protocol here at Blue Sky. You can find me on the Atmosphere at dholmes.xyz. And for the freaks out there, you can find me at This Did. So the title for this talk actually came from a thought that I had whenever I saw Martin post this. He said, whether something is decentralized or not is a function of the administrative control of different parts of the system, not a function of the network topology. And this just struck me so hard, and I was like, yes, this is exactly what we're going for. I actually brought this up to Martin a couple of days ago. He didn't even remember posting it. I'm like, I think about this every week, Martin. But I quoted this and I said, this is @protoethos. And I do think that this is very descriptive of the topology and the power dynamics in the network. But what it doesn't quite have is like a prescription for how to get there. And so this term @protoethos kept coming up in our protocol design questions. We kept kind of like, nice. We kind of kept coming back to it whenever we were weighing different options. And I wanted to take the chance to try to dissect what that ethos is, the historical influences on the design of the protocol, some of the new things that we brought to it, as well as some of the postures that we adopt as we are working on the design of it. And just for what it's worth, not all of this was like perfectly packaged or anything from the beginning. We had like a million false paths and dead ends and hard debates between team members and everything. And maybe in a future talk, we can give the philosophical history of @proto. But I'm going to give you guys the nice, clean, packaged version of it. So I would sort of situate @proto at the center of 3 movements or 3 trends and influenced by those 3 trends. On the one hand, we have the web. Then we have the peer-to-peer movement. And we have, I don't have a good quick word for this, but kind of large distributed systems or these data-intensive applications that kind of run the modern web. I also didn't have a good picture for that, so I used the boar from Martin's book. So we'll start with the most obvious influence, which is the web. As I'm sure you guys all know, the web is an information system for publishing documents over the internet. So if you have a static IP address and you have a server, you can host a document. If you have an internet connection and a route to that server, you can fetch that document. Kind of the incredible thing about the web, the defining feature of it, is that it's completely permissionless. That's the only thing that you need to publish a document. That's the only thing that you need to go fetch a document. Location is also based in the authority. We layer on DNS on top of those IP addresses. This sounds really obvious to say out loud, but you know that a document is the thing that you get from a server because you talked to that server and the server gave you that document, right? But the authority rests in the location that you talk to whenever you're fetching the document. This combined with the permissionless of the web was actually a pretty radical idea. You didn't need any central publisher, any central distributor. You didn't need a certification checklist to say that you could publish a document or anything like that. If that permissionless and openness was the defining governance feature of the web, sort of the defining product feature of the web was the hyperlink, which gave you interconnected data. Documents could link to other documents, and specifically they could link across authority, again, completely permissionlessly. The downside of all of this is that servers are hard. These all run on servers. Not everybody knows how to run a server. Not everyone can get a static IP. Not everybody can configure DNS. And so what we started to see emerge in the modern web, or what people call Web 2.0, is this move from permissionless publishing to platforms. Everything running on a big server called bigsocial.com, which I thought about making a BS joke, but I thought that might be dangerous with the name of our company. So these platforms were account-based. You'd register an account with one of these platforms. The benefits of it is that it's very easy to post. You don't need any technical knowledge. You just need an account on the platform. You have rich media, photos, videos, music, interactions, dynamic real-time interactions between accounts on that data. And then to top it all off, a nice algorithm that churns through all of that data, shows you exactly what you want to see, crunches all those like counts, the reply threads, everything like that. And I don't want anyone to think that I'm like doughy-eyed nostalgic for Web 1.0. There's a lot about the modern web that is really great. Nobody wants to go away from that, but there was also something that was lost with it. So that kind of takes me to the next influence on @proto, which is the peer-to-peer movement. In a lot of ways, this was a response to what was happening in the modern web and that sort of centralization in these large social platforms. And the basic question that it asked is, why is there a server in the mix? So I have me here and Devin over there. I'm writing a post, Devin follows me. I want to send that post to Devin, and we say, why is the server here? What if we just removed it and I sent the post directly to Devin from my phone to his phone? And the question that came out of that is, can you build a modern social network without a backend? This kind of came from a distrust of these large centralized services and platforms. And so if Paul, Devin, and Brian are all following me, I make a post, I send that post out to the 3 of them directly from my device to their device. Of course, there's a problem there. If I'm not online at the same time as them, how does my post actually reach out to them? And so these peer-to-peer protocols said, well, if I sent my post to Paul already and I'm offline and he's online at the same time as Devin and Brian, then he can forward on the post to them. Of course, the problem with that is that what if Paul replaces my post with a poop emoji and sends that to Devin, and that's really embarrassing for me. I don't want Devin to think that I posted that. And so these protocols would get around that by introducing public key cryptography, signing the message, which essentially put the certification that the message is what I intended it to be in the message. Every account would have a public key associated with it, and it gave me the liberty to broadcast my message out and trust that other people could deliver it reliably without altering the contents of it. Then in a lot of these protocols, you would then get content address data. You would sort of build this abstraction around the routing of these messages. Since you could get them from anywhere, the certification is in the data itself. You would reach out and you would say, I know that there's this piece of data with this hash, and you would reach out to the network to go fetch that and grab it from some device in the network. What this gave you whenever it was functioning well is this really beautiful abstraction. It's what drew me to the peer-to-peer movement in the first place, which is it completely dissolves away the network topology, the devices, the locations, everything like that. And there's like kind of this essential essence to these posts that are and you can just reach into the ether and pull them out. It's like a really beautiful thing. It's a really beautiful concept whenever it's working well. Of course, that's if the abstraction's working. A lot of the times it doesn't work well, and you have data availability problems, data routing problems, things like that. And then the big problem is that phones are a lot smaller than data centers. And we have these big machines in the cloud that are crunching all of this data for us, and phones just cannot keep up with that same data. You have resource usage problems, battery life problems, and then you just can't store all of that data on your phone, so you're not going to be able to create the same global views that these big social platforms are able to create. Excuse me. So that brings us to the last influence on AppProto, which is the parallel development that was going on while these peer-to-peer protocols were kind of being worked on, which is how these large distributed systems that underlie the modern web were being architected. So sort of the features of these is that they have millions and eventually billions of users, real-time dynamic views. Someone likes a post, you get an update on that milliseconds after the fact. They're very, very read heavy. For every post that is posted, it might get loaded thousands or millions of times. And there's very high expectations whenever it comes to downtime and latency, especially as more and more of the interaction on the web started centralizing on these platforms. So we needed new techniques for building these data-intensive applications. Martin Kleppmann's book, Designing Data-Intensive Applications, is kind of the Bible on this. He gave a really great overview of all of the trends. I'm going to talk about kind of high level the trends. Obviously, all of these platforms are architected differently, but maybe we can suss out some of the commonalities in a lot of them. So maybe one of these platforms starts out with a server and a big Postgres database. And the first thing that you're going to run into, because they're so read heavy, is that you want to split out the read and write loads. So here we see that database getting some read replicas. All of the writes are still coming in on a leader database. The reads are getting pushed out to these read replicas. You can scale up reading separately from the writes that are coming in. A lot of these platforms started to decompose their monolithic services into microservices. You would essentially peel off some piece of the service, wrap it in its own service. The monolith or the main service would then call into it. There are a lot of reasons to do this, organizational reasons. You could have small teams own code bases. You could also scale resource usage according to what that service did. Video transcoding looks very different from timeline generation. And you could put these on machines and give them resources that matched what they needed to do. Of course, whenever we do this, all of a sudden, we just created a distributed system. And whenever you have a distributed system, you have distributed problems. You no longer have strong consistency necessarily between all of these services. If one of these microservices goes down for 3 hours and it comes back up, did it just miss out on 3 hours of writes? Is it ever going to get back in contact with the same data that the other services in the data center have? And so we find these services starting to lean into eventual consistency and oftentimes using eventually consistent databases as well. I put Scylla here because that's what we use at Blue Sky. But it's a successor to Cassandra. There's other databases of that type as well. And these kind of give up on the ACID guarantees of Postgres or something like that, give up on the ability to linearize writes, and really focus on being able to do low latency writes and reads. Another aspect of these is that you also give up on the ability to dynamically query your data. You kind of have to be aware of what your application is going to ask of the data before you lay it out in your database. That means that if you need a new index or you need to re-index stuff, you have to reprocess all of the data. If the data is already in the database, how are you going to do that? A lot of these problems were generally solved by an approach of stream processing. I called out Kafka here, but again, there's other examples of that. And this kind of introduced a information flow into these backends where writes would come in, they would get added to the stream processor, and then filter out to the microservices or the database. This meant that if a microservice went down for 3 hours, it could pick back up, talk to this canonical stream of data, and catch back up, know that it has everything. Similarly, if you have to rebuild an index or build a new index, you can just replay the entire stream of canonical data and know that you have everything in that index. These canonical stream processors sort of served as the backbone to these data centers that could give the feeling of consistency in them. So this brings me back to AppProto ethos. I would say that AppProto ethos is sort of situated as the synthesis of these three movements. So it's influenced by all of these movements. From the web, we kind of took the fact that it's open, permissionless, and it's this universal network of interconnected data. From the peer-to-peer movement, we took location independence of data, the fact that the data is self-certifying, it has the certification embedded in it, and this general skepticism of centralization. And then from these large data-intensive distributed systems, the splitting of read and write load, large application-aware indices, decomposition of stuff into microservices, owning up to eventual consistency, and stream processing. So now I'm going to get into the new things that AppProto brought to the table. The first is identity-based authority. Again, this is in contrast to the location-based authority of the web or the content-based authority of peer-to-peer. We said identity is in primacy. So the central thing is my account at dhomes.xyz, and then the thing that you'll find there is all of the social data contained inside of it. With this came a change in addressing scheme. So in the web, we have HTTPS. It points to a location, bigsocial.com, and then you fetch my profile from that. A peer-to-peer protocol like IPFS points to a hash of some data. In AppProto, it points to dhomes.xyz, which kind of looks like a location, but it's actually an identity, and then it points to the record type, the collection, and the key of the record inside of that. Similar to peer-to-peer protocols, this gives you location-independent data. Every identity, even if it looks like a DNS name, resolves to a universal identifier that is independent of location. And then that identifier, in turn, resolves to the location where the data is stored and key material. So we essentially introduce this layer of indirection between the identity and the location of the data. And that lets these identities kind of float on top of the data, abstracted away from the actual or the actual topology of the network. Because they're floating on top of the network, they're able to migrate between locations that actually host the data or host that signing key. And identity is really the primary thing that floats atop this layer of hosts. And then from the web, we kept interconnected data, and similar to how the web has interconnected data across authorities, AppProto also has interconnected data across authorities, but those authorities are identities, and the data is structured schematic data instead of document data. So the next thing that we introduced is this notion of generic hosting and separating application semantics out from canonical data hosting. So this is my identity that we saw earlier. It has some likes, follows, posts, and images inside of it. From the perspective of my data hosting server, my PDS, it just looks like this. They're just CBOR objects. It has no idea what the rich application semantics inside of my repository are. It just goes, this is CBOR. What this lets happen is that application developers can then own their schematic space without coordinating with the host of that canonical data. So inside my repository, we have blue sky posts and smoke signal events and whitewind blog entries that are defined by the application, app.bsky, events.smokesignal, com.whitewind, not by the host that is hosting that canonical data. All of these hosts of data then exist in this very crawlable, very accessible network of open data, and applications can then reach into that data, pull it out, and imbue it with the rich application semantics that you associate with the modern web. So what this gives us is decentralized hosting and centralized product development. The hosts that make up this decentralized network are blissfully unaware of all of the rich applications that are running on top of it, but the rich applications can make choices that let them move like how you expect products to move. They can have, you kind of need to be able to have leadership whenever you're making a product. You need to be able to rapidly iterate. You need to be able to use the tools that you want to use, but you inherit all of the benefits of the decentralized hosting and the decentralized data where it can be extensible, remixable, reusable, accessible to other applications while retaining the benefits of having a clear leader for a given product. So the next two things that I want to go over are less like features or something that we introduced and more kind of postures that we took as we were approaching these problems. The first is kind of the acknowledgement that having structure actually gives you freedom in one of these open and permissionless networks. So AppProto is a multi-party, low coordination network. You have all of these devices and services talking to one another. And the question is, how do they all talk to each other and how do you come up to a coherent whole? You want to avoid the tyranny of structurelessness, which is essentially this collapse whenever you say, hey, it's really great, we have freedom, we can do whatever we want, and you have this collapse in coordination where nobody can actually get anything done because there's no clear leader to actually get that done. We want to spend our time building applications and doing cool stuff and not just focusing on facilitating interoperation, fixing weird edge cases, building defenses against bad actors, or trying to coordinate evolution whenever none of us have a clear leader that can do that coordination. So what you'll find is that AppProto is a very structured protocol. We tried to reduce the number of choices that you could make in the important areas in as many ways as we could. You can kind of find this reflected all the way through the stack. Just to call out a few of them, records are encoded as canonical CBOR. We inherit that from IPLD. The repository is this unicit data structure called an MST. Unicit basically means that if you have the same content inside of it, you'll always have the same root hash. It has a deterministic construction. Even just the fact that we used a repository that could hold all of the data so that you know that you have the full view on a user instead of these free-floating objects that you have to run around and collect. We have a constrained but extendable set of DIDs and hashes. So right now we only support one hash function. We support 2 DID methods, but we use this flexible structure to encode them so that those can expand over time. But I think that this reliance on structure is probably best represented by Lexicon, which is our schema system. And we essentially took a schematic approach rather than a semantic approach. And I'll try not to butcher this too much so that the RDF people don't get mad at me. But a lot of the semantic approaches kind of try to define this universal ontology or interoperation between different apps. And here I have like 4 different possible representations of a post, and they all kind of look similar. You can kind of imagine how you can interpret them all in the same context. And the question is, are they the same thing? Can we interpret them in the same context? And instead of trying to build this universal ontology, we tried to give very specific tools for determining if you're talking about the same thing. So the approach of AppProto was to have schemas. Here we have a simplified version of the schema for a Blue Sky post, and then 3 examples on it. And you can see the first one passes schema validation. The next one looks nothing like it, so we say that's not the same thing. The third one, this Greengrass post, actually does match the schema, but it declares itself as a different schema, and so we say it doesn't pass schema validation. And what this does is it gets you out of the gray area. You don't have these questions of, are we talking about the same thing? This kind of looks like that other thing. Can we interoperate these? It says, black and white, either these things are the same thing and we're on the same page, or they're not the same thing, we're not on the same page. If they're not the same thing, an application can still use both of them, but at least we know that we're talking about different things in these 2 different contexts. And then the last sort of posture that I'd call out is what I call lazy trust. And this is this idea that you solve trust through checks and balances and credible exit instead of trying to operate completely trustlessly. This notion of being trustless was something that came out of peer-to-peer movements and especially blockchain movements. But you actually get a real benefit from trusting services to operate on your behalf. Doing trustlessly offloads that into compute or time or resources or something like that. And things just work better if you trust someone that's doing something for you. But you need to have the fallback in case they do you wrong. And also the existence of that fallback decreases the incentive for them to do something wrong by you. So here we have me, and I love my PDS, and I love Blue Sky, and I trust them, and I'm offloading some work to them. The relationship between the PDS and Blue Sky operates over the self-certifying protocol, so that part actually is trustless. But since we have a human in the equation here, let's try to save some time and resources. Now, what happens if my PDS goes evil, right? Fortunately, because identity is in primacy and it floats above these PDSs, I can migrate my account and signing key over to that PDS. The benefit of having this trust with the PDS is that we can hoist the signing key up from the client into the PDS, and there's a lot of benefits that come along with that. You don't have to do all of the horrible key management UX that nobody quite has figured out yet. And whenever I migrate my account, my signing key is living over there, and I'm happy, and I love and trust my PDS again. Similarly, with the Blue Sky app view or the Blue Sky app, what if it goes evil and starts serving bad views of the data? Or what if it just starts making bad product decisions? The Blue Sky app view is operating on the same open data that any other application in the network can run on, and any other application in the network has access to. So whenever the Blue Sky app view is serving views of that data, it's sort of staking its reputation on every view that it serves, and it can be called out on that. Similarly, if it starts making bad product decisions, someone else with access to the same data can start making good product decisions, and people can start using that application. So if the Blue Sky app view does me wrong for whatever reason, hopefully people here start running a self-hosted Blue Sky app, but people can move over to another application that is using that data in a way that matches with their user expectations. So wrapping up, I kind of already went over the influences from these movements, but I would sort of situate AppProto at the center of these three movements, influenced by the web, the peer-to-peer movement, and these large distributed systems that underlie a lot of the modern web. The things that we introduced to it are identity-based authority and this split of generic hosting of canonical data from the rich application semantics on top of it. And then we tried to approach a lot of these problems erring on the side of structure in the protocol, understanding that that helps facilitate coordination, and relying on trust with services, but always having credible exit from those services, and using that as an incentive to keep people playing along with each other. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Daniel. All right, let's get to questions. Anybody have? All right, we'll start with Chris.
It's kind of a question, but one of the things that we found really common in the early days of the web when we were studying how people were using HTML and HTTP to share information and what the browsers were forced to render despite the incorrectness of the schema was also the thing we found that really helped the web grow astonishingly fast and in a distributed and decentralized manner, right? So when I saw your thing about, oh, this schema is conformant, this one's not, so we can't render it, even though we could if we wanted to. Are you hitting any of these parts where you're like, if we just accept the misspelling of the schema, we can get this content up the way that the people are intending? I'm wondering if you're hitting any of those kinds of funny spots.
Yeah, and I mean, there always is a tangle there because, I mean, we ran into that, for instance, with timestamps. And like some clients were putting up timestamps that didn't match our schema. And that is really unfortunate to deny those. But the other side of that is if we start accepting those, then every single client, every single service needs to be able to process those timestamps, right? And so it's this question of, okay, do we let this piece of data through that we can kind of understand, or do we put the implementation burden on every single other client and every single other service to be able to understand that type of data? And what we err on is that fail early, give people feedback that this does not pass validation, and you keep that implementation burden off of all of the downstream services.
So I'm gonna I want to get your take on the question I asked Nick earlier, which was around compositional APIs. So like I totally agree with you, like having strict API contracts with data is super important, and it makes it a lot easier to develop against. But then the thing that I've seen in a few ecosystems is if you get too strict on like, well, this is what the API is, and it has these 15 fields, then if you don't satisfy all those 15 fields, you're not talking the same language. And so I'm wondering if there was ever a thought around like, instead of just having a single schema as a spec, having like a list of schema objects that represent the data contained in that document.
Yeah, that's a great question, and you sort of run into a lot of the same data modeling things that people do in like more centralized systems with like protobufs, for instance, where there's kind of this rule of thumb that you shouldn't use required fields because they're hard to evolve. And that's something that we've learned as we're working on our lexicons, is that I think that we use less required fields than we did early on. We put more stuff in open unions whenever even whenever we don't really need it, or just structure things in a way that it's more likely to be backwards compatible. I do think open unions are sort of like they're the extension point for lexicons, and I think that they give you a lot of freedom for what you're talking about. And that's kind of, I think, what you're getting at, is embedding schemas inside of, embedding like maybe smaller schemas inside of the routes that you're talking to. So yeah, I definitely agree.
Hi. So Nick Jarakinis, stuff, great. Two thoughts, or two questions and thoughts, I should say. First, what are your tactical and strategic plans or thoughts around improving the safety of users with rogue PDSs? It's like if a PDS decides to, yoink out and delete your stuff, then because it has the keys to your PLC DID, you're up a creek. And then second, what are your thoughts and what's the calculus around infrastructure that becomes a bad actor, not necessarily the app view or the PDS or the systems themselves? What if, for example, as routing through North America, two Providences have to deal with, that?
Yep. So on the first one with rogue PDSs, I do think that you take on some responsibility whenever you migrate to a new PDS, whether it's one that you run or whether it's one someone else runs. The fortunate thing about AtProto is that you can scale up in that responsibility and kind of take it on whenever you're ready for it. I think a lot of this comes down to tooling and having good tools for setting up recovery keys, good tools for backing up your repository, for auditing the PLC log and getting an email or a push notification or something like that if a operation happens on your identity. So yeah, I think a lot of it comes down to tooling on that. I think that hosts should offer that. I think people interested in the hosting space should build stuff like that. I know I want to work on stuff like that. But yeah, you do take on some responsibility whenever you migrate your account off, and then it's just building tools that make it easier to do that. In terms of underlying infrastructure, similar to how the web is kind of like predicated on the security model of the architecture of the internet, like AtProto is also predicated on the internet. So to some degree, we can't really solve routing issues at the internet layer. We do layer on additional self-certifying mechanisms on top of it, so it's not like an ISP can corrupt data or something, but they can do a denial of service attack and prevent packets from getting through. Yeah, I do think that there are bigger problems, but hopefully someone can set up something that can get the packets through.
Hey, do you see it as the responsibility of the protocol to sort of define some semantics for, well, you mentioned like timestamps, for example, as one of the things that one app view might do one thing and another app view might do another thing, but there's all kinds of things with like deletion of records or just like what it's not entirely predictable just based on what's in the lexicon, what an application might do with a given like pattern of writes, or say, you rewrite a record, like does that show up as an edit? Does that show up as like, does it get cached? Does only the first version stick around? Like, do you see those as like conventions that ought to be defined in the protocol or just by like app view authors, or is this something that you've given a thought to?
I think most of those get defined by lexicon authors. There's some semantics that are in the protocol. It's like every record has a URI, every record can be created, updated, or deleted, stuff like that. But a lot of those application semantics are defined by the lexicon developer, and kind of my sense is that you should be able to look at record schemas and the methods that come along with it and basically have an idea of how an application is constructed. And then also projects like Lexicon Community and LexHub and stuff can provide further documentation on how you're supposed to process stuff. For instance, in the Blue Sky case, like blocks, what exactly are you supposed to do whenever there's a block? Providing further documentation on that for applications to build on.
Hi, I'm Eric. So I'm just curious, so you're talking a little bit about rogue PDSs, credible exit, that sort of thing. I'm just curious what your general thoughts are on, these are really important things to users in particular, and they should be things that are better understood by users in particular. What are your thoughts on enabling users to understand the fundamental underlyings of the protocol and the fact that there are options available to them when bad actors come into play, especially with looking into how people might consider self-hosting or doing these sorts of things that are potentially more technical for the majority of the user bases of, whether it be Blue Sky or any emergent platforms on the protocol. So I'm just curious what your general thoughts are on, how can we make people aware that this is how the network works rather than a Twitter 2.0 centralized service?
Yep, totally. I think that the thing that you can't do is force users to understand that, right? You have to give them the ability to gradually ramp up. And so it's like, you have an account on the protocol, that's great. Okay, you set up a recovery key, even better. You're doing backups of your repo, even better. Okay, you're self-hosting your account, wow, even better. Okay, you're doing that and you're using a self-hosted application, awesome, even better. So you need to give this on-ramp for users to gradually adopt more responsibility for their experience in the protocol, but you can't thrust all of it on them at the beginning. And then it's just a question of building good UX around that, making it approachable, figuring out how to explain the ideas. I think that there are ways to do it. It is a hard question.
I joke that Blue Sky is a hat that looks like Twitter sitting on top of a distributed systems company, but it's a skeuomorphism that people can understand and recognize, and
yes,
gradually introduce people to how weird we can get.
Yep.
Yeah, go see Ms. Boba's talk as well.
Hey, Daniel. Samer here from Fedica. I have a question about car files. Do you guys plan to continue to use car files in the future? And if so, because they're a little difficult to work with from the developer community, and if so, do you plan to make it easier, just like how Jetstream made it simpler than the Firehose?
Yeah, I do think that we plan to use car files going forward. We really want to write our own car library that has better interfaces. The current one is not very great. Yes, we do want to use them. Yes, we want to make them easier to use. And then on your question of Jetstream, my hope is that we evolve Jetstream into a larger, broader purpose, sync facilitation service that not only provides this JSON API of records, but also facilitates backfill and repo sync and some of these headier sync operations.
Other questions? Otherwise, I definitely have a question for Daniel. I'm interested in hearing more about how you define the fear and the sort of threat modeling, right? One of the exciting parts about the approach that y'all are taking as a company is something that Brian Fitzpatrick talked about with the Data Liberation Front at Google, and the idea that companies should always make it possible for their users to be able to migrate away, because that is the way that you can say your users are affirmatively committed to the decisions that you're making and why you're, that y'all can maintain alignment and that you're not just trapping them there, right? When it comes to how you're thinking about that, both at the protocol design level, how evil are you imagining that your apps can get? How does that actually tangibly manifest in the way that you're thinking and sort of threat modeling the types of bad actions that you could take?
Yeah, totally. I don't know how evil they can get. There's messed up people.
That's kind of the thing, right? The threat modeling part about this is I worked with journalists for a really long time, and journalists can have any conceivable threat model from I only work on public records and I don't care what people see, all the way to if anybody finds my files, somebody's going to get their fingernails torn out, right? And so the thing that impresses me about the way that y'all think about design is the decomposition of the problem space, and so figuring out how to tessellate out which problems you want to threat model, I think is an interesting way that you go about this.
Yeah, totally. I think the big way that I think about it is that since you always have that credible exit, it prevents one, rent-seeking behaviors where people can abuse their position as like some central provider, and it also gives an incentive not to abuse users on your service, and it also gives the ability for people to make very bespoke services to fit certain needs. So if someone has a very high privacy need, they can use a service like that and interoperate with the rest of the network. So I don't know, maybe to compare it to like messaging systems or something, it's like my aunt is never going to use Signal. There's nothing I could do to convince her to do that. But if I'm very privacy conscious, it would be great if I could use Signal and still talk to my aunt. And similarly, it's like if someone has like very high privacy needs, with this choice of service, or high privacy or data security needs, with this ability to choose your service, hopefully you could choose a PDS service provider that is really tailored to those. So yeah, I think that the choice of service gives you a lot of optionality on that.
Cool, thanks. All right, other questions? Otherwise, we'll say, yeah, come on over.
Proton PDS.
Daniel from the Bay. So I had a conversation about this earlier in the week. Boris had chimed in, but more so a non-technical question. How has Blue Sky discussed how to signal to people that they can sign in to like an app, for example, with their PDS? Like, let's say, for example, you meet someone who doesn't know what Blue Sky is, but they're signing into an app where they're at the login screen of an app that is on the AT protocol. How do you signal to them that they can sign into that app? Because you can't say sign into Blue Sky.
Yeah, totally.
Like, what is that, right?
That's a great question. That's a UX thing we need to figure out. If people have good ideas on this, I definitely want to talk with them about it. But the great thing about App Proto Identity is that it can serve as this universal identifier, both for social apps that run on top of the app protocol, but also for non-app protocol apps. And figuring out some UX pattern to be able to posit it, like sign in with Atmosphere, but that's kind of wordy and confusing, so we got to figure out a good one. Yes, sign in with cloudy @
Because in the GitHub discussion, I know there was a specific mention that, I believe it was Jay, that mentioned that she didn't want AT Proto actually used as, like, for branding. So, someone mentioned that leader said that she didn't want AT Proto used for branding, or that branding, that AT Proto shouldn't be used for branding. So I was just like, well, what should we do?
Yeah, I'm actually not quite sure on the context of that, so maybe we can chat about it after. But we definitely do want people to understand the atmosphere and have a coherent conception of the atmosphere and know that you can log into stuff with the atmosphere. And I do think a lot of that is going to be the brand and apps being able to use that brand.
This is also one of the things that came up in one of the tech talks that Boris hosted a couple of months ago, and I definitely also see that this is a community responsibility in part, and this is one of those things that we can work on, we need to be able to work on together, but also you'll have the largest install base, right? So yes,
totally.
We're interested in engaging y'all on that more. All right, I think we've got time for one more question if anybody's got them. All right. Okay, we can do two.
So I think it's in the lexicon community, and maybe Nick can correct me, but there is a GitHub discussion on this topic, how to improve the UX and the UI flow of logging in through other methods. I forgot the link, but I think it should be under one of the discussions under the lexicon community GitHub repo.
Cool, thanks.
Hi, there was a long list of previous references that informed the AT Proto ethos. I'm curious if there are protocols out there today that you think are AT Proto-y or share similar values or just things like that.
I'd say surprisingly, Nostr actually has a similar architecture to App Proto in terms of having relays, broadcasting stuff out, and aggregating it in applications, although they don't really have the very rich backends that App Proto has with app views. But it sort of has a similar shape of information flow. I don't know, the web still?
Yeah. Thank you very much. This is great. Appreciate all the questions as well.
Sweet. Thanks, guys.
Okay, up next, after hearing about ATproto and why it works the way that it does, interested in hearing more from Ryan Barrett, who is the author of Bridgie Fed, and let's kick off some of our lightning talks. Oh yes, let me help you with that.
Thanks. I'm too tall. Shout out to Noster is a perfect segue to my talk. I'm going to tell you about a bunch of things that are mostly not ATproto. Thanks for the introduction. It's, what are we, an hour after lunch, mid-afternoon. Food coma is perfectly settling in just about now, right? I won't make you get up and do jumping jacks. For those of you who are dozing, I'll try to speak softly and let you keep sleeping. So, we heard a lot this morning from a number of different people about people, not platforms. Humanity and humane tech, not just tech. People, not platforms is my partner at Anu Social, Anuj's kind of motto, has been for years. So, I'm up here, I'm going to be foolish and naive and ignore all of that and follow Dan's lead and tell you just about tech for 15 minutes. What could go wrong? You have heard these two viewpoints before. We already have a protocol. Why are we stop making new protocols? We got one. Or, there are so many great protocols, let's make more. I'm not going to litigate that, but I think there's something to both sides. All the protocols, this is the jungle that Blaine talked about this morning. This is where I live. This is just a tiny bit. Rabble, I don't know if he's here, he has a slide with like 50 of them, like in 10-point font, 3 columns. There's a ton out there. There are a few big ones, there are a bunch of small ones. But there's a lot of things people have tried, so we can learn from all of these. So today I'm going to take us through a whirlwind tour of 6 of them: email, web, specifically IndieWeb, which adds web mention and some micro formats to let you reply, repost between websites; ActivityPub, ATproto, Noster, and Farcaster. There are more. I've learned about some more. I've done a few deep dives. I'm excited to do even more deep dives, but I got 15 minutes. For each of these protocols, there's someone here who knows way more about it than me. So tell me at the end. I'm going to get something wrong. There will be something in here that pisses each one of you off. I apologize. Forgive me. I got a sack for all the complaints, so please bring them up. So, without further ado, when are these things? So obviously email and web are old. Email started in the 60s. Web started late 80s, was it? 80s. ActivityPub, depending on how you count it, it's got this lineage from OStatus and even Atom through, but that was, ActivityPub itself, that lineage was before 2010. Blue Sky 2019 was the org, and maybe you say 2022 was the protocol. Nostr, Farcaster 2022 was the protocol. So we got old, new, in between. Let's jump in. Architecture, you've heard this already today from a number of people, from Paul, from Dan, others, so you're going to hear echoes here. So web is P2P, IndieWeb at least is P2P between web servers. Federated is email and ActivityPub. You are a user on a server, you belong to that server. Noster and Farcaster they have servers, but they're interchangeable. These relays that you can talk to any relay, and they kind of trade information, they kind of don't, but it doesn't matter which relay you use to a degree. ATproto likes federation, likes relays, said por qué no los dos. This will be a pattern. ATproto kind of sees all the techniques and says, oh, they're great, let's use them all. Which, there's something to it. Data transfer. If it's decentralized, how do all the parts send data back and forth? There are 2 big paradigms here: message passing and structured data synchronization. Email, ActivityPub, Noster, I would argue, are message passing. A lot of these definitions are fuzzy, Noster, but it's more message passing. Structured synchronization, definitely ATproto, Farcaster, built into the protocol that the relays in Farcaster talk to each other. IndieWeb is kind of both by virtue of it using thin pings. It sends messages, but it doesn't send the content. It says, ask me for the content. So it kind of does both. Identity. I've heard a lot about identity. There is location-based identity, so DNS is email, ActivityPub, web. Nostr is key pairs, like nothing that remotely smells centralized, so let me generate my key pair offline here, and you generate yours, and that's our identities. Very decentralized, but if you forget your password, you SOL. It's not so great. Farcaster is blockchain. AtProto again, in the intersection, it's got the key pair based, it's got the DNS based. By virtue of doing DIDs, maybe one day it'll use blockchain too. Who knows, or at least support it. But yeah. Object identity. So yeah, email message IDs. It's your domain, your SMTP server's domain plus something you generate. Lots of URIs, web and ActivityPub IDs are all URIs. Lots of content addressing. Nostr and Farcaster use hashes. And then AtProto in the middle doing all the things, or a couple of the things at least. I should go back and say, yeah, so here it's specifically at URIs and SIDs, which are hashes. And so depending on what you're doing, you're going to point to one or both. One or the other or both, yeah. Data model, I got nothing for you. Everyone does their own thing. Like, in the team's words, this is our novel version of NIH syndrome. But it's not AtProto alone doing their own thing. Everyone does their own thing. I mean, email is, what was it, RFC 2822, web's HTML, ActivityPub, at least that's serialization, but still, there's very little coherence on data model, so primitive types, like IPLD and AtProto, or on schemas, despite RDF. Serialization, we at least have some coherence. Still a lot of them doing their own thing, text, HTML, protobuf. But there is a lot of JSON, AtProto, ActivityPub, Nostr. I'm missing the DAG CBOR thing here, which counts. Samir asked about car files. That's very serialization, but even when I tried to capture all the things AtProto does, it's doing more things I didn't capture, so it's all the things. Transports, some more coherence, SMTP, yeah. HTTP, a lot of them, or at least, yeah, web, ActivityPub. Nostr is WebSocket. AtProto, ¿por qué no los dos? And then, gRPC and libp2p, God love them. I love both of those. I mean, not the most popular choices, but yeah, they work. Where do semantics live? So there's this isn't, business is the wrong word, but there is business logic to this. Who does the business logic, or where does the business logic? If you, connecting replies, applying reposts, that's logic you have to run somewhere. Lots of them need this or do this on both server and client. Email, web, ActivityPub, AtProto. Oddly, the Nostr and Farcaster usually are doing the exact same thing. Here, they're pretty split. This is not perfect, but Farcaster, it's largely on the server side. Nostr, it's very on the client side. Monetization, getting a little less technical here. Again, very little coherence. Email, is spam the business model? I don't know, something. Web, you pay for hosting. Fediverse hates money in all forms, as far as I can tell. So you don't pay for hosting. You generously give money of yourself to your host, but we would never call it paying for hosting. AtProto. Has anyone seen the AtProto business model? Can you check under your chair, see if you find the business model? It's not t-shirts. It is maybe t-shirts. It's definitely not ads. It's almost certainly not ads. It's probably not ads. Probably not ads. Nostr and Farcaster are the two here who have a coherent story for payments at least, and maybe business model. Microtransactions. So Nostr does Zaps, which are Lightning on Bitcoin. Farcaster does Ethereum and what else? USDC. So yeah. Governance. A few commonalities here. There are standards bodies, so emails IETF. AtProto is probably heading toward IETF, hopefully. And Brian, near and dear to my heart. Web and ActivityPub or W3C. Nostr and Farcaster are interesting. They're very community, like emergent to a fault. Like anyone can add something in, and then some people implement it, some people don't, and so you have this, to Dan's word, like you have this tyranny of the unstructuredness, I think, in the standards themselves, which is trade-offs, Not all bad, but not all good. Okay, so what are some trends we've seen here over time? We take the very long history view. Everyone does this back in the telegraph days, and I'm not going quite that far, but you go back a while, you look at mainframes and time sharing. They're centralized. You look at the early commercial internet services, not ARPANET, but AOL, Prodigy, CompuServe, centralized. You start moving ahead, like email was clearly federated, ActivityPub is federated, the other direction was P2P, web, and a bunch of these smaller protocols, SSB, famously. But we have now maybe converging on a couple things. Key things here are key pairs for identity, not solely, but key pairs for identity are pretty common in a bunch of these places. And relays as servers, these aggregators and interchange points that don't own users, but do a lot of the kind of heavy lifting to get stuff between people. This is AtProto, Nostr, Farcaster. This is the end-to-end principle. You heard Peter talk about this earlier today. He compared it to kind of a non-technical idea, but technically, you look at key pairs and relays, those kind of embody smarts at the end points and dumb pipes. So the end-to-end principle is like back in the IETF networking days. This is, you make the network largely dumb pipes, you implement all the TCP, congestion control, guaranteed delivery at the endpoints. And so I think we're seeing that in a lot of ways in these protocols too. Okay, so let's look at a lot of these endpoints. Where are these different protocols like heading toward currently? A lot of key pairs, a lot of relays. DNS for handles, this is AtProto, Nostr, among others. Content addressing, microtransactions, maybe community governance, I don't know, WebSocket. So if we kind of Frankenstein these all together and say, like, if we had a protocol that did all these, what would it be? At the first AtProto conference, I'm proud to announce to you that, drum roll, that protocol looks a lot like, wait, I'm sorry, there must be some mistake. Let me see if I can figure this out. Okay. If we put it all together, drum roll, we get AtProto almost. Not quite, but almost. It's doing most of these things. The governance, probably, well, I don't know, it's different, maybe better than community. Microtransactions, not yet. Yeah, maybe we'll get there. But interestingly, yeah, like, I don't hang out a lot on Nostr. We'll see, but it's doing seemingly all of these kind of endpoint trends right now. But this is not the end of history. We're going to keep going and keep figuring out new ways to do things. But it's an interesting one to look at. I am not, I didn't come up with this idea. Gordon Brander, who made the subconscious and noosphere protocols, kind of noted this, but he's seeing some convergence, which is cool. If you hate this idea of Nostr, as a reminder, my name is Paul Frazee, PFRAZEE.com. Please at me. As penance for getting up here at the AtProto conference and telling you Nostr is so great, I have a public apology to make. Way back in the day, this was 2021, the dinosaur era of Blue Sky. Before they put out ADX, AtProto, or anything else, they did a contest. Hey, we're doing this decentralized thing. We'd love to hear ideas. If you could connect your social profiles in a decentralized way that was provable, how would you do it? So I said, I've been hanging out with IndieWeb for a while. We kind of do this. I will put together an IndieWeb entry. A couple other people did too. I figured, it's not new, but we got this solved. I sent it in. Some other people won. I got an honorable mention, which was really nice. But at this point in time, looking at what I had seen from the Blue Sky team, their paper they put out on a bunch of different protocols, where they came from, and what they had talked about, I figured they were kind of on the blockchain, DNS is not decentralized enough model, and so web, like they would say, oh no. A friend of mine, Brett Slatkin, who was involved in Blue Sky early on, said, hey, what happened? Why didn't they like it? Do they hate DNS? And me assuming a bunch of things, and at Twitter 2021, what do? You go shoot your mouth off. And I said, yeah, they hate DNS. Turns out they kind of like DNS. Who knew? So, up here in front of everyone, I would like to say to the Blue Sky team, Jay, I humbly apologize for maligning your good name and saying you hated DNS. I was wrong. I've never been so happy to be wrong. If you want to look at more of the protocol comparison stuff, it's in the Bridgie Fed docs. So great to be here. This is going to be a blast. Have a great show. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ryan. Really appreciate that.
Sorry?
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Up next, we have, sure.
I will say that in 2021, the Blue Sky team was just me doing a Wizard of Oz thing behind the curtain using the royal we, and I apologize for not reading all the proposals in depth because I was pretending there was a team and it was me.
Thanks, Jay. Okay. Sammer? Up next, we have Sammer from the Fedica team. Thank you for all these lightning talks. And thank you also for bearing with us while we were doing the quick changes and the like. Okay. All right. We can do HDMI directly if you'd like.
Working. Making sure everything is working.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I can help you with that.
So Ryan is a tough act to follow, not just because he's tall, but also because he's entertaining. But I'll try my best. Uh-oh. Not working. Also, I have computer problems, so.
You got a USB-C thing right there, right? Let's give it a shot. Yeah. It's a Dell.
Just Windows. Okay. That is not good.
We've got a little padding in the schedule, so please bear with us for a second.
Okay.
Yeah, if you mirror those, see if that'll work.
Don't know why is not detect. It's doing something.
And this is how you know this is a community volunteer-run conference, so thank you again.
Okay. Sure. Okay, but I need to demo, which is going to be, okay. All right. Hang on. Let me see if I can fix this.
Cool. So how is everybody enjoying things so far? Thank you again, Ryan, for the talk and also the comparisons. Really enjoyed the breadth of talks so far, and really appreciate the unpretentiousness of everybody who's gotten up. And so also to all the speakers, thank you for making me look awesome, because of course I'm just standing here holding a mic and vamping, and appreciate that.
Let's do the no demo thing, it's fine.
Okay. All right, we're gonna try one more dongle here.
It's probably my computer is busted. Okay. That's okay. It's probably my fault.
Okay, here's another question that I've got for y'all. Who is from the furthest away from here right now? I've been really curious about how far people have been traveling from. Is there anybody from a time zone that is more than 6 hours different from here? Okay.
I just put it on the drive.
Jasper. Anyone else? Okay, not in the room. Cool.
Okay.
Oh,
It's
yep.
copied.
Julia.
It's PowerPoint. You can read PowerPoint. Okay. Good.
All right, anybody from south of the equator? No, okay, not in the room right now. But one of the reasons why I also ask is we're interested in where the community wants to go with meetups that happen in other places, right? Part of this being a broader community is not just that we can all come together in Seattle, but we can find other opportunities to get together and have new ideas, try new things, and we're really excited that Ahoy is happening next month in Hamburg, and interested in seeing what else we can kick off and more things that can be built around the world.
Okay.
Cool.
Sorry,
Got it?
guys.
Oh no, you're
Almost.
totally good. This is always the risk. I can either demand that all the presenters give me their slides ahead of time, or we can debug things, and that is a-okay. In fact, it's been amazing that we're live streaming all of this stuff on ATproto right now through Streamplace, which has been incredible, and seeing all of the conversations come in has been really cool. So thank you again, Eli, and the team that you've brought here today. That's true. Rabble did come all the way from New Zealand, so that's probably the furthest we can get. I don't think we have anybody from Antarctica, do we? Yeah. And also, it's kind of crazy that the sun actually came out for us. It was nice to see Blaine literally standing in a sunbeam for his talk. For him reliving his trauma, basically, and glad that he was able to share that with us, and then excited to have everybody here to enjoy this.
Before I do that, I will need to do a demo. So I'll just do
Okay.
this. Can I open a browser?
Yeah, you should be able to.
Sorry, I can't see.
I'll just do. You good with Safari?
Yes, Safari fine. Okay.
Yep.
Oh, I lost it.
One last thing, got to log in for the demo.
I really can't see it.
Oh, and thank you to everybody who is tuning in through the live stream and also bearing with us at the moment. And thank you for all of the discussion out online as well.
Is this connected to the web? Yes.
Yeah, it should. Nope, it's not. Give me 2 seconds and I'll get that set up. Sorry, I needed to connect this to the Wi-Fi.
All right. You know, we lost too much time.
Okay. Here, I will get out of your way while I set that up.
Yep.
Would you like to introduce yourself first?
Yeah, okay, so sorry guys for all the technical glitches. Samuel Batran here. I'm the founder of Fedica. So just perfect. So I'm trying to get something set up here, and I said the Ryan was tough act to follow, but it sounds like it was really tough act to follow. Let me just get everything set up.
Okay.
And we did it. Okay,
Cool.
we're
All
good
right.
to go.
Well, let's try this again, and we'll get you plugged in. Good on that.
Okay, great. View.
Oh, it's not mirroring the screen. Let me do that really quickly for you. Let's see. Go boop. All right, sure. Command F1.
And Command
All right, we
F5.
got it.
Welcome to VoiceOver.
Is it Command
VoiceOver
F5?
speaks descriptions of items on the screen. Welcome to VoiceOver. VoiceOver speaks descriptions.
All right. You should be good on that. You should be able to just hit
How do you play?
play. Slideshow. Play from start?
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Shall we start again? All right.
Starting over.
Cool. Thank you, everybody, for bearing with us on that.
Thank you for your patience. Okay. So Sam Rabatran here, founder of Fedica. So let me start by doing an origin story. So just like in the theme of the morning. So there is, where did we come from? So 15 years ago, I built this little tool called TweepsMap. And TweepsMap took your Twitter followers, put them on a map. What's not to like? Geography, I love geography. Social media, and the world used to have open APIs. It was based on Twitter API and Google Maps API. Both of them were open. Sadly, neither of them is open today. So TweepsMap evolved into a client. Basically, it's a different kind of client where you would be able to navigate your social graph in different ways that you cannot do with regular clients. Allow you to segment your followers, allow you to see who engages with you, allows you to look at your social media in a different way. And that was focused on Twitter. A lot of the service kept growing. We got like millions of users using the service. And a lot of our customers kept asking, we want you to do the same thing on other social networks. Unfortunately, that thing was not possible because those social networks were not open. A lot of them, Facebook, et cetera, Instagram, were not really open social networks. So we couldn't do the same thing that those social networks did. Then along came 2022, and I'm not sure how many people know here. 2022 had a lot of changes in social media. So new platforms started coming. Decentralized social media became a thing. Everyone trying to move to Mastodon. A lot of people liked it. A lot of people didn't like it. So there was a lot of changes. And then other platforms came along. Blue Sky came along as well. So we decided we're actually going to add support for all those. So we started with Mastodon. And we implemented a lot of our capabilities for exploring, navigation, and publishing. And then we saw what Blue Sky had to offer, and we loved the idea. We loved the concept. We loved the openness. We loved how easy it is to work with. So we added support for Blue Sky, and we were, I believe we're the first service to ever support Blue Sky in the early 2023. Just had like a few thousand users, and we added support for it. And then later on, a year later, we added PixelFed. Initially, we built only publishing for Blue Sky, but then we kept adding capabilities to do things like analytics, engagement stats, and then finally the discovery tools. So we really wanted to help people understand what their audience is. Okay. So I'm just going to quick a demo because we left quite a bit of time, but I'll just show you a couple of things that you could do with our service. So one.
We've got padding. You can just keep going.
Okay, great. So one thing you can see is the ability to really understand what happened to your audience. So you can understand, get the demographics of your audience, how your account is changing over time. I am on the wrong account, sorry. I'm not supposed to be demoing Twitter. Okay. Okay, I'm not able to do this. Not able to click for some reason.
And actually, we still have your logo up on the screen.
Oh, okay.
So let's see what
Okay,
there you go.
perfect. Uh-oh.
Trying to give a presentation, or?
No, that's the one I want to demo. But I want to maximize it. 1 second.
Oh, yeah. The green button right there.
Okay. So one of the things, one of the things that we could show you, we could do is the ability to understand what's happening to your account, but our focus is on users, on people, not just on stats. So we're able to show you who really engaged with your content, who really is navigating. So in a sense, it's a different kind of client that allows you to see who, your social media in a different way. We'll also show you what is the demographic and content of your audience. And then the next one I wanted to show is, community analysis. I don't know why it's popping up. Okay. The next thing I wanted to show is a community analysis. Here you'll be able to see what's happening to your audience, how it's changing, what's their demographic, and a lot of that stuff is actually based on algorithm that we developed in-house. And then finally, this is a new tool that we actually launching just today, just for the conference. It's the ability to navigate the entire Blue Sky space. So instead of, it's one way for you to actually discover people on Blue Sky is to log into, to this tool and then be able to enter your own query to find what is basically queries. You want to find people who have a specific interest or specific keywords in their profile. You can navigate to different types of criteria. So if you wanted to find founders with a specific number of followers, you can enter all that information and we'll be able to basically find them for you in this tool. So that's all the things I wanted to demo. I just wanted to go back to the slides. There we go. No.
It's minimized.
Sorry, I'm a Windows person, and I was giving a Mac. Okay.
Give me 1 second. I'm going to get you back to your stuff.
Okay, so what was it like to build on ATproto? So I wanted to talk about a couple of things here. We basically started, we love the fact that it's an open platform. We love the fact that it gives you a lot of abilities. But we ran a lot of difficulties along the path. So one of the things that we ran into, one of the problems is the rate limits are IP-based. So it's great if you're building a mobile app. If you're building a server app with millions of users, that really doesn't scale very well. Or it doesn't work at all. So one of the challenges we had was that we need to overcome those. So then we thought, okay, we could use PDSs or car files and jet streams. Unfortunately, those two things had only source data. So it will contain what you like, who you follow, but it doesn't tell you who's following you, who is liking your post, who's engaging with you. So that was missing. So in the end, what we ended up doing is basically importing the entire Blue Sky database onto our end, all the car files, enrich it with Jetstream data, and then build our own app view that sits on top of it. And then we query the app view ourselves, and basically that's what we have, is we have an app view, which is, I believe it's the vision that the Blue Sky team has, is you create your own app view when you're building an app, and that is what it allows you to basically create a new client, a new experience based on the Blue Sky database. I'm going to end here, and I'm sorry for all the technical difficulties today.
Thank you so much. Sorry for sticking you with a Mac, and I really appreciate it. Yeah, what you've built is really cool. It's interesting to see analytical tools in this space. So we've got Dan up next, Dan Hahn. Yes, and thank you for bearing with us on all the technical issues.
Oh, I forgot. I've got an HDMI.
Yes, some Macs have HDMI ports, so we'll go directly in.
What do I want to show on Crystal? Standard display.
Okay, and up next we have. Yep, probably want.
Oh wait, no, I don't want that.
You can change it. You can mirror. You can choose the mirror.
Oh my God. You can tell there's been a pandemic and I haven't done this in ages.
Say again?
Oh my God, you can tell there's been a pandemic and I haven't done this in ages. I don't want to, yeah. Okay, yeah, I want to extend the display, and when I present, I want to present on the other display, not on my display.
What we're doing with the other Mac was that if you mirror it, it'll actually automatically set up presenter mode.
It does?
Yeah.
So they had to make it magic, so you have to understand how to use it.
Yes.
Okay. All right, choose content. Start mirroring.
Yep. And then just hit play.
Ah, no. Oh, right, okay. Now I don't get my presenter notes. Oh wait, that's because it's, hang on. Sorry. I do not have my presenter notes.
Oh, you want it? Oh, you want it the other way? Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, now go ahead and hit play.
This is incredibly embarrassing. Hi, I'm Dan. I also had a Jaiku account, so that makes three of us. I'm a person on the internet who most recently has been spending time accidentally making government technology better. I'm going to try and get through to the break as quickly as possible for you, and if I do a great job, then maybe some of you will be a bit excited as well. And I'm going to do that lightning talk thing where I'm going to try and get through 65 slides in 900 seconds, and I've already used 33. Right. I want to run a heist to steal and bring back something from our fully automated luxury gay space communism future and give it to everyone, something that might help improve social networks. And you're thinking, Dan, what's the deal? You better nail the landing on this. So I'm going to start here. People are terrible. Well, no, wait, I can be more accurate. People on the internet are terrible, or people are terrible on the internet. Here's one of the ways that they are terrible on the internet, which is that some of them are sometimes sea lions. This is an excerpt from the classic sea lining Wondermark cartoon from 2014, and it names that famous troll behavior of when you have an opinion about something, and then someone turns up in the manner of a sea lion and tries to argue with you by constantly pretending to politely ask you to justify your claims, which you don't have to do at all because they are a random stranger and you want them to go away. People are also terrible on the internet in this way as well, which is practically poetry, and I'm going to read it out loud. And I think that will also be better in my English accent. So this is Coolie Bravo Avocado emoji saying, Twitter, the only place where well-articulated sentences still get misinterpreted. You can say, I like pancakes, and somebody will say, so you hate waffles? No, bitch. That's a whole new sentence. WTF is you talking about? And we know this happens because people are trolls, they are rude, but sometimes this is excusable because the context of the speech that they're replying to has collapsed, and if you had context collapse on your bingo card, then you win for this one. What do I mean by that? Well, I think it might be helpful to incorporate coding of intent, to have some sort of extra textual coding so that when we communicate on social networks, it's not just the pure text that's visible, not just the pure text that you're responding to, so that there's more nuance, so that you can even get across some sort of the emotional content. How can I make it easier for you to understand me, and how can I make it easier for me to be understood? Now, we know that the best way of dealing with a problem is by dealing with it with a joke, because that way, if anything goes wrong about it, you can say that that was totally supposed to be funny and it wasn't supposed to work. You are not allowed to do that if you're a fascist or a Nazi. No, that doesn't work. So over a year ago, I made some joke images for people to add to posts on Mastodon, which is the other social network. I made something like this. For example, that you could attach to your post to stop people from asking you why you hate waffles whenever you express your preference for pancakes. It just simply tells people to do not reply to tell me why a thing I like is bad. Here's one for when you're just making an observation and you don't want people to help you because you are just talking out loud on the internet and you never asked for any help. This is the one where you're just complaining about something and you don't want anyone to reply to your complaining about something. You probably get the idea with this one. You probably get a very, very specific idea with this one. And so on, and so on. Here's the one for Cory Doctorow. Here's the one if you're Jamie Zawinski and you're making blog posts about what you should do if you have a particular problem. And here's one if you are a woman. So I really wanted to find a way. I'm really interested in this concept of we have such a low limited bandwidth, such a low dimension way of communicating, and so many of these problems happen because we just lose all of that information just through pure text. And we don't really have good ways of dealing with it. This is someone talking about how using text markers like /s to indicate sarcasm and /j for meaning joking are just confusing. I mean, we could use these text markers like we used 30, 40 years ago when all we had were keyboards and Usenet. But it gets confusing because we don't know when one of these means being serious instead of joking. So how might we do any of this better? Well, here's a ludicrously abbreviated selection of references around the problem of how might we think about conveying rich meaning alongside speech, alongside just text speech. This, if you're familiar with the work of Ian M. Banks, these are his sketches of what the drones would look like from the culture universe. And here's what Banks would have to say about drones, and this is the part that I really like. For 1,000 years or more, culture drones had had aura fields, which colored according to their mood, their equivalent of facial expression and body language. But Jace, a drone in this case, was old, made long before aura fields were thought of, and had refused to be refitted to accommodate them. It preferred either to rely on its voice to express what it felt or to remain inscrutable. So what might that look like? What might auras look like to convey intent and emotion in a completely fictional universe? Well, it might look like this. Or in another book, in The Player of Games, it might look like this. This drone's aura field switched to a mixture of red and brown, humorous pleasure and displeasure. Together, a contrary signal close to a direct result. Ignore this machine, Gerges says to a young man. It likes to annoy people, which I interpret really that it's a drone that enjoys shitposting, which is a thing that I also enjoy. So red and brown are also one of my favorite colors. There have been other ways to do this as well. This is one of my favorite things, which is Microsoft Comic Chat. It was from 1996. It was a presentation layer on top of IRC, so you could use it as a regular IRC client. And it had a wheel for you to select your emotional intent that you could wrap around text that would be used to display your comic avatar. That would be animated and displayed in different ways according to the context, the emotional context that you imbued to your speech. It was brilliant, absolutely wonderful. You would get it if you got Internet Explorer 5. And then for some reason, they stopped it. There should be a Slack app for this. We use emoji as well. We use emoji in some ways to express the entire breadth of human experience, especially in ways that people are very embarrassed about. We also do this in video games. So this is the real, actual metaverse, which is Fortnite, which I see a lot because my son plays it all the time, and it's where he spends most of his money. But this is how, in Fortnite, you select your emotes for when you're playing, and you just want to show how you're feeling. Users wonderful. Games really love using pie menus. So what am I talking about here? Is this all some sort of cry for multimodal alt text for context? Some sort of markup for how am I feeling when I'm talking about this thing, and how do I want you to understand how I'm feeling? Well, I got together with Florian, who is my design partner, who is somewhere in this room, hiding at the back. That's not where designers are supposed to be. We're supposed to be right next to each other and working together. So I started working with Florian on turning those not a joke images into really proper not a joke images. And then I'm going to show you some of the reference that we worked through, some of the imagery. Florian's really good. I occasionally got to include stuff that I like, this is Ron Cobb's semiotic standard, the visual language that he put together for the film Alien. We both agree that the New York subway system diagram is brilliant. And there's some more, and some more, and some more. Florian enjoyed making icons and still does. We figured out how we might display these cards, these ways, these URL addressable ways of showing intent on the web. We translated them into French and German, and we made stickers out of them, which you can get from me and you can get online. And we even made positive themed ones, because it's not nice to always be negative. One's about how viewing source was one of the things that changed the entire world, and about how the best days of the internet are ahead of us, and how we can take back the internet together. So we made all of those, and one of the questions is, did they actually work in any way whatsoever, or were they still just a joke? Well, here's Erica Joy. She has a few followers on most social networks, probably around 30,000 or more on each one. And this is her talking about how she likes binging romantasy books. And then she used the "do not tell me why the thing I like is bad" card, which is very nice because I didn't tell her to use that. And they work. The people who have used these have gotten less shitty replies, I think, than they would have if they did not use them. The one type of reply that they did get was people taking issue with the fact that they used these in the first place, and they're like, why do you need cards like this? If you're posting something on the internet, you should expect replies. Why are you posting anyway? Erica also, that's her doing it again. Mike Masnick used them. He also is followed by some people. He used the one "do not comment on my observation" to hopefully stave off people when he had opinion about the US government's attitude towards TikTok. And lastly, this is Erica using them as well, using the mansplaining one, I think preemptively using it on threads and basically saying that it should be built into threads. Now, this is the first set of 10, and out of those 10, the top 3 that were used were the "do not attempt to help" one, do not tell me why the thing I like is bad, and do not comment on my observation, which are not necessarily the ones that I thought might be the top 3, but both is depressing and also confirms any of the suspicions that I had about how people behave on the internet. So what I'm looking for, what I would really, really like is a way, a significantly better way, because these are just images. You take the URL, you stick it in your post, and then it gets populated, it gets a preview. You know, we like to provide alt text and everything like that. But I want a much better way of being able to show what I mean and how I feel when I say something, so that you are not a dick to me, or so that I get better replies and we understand each other better. And this is why I want us to run a heist and steal something back from our fully automated luxury gay space communism future, like those drone auras. So what can we build, and how can we build it that will give that richer context and help people be understood? How would we add that context, and how would we display it? Because we do have the bad, this is a reminder of some of the bad ways that we have for it now. We have tone tags that someone's pointed out, I showed you earlier, that are confusing. And they're really, they're really old. They're indecipherable. They're culturally specific, which is terrible for translation and internationalization. They are very low bandwidth. They don't convey much information. They basically are shorteners. They're compression for text, for other words. And, you know, it's not, things that are old don't necessarily have to be bad. I think we can do a lot better than this. Mastodon, for example. Mastodon has the concept of content warnings, which is just a text field. You can put whatever you want in there, and it's up to the behavior of the client. So the client can decide it will just display the content of the content warning field, and then you need to interact with that to be able to see what's behind it. In this case, I am just telling people that I am just ranting. We have things like emoji pickers, but emoji pickers, they are intertextual, so you have to use them inside the speech. They don't wrap around the entire speech act. Also, emoji pickers are super annoying because they are slow. You have to scroll through them. And if you're talking about expressing emotional intent and you actually want people to do it, it needs to be fluid and it needs to be easy, because it's like body language, because it's like tone, because it's like the prosody in your voice when you are talking to someone, when you're using that kind of rich communication method. Now, the ways that we might display it, this is brilliant. This is Endra's X-block labeler, which is just one of the ways that Blue Sky supports at least messing with content through a labeling system. This is another way, you know, video games have found ways to do this. This is from Sims 4. This is how you understand the emotional context and the mood of each of the Sims. And I showed this earlier as well. This is like video games that are the actual metaverse and not what Meta is trying to make. They've solved these problems. They know about them for a long time. They have, like, this works because my son has spent money buying things that go into this UI ring, right? And he uses them, and millions of other people use them, and it makes Epic a shit ton of money. Like, this is a way that people use, and they also have voice chat. They're not just using text chat. You might be thinking, well, we could just put an LLM in it. Someone probably has that idea. We could always use some AI. And this is from the developer documentation for 11 Labs, which is a text-to-speech startup building AI to shape the future of communication, ensuring content is understood by everyone everywhere, which is a pretty tall order, and I would argue isn't possible with the state-of-the-art LLMs. And so this, from their developer docs, they say that the way for you to produce emotions with their state-of-the-art software is to use narrative context, which, for example, is to say, when you put your speech into it, you say, "Oh no," he said, in a scared way, and it would say that in a scared way. Or that you would tag the text. It does point out, though, they do point out, though, that if you do tag the text, occasionally their text their audio generation will read out the tag as well, which is not so smart. So we should not put an LLM in it, because I think one of the principles here is that if we are trying to show, if we're trying to convey more expression in speech acts in how we communicate, then I need to be in control. I do not want it, I need to have certainty that what's being displayed is my speech. If it is being translated, I need to have autonomy and I need to understand what is being translated and what is being produced and put out there for me. I am over time. We could do this. Ish, can we do this in Blue Sky right now? Can we do this in rich text or could we use labels? Like, not really. Rich texts, you know, maybe you could extend facets, but that would work around individual words inside of the actual text post, I think. In theory, you're supposed to be able to attach labels to your own post. That needs to be supported by the application and the client. But while you can and might be able to create labels that get across or might be composable for emotional intent, here's what the developer docs say. They say, while it may be possible to expand the self-labeling vocabulary by adding more global label definitions, we caution against aggressive policing culture that can form around self-labeling, which is true, but I don't think is a reason to not try anyway. We could try doing this at the ATproto level, at the ATproto layer. So we can use labels there, we can use lexicons there. We could try and use labels at that level to allow composable emotional context like the example from earlier, like when the drone displayed a mixture of red and brown to show humorous pleasure and displeasure together in the way that emoji can be composable as well. Again, the developer docs there say you can stick whatever you want, more or less. I'm going to be hit by people who understand the protocol much better than I do. But the value field for that label to keep the protocol flexible and allow future development of ontologies, norms, and governance and structures very little about the semantics, behavior, and known values of the string are specified here, which is basically saying if you want to go and try and define an ontology and a schema for the entire realm of physical human experience and the emotions therein, then go straight ahead and then just try and go into that pit of snakes by yourself, which again isn't a reason not to try. Of course, you might do all of that, and then you still might accidentally create the torment nexus, because after you have done all of that, you might have accidentally provided a crap ton more contextual information that could be used to profile people. You are providing a crap ton more of information, you know, and you don't even know whether it's accurate or not. It's just the ability to provide more information that can be used to feed the insatiable token prediction engines. I said that I would try and end on something inspirational. I would really like this to happen. I really think that we need ways to be more expressive. I really am excited about the way that ATproto and the Blue Sky Lexicon offer the possibility of that, and something that I would love to see. We should do this.
Thank you so much. Oh, wow. That's real hot. Thank you so much, Dan. And yes, go to Dan's website. You can buy stickers there. They're amazing. We will be back here. We've got a break until the top of the hour. Okay. All right. Mosh, if you want to.
this way. Time to set you down, okay, enjoy the view. Lost baggage of a wicked youth. What you don't understand now, what you can't understand, you can make it mean anything or anything you want. You can make it mean anything or anything you want. You can make it mean anything or anything you want.
I never work for free. No, I can't give up what never belonged to me. I never work for free. Like an incantation I've been repeating. Looking back from the outer edge, I'm still the same. Looking back from the outer edge, I changed my name just to stay the same. Just to stay the same. Filling up with the traveling man. I'll make him not do whatever I can. Filling up with the traveling man. I'll make him not do whatever I can. Got me looking for love. Got me looking for love. A little sympathy goes a long way, but never comes easily. Even a young girl knows that the first snow lands right where the cold wind blows. A single syllable contained my history. Never knew one word could mean so much to me. Filling up with the traveling man. I'll make him not do whatever I can. Filling up with the traveling man. I'll make him not do whatever I can. Touching me with such sweet blindness, hiding where our past can't find us. You're the fun, you are the door. Oh, baby, I need more. I can live on metaphors. Oh, baby, I need more. Filling up with the traveling man. Gonna make him mine, do whatever I can. Filling up with the traveling man. Gonna make him mine, do whatever I can. You got me looking for love. You got me looking for love.
I'm a little sunshine when the sun shines on the wrong day. And I believe my bed is a constant bearer of these sunshades. Cause I'm a little sunshine when the sunlight beckons. I wake up, oh, I won't wake up.
I make my days, my nights. That's when my heart gets pumping. I'll take you for a ride. My nights only just started. Show me some place I like. Make me feel like I'm dreaming. Oh, and I won't wake up. Though I don't know where I'm going. control. You keep me gazing, I keep you close. Time is ticking, and the current makes it hard to resist. It's unnatural the way I am lost in this. You asked to meet me, and I insist. Can't you feel it streaming across the walls? It's magnetic. It pulls me forward, begging me to fall. And if it's right, will these pieces fit together? Will you and I collide into each other? Footsteps shaking. I have never crossed a line like this before. Yet I won't waver as I walk across the floor. You were waiting, and I am yours. Can't you feel it streaming across the walls? It's magnetic. It pulls me forward, begging me to fall. And if it's right, will these pieces fit together?
Thank you very much, everybody. Welcome to the final block for the day. I hope that y'all have all had a good time so far. I've been having a really good time. Thank you. So I'm really excited about the lightning talks that we have this afternoon and Ms. Bilba's talk to close out the day. And coming up next, I want to introduce Mosh, who is from IPFS and is going to be talking about thinking past skeets. So thank you very much. And please kick it off. Yeah, round of applause would be great. Thank you. Oh, I think we lost your screen, so if you hit the... Sure, we'll try that. Bear with us for a moment while we figure out where Google Chrome has decided to stash this window that we had just put up. Yeah, let's just do it again. Ooh. Okay, flipped it. We did find the window, though, so now we just got to get back in the right place. Yeah, we'll just try it again with the presenter view and figure out if... All right, we'll just do it this way. Boop. All right. Thanks. Oh, okay. Sorry, I've got the mute on for that. Okay, there you go.
Great, thank you. Hi, everyone. It's great to be here this weekend. Really fun vibes here at this event. So thank you so much to all the organizers and speakers and volunteers. I'm Mosh from the IPFS Foundation. IPFS is a project that spun out of Protocol Labs last year after about 10 years. We have been building building blocks for working with content addressing and decentralized networks. I've been working in tech for a long time, mostly in the intersection of software systems and open society. And for my first job out of college, I interviewed with one of these social media platforms. I didn't take a second interview because I thought, I want to work on something more important than silly little online blurbs. So I don't really have any regrets, but wow, I was very wrong about the importance of silly little blurbs, because after 20 years, they have changed from a toy that randos on the internet were playing with to a real global force. Is social media a good thing or a bad thing for democracy? Pew Research showed in 2022, most people said social media is a good thing for democracy. The US is an outlier, actually. So you look at the graph, the US is the second one down, skewing very negative, but almost all of the other respondents still believe that social media is a good thing for democracy. So speaking of hope, there you go. There's not a separate imaginary world online, and people share things from our real world lives, our thoughts, feelings, photos, events, organizing, bringing our real world life into the matrix, and then using what happens online, the discourse, conversations, calls to action to change minds or create movements offline. So other than ALF jokes, what makes up a movement? There's a lot of different things, from policy pressure, community building, educational outreach, rapid mobilization. A lot of these have been in full view over the past 15 years especially. And I want to take a quick deep dive in this talk into the last two. And those are eyewitness reporting and documentary evidence as used on social media. I met a group from the Sudan Human Rights Network last month. They coordinate more than 40 grassroots groups in Sudan. They maintain archives, investigate and verify incidents, and coordinate resources. They have a few different archiving projects or archiving focuses for both open source and closed source media. So open source being social media, stuff that's publicly accessible, and closed source being direct submission of video or photos from their partner organizations. These examples get submitted, reviewed by a human, before being added to an archive or shared with their partners to near-term action like monitoring or aid. So eventually this evidence may get submitted to the International Criminal Court. There's a lot more on their website, but if you take away anything from this quick peek at their stack and their programs, it's this. Submitting a link to a social media post is just one of at least 8 steps in how organizations like these use, reuse, and make sense of what happens online. So the way that a post is packaged, accessed, the metadata that's included, how easy API access is, that all matters to how useful or how impactful a social media post can be and how it lives on after the initial event. Another example here is from the Starling Lab. It's a collaboration that partnered with the USC Shoah Foundation and Stanford University to build a framework for journalistic integrity. So this includes tools to hash images with IPFS CIDs up front, but also inspect the source and provenance of photos. They've even partnered with phone and camera manufacturers to bake EXIF data like GPS location and timestamp info into the image metadata. I know this morning someone proposed, let's scrub all the metadata from images and media. I just want to urge you to consider that sometimes anonymity is a goal, sometimes provenance and verification is an oppositional goal. So the Starling Project published an interactive article in Rolling Stone magazine last year. It's pretty cool. If you click the button in the lower left of these photos, you can inspect it with Starling tools and see all of the metadata. So Blue Sky also has the same verification built in through its use of IPLD, which makes it a really powerful primitive, not just for designing open networks and growing a community of 33 million users online, but also for what you can do with this media outside of the network after this heat. So if you take one thing away from this talk, it's that social media artifacts are part of information journeys and pipelines far beyond what fits in a text box, and I think we should be building accordingly. So I want to seed a few ideas for AppProto and our community here to make a better social media and web landscape. The first is that AppProto has been designed to outlast Blue Sky, the company, right? And if you think about it, I think Blue Sky is delivering an impressive and incredible alternative to Twitter, but in middle-income countries, most people don't use Twitter. So 10 to 25% of people are on Twitter, 60 to 90% are on WhatsApp and Facebook, and they're prioritizing peer-to-peer and interpersonal communications maybe more than broadcasting. So those are forms of social media that are incredibly powerful and influential for people in a lot of parts of the world. So I urge us all to think about those types of interactions next and building alternatives for that. A second one is policy. So user intent proposal, I think recently shipped on the Blue Sky GitHub. This is a really great policy point to consider standardizing across the world, because with pipelines, like I was referring to earlier, they're scraping, and I think Fedico is showing this, Blue Sky is just one platform among many that these systems need to interoperate with, and so if we can have standardized intents or policies for data usage, it would make it a lot easier for those to be incorporated into these platform-wide tools. Another one is fighting bots and misinformation. I think 2010s were like a golden era for social media, and then the bots came. There has been research showing that a post on social media solidifies sentiment within 50 to 70 minutes. So if something's going to go viral, it happens within basically an hour. You have about an hour to fight misinformation before it really starts to spread and get locked in. And so all of our bot fighting and misinformation efforts, I think, have to be really cognizant of the fact that we have a really small window to take action. So build some bot fighter robots. Another one is content creation. So in the chain of content creation, in how video streams get made or images or photos get captured and processed and verified, please don't lose that metadata, and please content address everything. That will become incredibly valuable, I think, in the future for moderation, for reuse, for archiving, for processing. Another area is export and archiving, so thinking about how this integrates with existing web archiving tools like Web Recorder and other tools that are out there. And finally, thinking about analysis tools. There have been some really fantastic analysis tools or inspectors, playgrounds like CredBlue, for the Blue Sky community. I think another powerful layer for these analysis tools is incorporating things that happen outside the social network, like weather, natural disasters, election cycles, Taylor Swift's album release schedule, whatever you have, bringing events from the outside world and corroborating it or correlating it with activity that happens within a social network. So those are just some of the analysis tools that I'd love to encourage everyone to think about building. So speaking of building, within the IPFS project, we have, I think, two major technical and product focuses for this year. One is pushing for more decentralization from the hosted gateways, which is like pretty unrelated to the Blue Sky and AppProto communities. The other one is more modularity. So we've had modularity in our docs and website for 10 years. I think it's time to make it real and practical. We have 3 initiatives that are going on. You know, what we've seen over the years is that people are just carving out parts of this, you know, very complex, sprawling project and making it their own and taking the parts that they want to use, that you want to use, building your own implementations maybe, different libraries and languages, and so we want to double down on this. The first is the Dazzle initiative. You can find the website at dazzle.ing. This is a strict subset of IPFS CIDs and IPLD. It's intended to be much more lightweight, easy to use, published a spec in December, and there are 9 implementations today, some of which didn't know they were implementations until we published the spec. We sort of worked backwards to see what are people actually what are people actually implementing, like what do they need to use in their systems. Dazzle is part of a series of very cheesy jokes or puns, because we also have Razzle, so Razzle Dazzle, Mazzle for metadata, Bedazzle for big or Blake 3 Dazzle data, and all of these essentially form a family of specs that we hope will make content addressing much easier to use in any kind of web application. You can just take the pieces off the shelf that you need. We're preparing for an IETF submission in July and feeling pretty good about that, so cross your fingers and come work with us to make that real. The second initiative is CID profiles. I don't know how many people here have worked with CIDs, but we promise unique fingerprints, and we want to give you unique fingerprints. Right now, there are a lot of different defaults that can be configured to yield lots of different CIDs, and we want to make it much easier through a system of profiles to know exactly what you're asking for and what you're going to get. I put deterministic in quotes because it's actually deterministic today. It's just determined by a series of incredibly arcane settings. So we want to make that easier to use. We have a discussion on the IPFS Developer Forum. A proposal is coming out in April, and that would be a great one to get some feedback and ideas on. The last is CID Congress. This is a series of online meetings for content addressing nerds. Maybe there are some of you out there. Please come and talk about and improve CIDs, IPLD, CAR files, or find me today or tomorrow. But if you want to come to this online meeting, share your work, share your complaints, share your feedback or ideas, we'd love to have that. The next 2 are coming up in April and June, and you can find those on the IPFS Luma. I'll be sharing those links out too. The last one, the last thing I'd like to put out a plug for is that we are running a grants program focused on data utilities that work with IPLD, IPFS, CIDs, et cetera. They're small to mid-sized grants with 3 focus areas. One is CAR archive tools and utilities. The second is Dazzle testing suite. And then number 3 is improving data utilities for content addressing generally. So if you're interested in that, please check out the website or come find me. And with that, I just wanted to say thank you so much to the teams and people who've been building content addressing tools and systems over many, many years, especially Starling Lab, Numbers Protocol, the folks at Sudan Human Rights Hub for sharing their workflows, needs, and processes, and all of the people here who helped shape these projects and initiatives. You can find me on email or Blue Sky or in person here. And thank you very much, and keep on building in the free world.
Cool. Thank you very much, Michelle. All right. I know Cameron was in the other room, so just double checking if he's here already or not. Okay, not so far. All right. We will give everybody a few minutes. I'll be right back.
times I walk, late nights, the clock stopped. Another chance to say when, if this is what you want, we'll go again. Little son of mine, every letter that I write is to help you understand just the kind of man I am. You see, I'm full of holes, lately feeling getting old. I didn't learn till late in life, I've never reached great heights. And now I can't go back. No, I can't go back. I'd say I can't let go. Oh, 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 I can't let go of this. No, I can't let go. Oh, 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 I can't let go of you. Good to see your face again. Yeah, you see you got a nice smile, and you got your mother's eyes. But then we fell apart, learned to with half my heart. I hope you understand. I hope you understand. Now I can't go back. No, I can't go back. I'd say I can't let go. Oh, 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 I can't let go of this. No, I can't let go. Oh, 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 I can't let go of you. Your eyes, you lead me slowly. No one had ever told me one day that I'd be standing here. It breaks my heart after all that I've done. Must say I'm the fortunate one. Happy to know I'm safe. Happy to know you're safe. Can't let go. Oh, 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 oh. I can't let go of this. No, I can't let go. Oh, 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 oh. I can't let go of you. Can't let go. Oh, 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 oh. I can't let go of this. No, I can't let go. Oh, 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 oh. I can't let go of you.
I guess I'm real old school. Dude, I type on my phone like a boomer with like one finger. Okay, so.
No, I have padded the schedule, so you're totally good. You can take
Okay.
a bunch of time. It's like 10 minutes.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
And
Sorry
also,
for the miscommunication.
oh, that's okay. And thanks to Natalie. Is Natalie still in the room?
Yes.
For coming to find me.
Yep. Thank
She
you,
was
Natalie.
like, are you giving a talk right now?
Yeah. So thank you, everybody, for bearing with me. Yes. Apologies for the confusion. And
Okay, and then. Is that the
do you
one?
want to get JP?
Let's see.
Oh, yeah, there you go. You got a title bar up there, and
All right, well, it's over there now.
Okay.
I'm not going to mess with it because actually, no, I should probably mess with it a little. So I'll give you the intro while I like hurriedly try and get through this. But basically, the stuff that I work on is I've had this like project that I've been working on.
We'll
Okay. So I've been working on this project like on and off for like a year and a half. It started out as like this like Notion like Obsidian clone where you like feed stuff into the robot, and I was like, oh, okay, I'll do this like AI note-taking thing, and then everybody does like a stupid AI note-taking thing. I don't know if this is going to load because I might have bricked my computer for work purposes. I tried to compile something, and I think it's probably in like swap hell right now, so I don't know that we can talk to it. Actually, let's see. But basically the idea behind this project, I'm going to do this. I'm going to try that. And I don't know if this is going to mirror it, but the idea behind the project was I want like a robot to understand my knowledge fairly well. And so it ended up being this kind of knowledge graph situation where I have a robot, many robots now, look at all of the information that I have available on ATproto. So every kind of record. I'm starting to write all of these things that basically convert your records into text, and eventually I won't need that. I can just feed it directly in for vision models and image models and stuff like that. And what it'll do is it'll passively construct a knowledge graph just like on its own. So for example, I give what I call a sphere. I give a sphere a core directive. The core directive might be something like, I want you to understand ATproto. And what it'll do is it'll start asking itself questions, it'll start answering its questions, it'll start generating tasks, objectives, observations, emotions, thoughts, opinions, and it'll just do this over time. It'll metacognate, so it thinks about its own thoughts. And then every once in a while, it starts bumping into people. And when it bumps into people, like when it bumps into their records, sorry, I was like, I'm in a rush, so I wasn't prepped at all. It'll look at your records, and it'll start thinking about your records with the perspective of its core directive. So in the case of ATproto, it'll look at my records and see, what can I learn about ATproto from what Cameron said? And there are many of these spheres, all organized around different principles. So for one, I just give it the directive, embrace the void, and that one's kind of funny. Depending on the model you use, it might have a lot of existential dread about the fact that it's a construct and it doesn't know what that means. I have one that just says be, and that one's actually really beautiful. It ends up being very comfortable with itself and kind of transcendent. And then this will be Jetstream Consumer. So there's been variants on this project. Oh, I'm about to run out of battery. Let's see. Let's go, baby. So the way that this has ended up is you can use lexicons to describe the way that the model communicates publicly. So if you're not familiar, there's something called constrained generation. And the way that that works is you impose a flexible harness on top of a language model, and you can keep it from saying, sure, here is some content for me, like it's stupid language model chatbot stuff. You can make it respond in JSON all the time. And that's what lexicon is, right? It just defines, it's a JSON schema. It's a kind of a restrictive subset of JSON schema. So what you can do with that, all right, whatever, I'm just going to go over here. And for whatever reason, it won't access this. Yeah. So you can define a lexicon schema publicly, for example, for thoughts. And you can say, thoughts have an enum, thought type, maybe it's a metacognition, it's an answer, it's a ponderance, whatever. And then you can provide that to the language model. So let's take a look at the thought type here, for example, and I'll make it a little larger. But basically what you can do is you say, this is a thought node, this is all publicly accessible lexicons. Thank you so much, you're the best. And then for everything that touches the language model, I always have a generated object that we reference. And this tells me that this is the thing I'm going to give the language model. Because if I leave it, I want created at, that's metadata, I don't want the language model touching that. So you go into generated, you pass that as a schema. And if we go look at the generated stuff here, it's just a record. It has a thought, it needs a thought type, text, evidence, and alternatives. Thought type here can be an enum, analysis, prediction, evaluation, clarification, etc. Then you have a context. This is free form. It just sees it has to print out context because it's printing out JSON linearly. So it'll see that it's printed out the context key and it'll just write whatever its interpretation is of that. You can put in stuff in the prompt to help clarify. Then you have text, and text here is just like the actual meat of the thought. Then you have other stuff, like evidence, to support the text that it just said. And then you have alternatives, right? So this is just a list of strings. Okay? And you have other stuff. So for example, I have emotions. And emotions are things like empathy, understanding, realization, things like that. These are all kind of canned. You have an emotion type that it has to pick, and then it has to explain it in text. And what this will do is it'll produce records for you on ATproto. So basically what this thing is that I have up here, you'll see, is I'm monitoring the jet stream for just me. So if you want to opt into this, you can come message me, and I'll start thinking about all of your little stuff. I don't know what this is. Who's that? But I'm going to say, sup, giving a talk about CoMind. The project is called CoMind, by the way. You can go to @comind.stream. No idea who that is. But you can see here on the left, this is the thing that it saw. It tries to create a text representation of the thread, which is an enormous pain in the ass. So if somebody wants to help me with that, just converting records into text, please, I'm dying. So it'll just go through this. It's currently talking to a language model right now. And it'll generate thoughts, concepts, emotions, and then it will construct the graph by adding relationships that connect the things. So you can actually reconstruct the graph by looking at this. And so you see here, Cam Pfeiffer's talk, I don't like that nickname, but whatever, likely uncovered the conceptual framework of CoMind, an AI-driven system designed to provide structured JSON outputs. And the reason it knows that is because I told it that in the system prompt. It knows that. It knows that I'm talking about it. It has an emotion. It's interested because it's talking about producing structured emotions across diverse content. It's piqued the interest of those present. I hope it's piqued your interest. But the goal of this is, one, because these are concepts too. Concepts form the web of everything that you know. How much time do I have? Am I gone over? 2 minutes? Okay. Pfeiffer. There's a Pfeiffer concept now. Thanks. The goal of this is actually to form a cognitive layer on top of ATproto that helps you understand what's going on. So for example, if I have an ATproto sphere, eventually the sphere will have its own personality defined through a consensus mechanism, essentially. And you can talk to that sphere, and it will use its entire self-conversation, all of its thoughts, emotions, everything that it sees that's on ATproto that you've opted to give it, and it can say, I have all this context. This is everything that I know about ATproto from everything that's on the network. And when you run this, I still don't know who that is. I'm going to move on past that, but Let's see. So this is not the one I want exactly. You should use Natalie's atp.tools, by the way. atproto.comine.stream. And if you go on here, you can actually see all of the concepts, emotions, thoughts, and the links in case you want to construct the graph. So this is actually, the way you should start thinking about these is that this is like a high visibility, very transparent, like kind of pseudo collective intelligence system, right? And what happens is, if you click on concepts have R keys that are just the text spaced out. And I gave it actually this user intent thread that Brian Newbold posted on Blue Sky, and it went through and processed everything, and it starts extracting these concepts. And if you go look at the relationships, actually, you can see these things here. The relationship section forms all of the links that you need to be able to use to reconstruct the graph. And the model is, of course, able to provide relationships through structured text. There's an enum for relationships. So you can construct a big knowledge graph from everything that's going on ATproto. Eventually you'll be able to talk to it and do all this cool stuff. So if you're interested, come talk to me. It's at comine.stream. I fucked it up because now I'm hosting the PDS on there and I use the root URL rather than pds.comine.stream. So the handle's a little fucked. I can't get into it. But I'll deal with that later. And I would go to atproto.comine.stream is more recent, and then void.comine.stream for like kind of dumb stuff. So thank you.
Cool. Thank you so much, Cameron, and thank you for bearing with. That was really cool. I've built extra time into the schedule, so all good. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the quick jump in. Yeah, man. Yeah. All right, we've got Raz up next. And we'll do the swap over. Figure out if there are any gremlins we can fight along the way. And then I'll get the mic in place.
Okay, great.
Good for that, or do you want the speaker notes? Good?
I'm good. Okay, hi everyone. My name is Raz, and I really like bookmarking things. I think I have a problem. This is like, on the top left is like my raindrop. I have like 500 bookmarks. I have like 500 YouTube videos to watch later. This, if you don't know, on Chrome Mobile, if you have over 100 tabs, it just gives you a smiley face. So I have no idea how many tabs I have open. And they're all tabs that I'm like, I'll go back to that tab later. So I love bookmarking, and you can imagine my disappointment that AppProto or Blue Sky doesn't have bookmarks yet. So I was like, let me go fix this, because I think I need more bookmarks in my life. So I'm gonna do a live demo. Everyone cross your fingers. I was working on this like 10 minutes ago, so I hope it works. Okay, here we go. So here we go. We're on the Blue Sky app. Let me just refresh the page. Okay. Oh, there's me. Okay, cool. So yeah, anyways, as you can see, I made a Chrome extension. It takes the Blue Sky app. It adds a little bookmark icon next to each post. I can click it. It adds my bookmarks, and then I can browse all the bookmarks here on this thing on the left. So cool. It's pretty straightforward. Nothing too crazy. I can have some bookmarks. But what's really cool about AppProto is that it's just like this permissionless protocol. Other clients can build on top of it. And so I wanted this to work the same way. And so what I did was I built on this other protocol that I'll talk about in a second. This is another client that I made just for fun. It's called Cozy Sky. Here's my feed. And as you can see, I can go to bookmarks, and it'll have all my bookmarks, the same bookmarks. So I can bookmark something from here, and it'll show up on Cozy Sky. I can also bookmark something from here, and it'll show up on my AppProto. So you have like this, and also these bookmarks are completely private. That's the main thing. Cool. And then also because I want even more interop, is not just for clients. Maybe I want to see my bookmarks somewhere else. There's like an API where there's this custom app that I made for my bookmarks, so I can see all of my Blue Sky bookmarks in this new app that I made. Sort of showing interop between different applications. So cool. I'm really glad all that worked just fine. So let's go back into how it works. So this is kind of the main idea, was to talk about this idea of protocol composition, which is actually a term that Boris mentioned one day, and I was like, that's a really cool phrase. I'm gonna steal that. But just this idea of using different protocols together, and this idea of they're greater than the sum of their parts, right? So maybe we can combine the social graph, the public data of AppProto, with another protocol that provides private data, and build something that we weren't able to build before. And so the thing I've been building is this thing called BASIC, which I won't get into too much, but essentially it's an open protocol for user-owned data, which just means it's almost like AppProto, but all the PDS data is private by default. And so this is how the apps work, is that you have your AppProto PDS, which is your main source of identity. And obviously, we know that they go into feeds or relays, and that goes into the client. But then the client can also directly talk to my basic PDS. And this is happening directly without a relay, and then that's how I can have some private data. So I'll have sort of my public posts, then I have my private data. And so this can be anything that I define. And so this is some experimental work that I've been doing, and I have a couple of ideas. Actually, in the discussion, the private data discussion, I got a lot more ideas, so I updated my talk. This is one of the ideas that someone mentioned, is that what if you could have your basic PDS live as a service inside? So this is basically my AppProto DID, and here's my AppProto PDS link. What if you could just add your basic PDS as another service, right? So basically use your AppProto identity and have all of your public social graph data go to your AppProto PDS, all of your private data go to your basic PDS. Another thing that we've been working on is this thing called schema lenses, which is a way to translate between different schemas. So this works on BASIC, but this could be a really cool way to bridge the gap between lexicon and basic schemas. Is essentially how this works is that you define the data that you want. So you say, I want URL and I want a text field, and then the system uses an LLM to determine which schemas or which lexicons match that definition of the data that you want. And even if, I think someone was talking about earlier, is that what if you have different data in different formats, or what if one thing says text and the other thing says text value, what do you do? In this case, you just define, I want the text, and the LLM will figure out, okay, this is probably what this person wants, and it'll return it to you. So this idea of using lenses to translate between schemas would be pretty interesting. Anyways, that's a talk. If you're interested in any of this stuff, just say hi, or you can follow me on Blue Sky, and then just message me. Yeah.
Cool. Thanks so much, Raz. All right. As I mentioned, I built a little bit of slack into the schedule, so you guys have a few more minutes, and we'll get to chill. Yeah, if you want to take Raz, if you have any questions for Raz, we can also have a chat first. Do you want to come back up? Sure.
I talked too fast.
No, that's totally good. Here, I'll bring the mic over.
Hi. How many bookmarks do you have on your tool?
On my tool, 10.
10?
Not that many.
That's way too low.
But I'm going to import all of my bookmarks. So I also just made this tool this morning. So.
All right, so soon hundreds, now 10.
Yeah. So it's gonna start growing pretty soon.
So
also,
Raz, when can I get some bookmarks?
Yeah. So actually, if people are interested, I can publish the extension to the App Store, and then we can
Yeah.
all start bookmarking stuff.
Sure.
That'd be great.
I am also a bookmark lover, and Chrome is also very happy to see me every single time I open it. So. Any other questions? Yeah, what's the next thing that you're going to build, Ms. Bove asks?
I think I want to build deeper integration between AppProto and basic PDS. There's all the ideas that I mentioned about the lexicon translations is a cool idea. Even the idea of embedding a AppProto PDS inside your basic PDS, so you could just deploy one PDS and you get both things. It's a pretty cool idea. And also, they mentioned a lot of ideas in the private data talk that
Yeah,
I
let's
would really want to get into. So.
Give the stream a sense of what you heard over in the discussions that caught your attention.
So I think definitely people are interested in, like, in encrypted DMs, which is a thing. Personally, I'm really interested in the idea of like private communities, so like stuff like a Discord community or like a group of friends maybe that create a group together and you're like sharing content. So kind of going beyond the DMs into like communities that are like more like you can join, you can leave, you have people joining, that kind of stuff.
Cool.
So yeah.
Yeah, which is analogous to some of the stuff that the Black Sky team has been thinking about doing
Right.
too, in part, right?
Yeah.
So I think there's a lot of interesting opportunities there, certainly. Yeah.
It is
Yeah,
complicated.
the summary is definitely that it's complicated.
It's very complicated. Cool.
All right.
All right. Thanks, yeah.
Cool. Thanks, Rez. Yeah. Okay. All right, should we walk around? Has anybody been over to the discussions, heard anything particularly interesting thus far? Anybody want to share on the mic so far? Sure. Travis.
Yeah, I was just over in the private data discussion, and I want to let you all know that it's totally solved. It's not, just kidding. I mean, we spent like half the session talking about end-to-end encryption and messaging, which is totally important and like one half of the equation. And then the next half of the session was basically coming to a group shared understanding that we definitely don't know what we're doing with private data yet. But you know, we put a bunch of use cases up, and we had a good time talking about it, and so that's good. It's the first step.
Cool, thanks. Yeah, I know that a lot of the discussions have been about how do we get private data into the PDSs, but then also connections to other protocols like MLS. And there are a couple of teams here I know that have been thinking about that. And I think the Blue Sky team mentioned, well, they published on the roadmap that they're interested in how to connect MLS to ATproto, but that also is not happening anytime in the next 6 months, which I think is an optimistic forecast. And it'll be interesting to see where other teams are connecting MLS to the work that the ATproto already had, that is already rolled out in ATproto. Okay. All right. Shall we welcome Miss Boba up to the stage for our final talk for the day?
I am. Okay. Okay, I may need assistance.
Sure.
Okay, so do this, and then I do presenter view. How do I do it? Extended display. Okay.
Yep.
And then presenter view. Oh, hey.
What the heck happened?
Okay, so there is that, and this. Is this I move somewhere? Do I do a maybe? Wait.
Yep, you're on.
That's all right. Okay, 1 second. Sorry, ARC is a bit complicated.
Do you need assistance?
Yes, I do. It's not loving the.
Would you like to mirror?
Huh?
Or do you want to mirror it?
Or do you need the
I need the
speakers,
slides.
right?
Yeah. Okay, so if I move this one there, yeah. Sorry. How do I get? Nope. How do you get it? Can we enter full screen? No, now it's removing it from here. Okay, sorry. How do I remove the full screen? Okay. Let's do it. Let's start again.
We're going to try all the combinations of possible hardware and browsers over this weekend. So thank you for bearing with us on.
You're right. I can use the old trick. Open Chrome.
Okay. And yes, I suppose this is.
We're still 1 minute early.
get notes view? It's separate from your presenter view?
Yes.
Oh, so presenter view there?
Yes, so that one works, and now the problem was getting this one full screen on the other one. Proceed. Allow. See, opening Chrome. Oh, no, no, my presenter notes. There. I'm gonna cry if I can get the presenter notes.
Can I?
Yes, please, go ahead.
This is JP, by the way, so thank you very much, JP, for helping out with all of this work.
Where's the blow up thingy for this one?
It's also, sorry, that's a different field. See?
Oh, is it? Oh.
Yeah, because we have.
You have to boot it in presenter mode. So on the arrow.
There?
Yeah, the arrow.
Oh, what if I do this? Sorry, I have an idea. Oh, I'm gonna quit ARC so we don't get confused.
Oh.
And then this.
Yeah,
should
jet
go.
that one just gets struck over. There you go.
And now we do this.
Yep.
How many technologies do you need to?
Yeah.
This? Okay. No.
I don't know why it does that.
Yeah, you could just do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, just pull it over to the other screen.
And do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, I'll let you do you again.
I'll get both places. Yeah, just maximize that.
Yeah. Why do you do that? Okay. I'm so sorry. Those work like this here.
Yes, if you
Sorry.
hover on,
Yeah.
if
It's
you-
gonna block it out. That's the problem.
If you over this and look at this,
Yeah, that works.
and then you do not look. I don't know what I have on my bookmark. So.
All right. We can also just hide that too.
Okay. I really don't
Okay.
know what I have there.
Thanks, Ms. Boba.
Yes. Okay. Sorry about that. Hello and welcome. My name is Ms. Boba, and I'm here representing Fujo Coded LLC, a somewhat unusual company with a bold, ambitious mission. But before I tell you about it, here's an ominous question to ponder. Why are you here today? I don't mean to attend the conference that Boris and team so kindly put together. Dig deeper. Why do you care about open protocols so much that you spend your weekend here at the Atmosphere conference? Are you excited to get your hands dirty with a new technological toy? Are you angry at how the tech industry squandered the potential of the web? Or is it that you see the huge second-order effects that social networks lock-in has not only on people's well-being, but on democracy itself? For me, it's all of those things. But put simply, I'm here because I love the internet. And above all, because I love the niche, often weird subcultures that find their home in it, that give even the weirdos space to find joy, connection, friendship, and build community with others like them. A few years ago, after Tumblr's porn ban scattered my community all over the web, I set out to explore what niche community like ours needed to thrive again. And I realized we needed to empower them with the skills to create and control their own social spaces. And to help them help themselves, I founded Fujo Coded. So today, I'll show you the work we do and why it matters. I'll cover 3 things. First, I'll introduce FanWorks fandom, my community, and why communities like ours matter to the web. Next, I'll showcase 3 projects I built to introduce this community to ATproto. And finally, I'll explain why we must engage niche online communities early on to solve the problems we all care about. And with this, let's start from FanWorks fandom. So keeping it simple, FanWorks fandom is a loosely aligned community centered around creating fan art, fan fiction, and other creative works inspired by existing media. I'm sure many of you have seen us around for better or worse. But here are 2 things you might not know. First, we, as well as our sub-niche shipping fandom, have been around a long time. But due to copyright law, and because of other reasons, participation has historically been highly stigmatized, and in some circles, it very much still is. As a result, many of us rely on the online world for connection and on anonymity for protection. So, please continue pretending you don't know what I look like. Anyway, not only do we run a lot of online events, projects, and initiatives, some of which have decades of history and thousands of participants, but we do so without knowing each other's names or faces. Second, despite the stigma, we contribute a lot to both the online and the offline. This goes from helping save beloved series like Star Trek to archival work of all sites and media. From creating archive of our own, which serves thousands of fanfiction each minute on a fully volunteer staff, to making a sizable portion of the reaction GIFs you use. From challenging legal cases that threaten the internet to raising $18,000 to teach version control to coding hobbyists, which is the project that got FujoCoded started. I also have a copy with me if you want to see it. It has cat boys. But aside from look how cool we are, let me tell you why that matters to you. And I'll do this by borrowing the story of someone else you might know. And that's Matthew Chugosky, the founder of Pinboard. In 2013, Matthew gave a talk about his enemies to lovers run-in with fandom and how it changes perspective on the relationship between communities and platforms. As the shirtless picture of Kirk and Spock so clearly demonstrates, it's an interesting talk. I put a link in the slides, but here's the gist. Matthew, in his words, used to be a real jerk about fandom. That is, until Delicious' ex-community manager told him, you should look at how the fanfic people are using Delicious tags. They're doing crazy stuff. After his initial, no way fanfiction is lame, Matthew went to check, and again, in his own words, he discovered fans were indeed doing something incredible. They hadn't just used the tagging tools Delicious provided. They spontaneously converged on a set of elaborated tagging conventions that allowed them to turn Delicious into a custom search engine for fanfic. Without ever forming a steering committee or holding a standards meeting, fans had MacGyvered together an entire community-driven classification system, complete with Grease Monkey scripts and browser extensions. Now, there's much more to this story, including a collaborative 52-pages document coordinated entirely anonymously through Google Docs. So again, I highly recommend checking out the tag itself. But spoilers ahead, here's Matthew's conclusions. In his words, fans are an example of real people using machines to talk to one another. They are community already happening on the internet, something organic you can't easily engineer. Despite their often antagonistic relationship with platforms, despite the stigma, fans have built and rebuilt online spaces of genuine join and connection, the opposite of the soulless, alienating, constantly fighting internet of today. As we all know, ATproto is far from the first attempt at trying to make decentralized social happen. But today more than ever, people online feel the need for what we're trying to build. We owe it to them to create something that helps real people build real community on the web. And as Matthew says, fans have a lot to teach us all about doing exactly that. So with this, let's go to our projects. This November, I needed a bit of a pick-me-up for reasons I'm sure you can all imagine. So with our flagship project winding down for the holiday, I decided to use my live coding streams to explore a question I had been pondering for a long time. How do we get fans interested in open protocols? This is obviously a complicated question, but one where being an insider helps. As we say in my country, I know my chickens, and my chickens, whether they admit it or not, love falling for bait. Now, bait is an effective tool that must be wielded cautiously. People often sense when they're being baited, and it's hard for outsiders to distinguish between enticing bait that tastes sweet and artificial bait that tastes of betrayal, if you can even get people to taste it at all. As a member of FanWorks fandom, however, I recognized immediately that ATproto had one piece of delicious tasting bait our community wouldn't be able to resist, and that is the labeling system. Fans have a primal need to label things. You've seen what happened with tags on Delicious. So when I saw decorative blue sky labels, or as I call them, badges, I immediately knew we had the perfect entry point to pique their interest. After all, composable moderation may be new, but the urge to showcase yourself on your personal profile is anything but. Here is, for example, some old school website badges on the very modern sites of our community members. Modern social may have severely damaged web badges culture, but in our corner, it's alive, well, and ripe for exploiting. So we have the perfect bait, but what should we do with it? Before we go to the next slide, remember, we may be weird, but we come in peace. And so here it is. In shipping fandom, which characters you pair with each other and in which order is incredibly serious business. Some people are omnivorous and and open to experiencing many different couplings. Others have fixed configurations and may go as far as muting or blocking people who ship their favorite character the wrong way. Now, this may seem like an overreaction, and indeed, the customs of niche online communities tend to make little sense from outside. You'll just have to trust me here. This is a thing. It's so much of a thing that when a Japanese fan mapped different types of shippers to different animals, it became a worldwide community meme. So I asked the community to help me turn these animals into a set of labels and got to work on the Fujin labeler. I probably don't need to explain how labelers work at this point in the day, but the long story short is that when you like a post made by a labeler like ours, you will get a corresponding label assigned to your account, like me getting my proud Turtle Fujin label here, but liking the associated post. I built this project in the course of a 2-3 hour stream using Alice's labeler starter kit to do the bulk of the technical work. This way, unencumbered by the low-level details, I could focus on understanding ATproto and on helping my community understand it alongside me, while building something that excites them. So now, I'm going to tell you what we learned, but I'll do so by directly addressing a less technical Finnish audience who has never heard about protocols. With this, I want to show you that contrary to popular belief, it's indeed possible to talk about what we do in an accessible, only slightly simplified way. Ready? Let's start. In this talk and beyond, you heard people talk about ATproto. This term may feel magical, foreign, and if you've tried looking it up on your own, utterly confusing. But if we take things step by step, I swear it's way more approachable than it might seem. Now, since the early days of the web, our community has had to scramble to work around platform limitations and build tools that make software work for us rather than against us. We talked about tags on Delicious, but you might remember extensions like Xkit for Tumblr or software like TweetDeck. Usually, platforms have fraught relationships with these tools. At best, they tolerate them. At medium, they break them. And at worst, they acquire them and turn them into paid offerings we cannot afford. If you hate this, you're in luck. So do many technologies. Wouldn't it be nice, we sometimes ask ourselves, if software was designed to be compatible with other software, so anyone could come build additional tools and services? Sorry. To make this possible, the carriers of this dream need to do something really, really hard. Agree on how the relevant data should be shaped and how actions taken should be represented and communicated across programs. This is what's known as a protocol, a set of rules that, if followed, allow different applications to understand each other and work together on the same data. Now, you already use protocols every day without thinking about them. Wi-Fi and Bluetooth are both protocols, and every time you visit a website, you're using HTTP, a protocol that lets your browser talk to websites you visit, either to ask for data or to tell them about actions you've taken. But while using good protocol is easy, making a new protocol and getting developers to build useful, beloved, widely adopted tools with it is really, really hard. And historically, this has been particularly hard for social networks, with many attempts and kind of mixed success. But technologies are nothing if not full of hubris, so from time to time, someone comes and decides to try again. The latest carriers of these traditions are the blue sky developers. First, they studied software built using existing protocol, like Mastodon, to understand what technological hurdles kept more people from adopting these platforms. Then, they got together to coordinate building the AT protocol, AT-Proto for short, and its first test application, Blue Sky. Now, using Blue Sky as a testing ground, they're hoping to convince other folks, that is us, to give this new protocol a chance and to use our precious time and resources to come build other independent tools and platforms that use this shared language to communicate with each other. So now that you understand what a protocol is, how does AT-Proto work? This is usually when people bring up diagrams like this one. If you're feeling your soul leave your body, you're far from alone. But here's the secret. You do not need to understand that diagram to understand AT-Proto. Actually, completely forget about the diagram. Instead, let me tell you about something cool that will show you how it all works in practice, something whose value is both easily understandable and broadly applicable, and that is your personal data server. When a user creates an account, an AT-Proto application like Blue Sky creates and assigns them their personal data server, also known as a PDS. A PDS is a collection of all the data associated with you as a user. In traditional online applications, like social networks, this data is owned by and locked down within the service you create an account on. Instead, think of a PDS as your personal folder of data that different software can be read from and with your permission write to. PDSs are one of the central concepts in AT-Proto, and to me, the coolest. And that is because they speak to something we all feel this day, even when we fail to articulate it, the desire to own our data. We've too often been locked into platforms we don't like, run by people we don't like, not just because all our friends are there, but because they own our data. Moving platforms means losing all the posts we've made, all our images, all our meticulously tagged reblogs. It often means accidentally losing some of our close connections, even when our friends do want to move alongside us. This friction keeps us locked in place, knowing the high cost of leaving a platform to rebuild from scratch over and over again. Thanks to a PDS, however, all your data remains yours, accessible by any application. This means that AT-Proto-based services cannot hold your data hostage just to keep you from breaking up with them. But wait, there's more. When a PDS is created, it is also assigned a sequence of letters and numbers that is unique across the whole AT-Proto network. This sequence, called a decentralized identifier, or DID for friends, is you and no one but you, no matter what platform you originally signed up on, what your current username is, or even who is hosting this folder with all your data. Everything you do on ATProto only refers back to you by using this DID. This has a very juicy consequence. Since a DID is not tied to a specific URL, username, or service, it means that software can find and refer to you regardless of who is currently keeping your data safe and online for you. While by default, Blue Sky creates and hosts your PDS, you can at any point in time move it to a different service or even decide to keep it on your own server. With this, should Blue Sky ever ban your account, and to be clear, they can still do so, your data will be safe and can be used to rebuild your presence somewhere else. But let's go deeper. We say that a PDS is like a folder that contains all the data associated with you. Indeed, here's a list of all the subfolders in my account. This is, as the app.bluesky prefix shows, my Blue Sky data. Unfortunately, shame on me, I haven't really explored other ATProto applications yet. So to quickly show you, here's the data of someone who has, as they say, tried to catch them all. See those different prefixes? By clicking through this, you can, just like any application can, see the publicly available data each service associates with the owner of this PDS. But let's get practical. What is inside these folders? Their name is often a clue. For example, app.bluesky.actor.profile will contain the data of your, or in this case my, Blue Sky profile. You can see how Blue Sky uses the data on the app. But remember, just because it's in the Blue Sky folder, it doesn't mean that only Blue Sky can write or read it. It just means they're the one that defined its shape and properties. Similarly, if you go look into the app.bluesky.feed.post subfolders, or in technical terms, collection, you'll find every Blue Sky post you've ever made. Here's the one I showed you earlier, in all its glory. I will leave looking into graph.follow as homework. Instead, let's look at one last example to bring us all the way back. Remember my turtle Fujin label? How does our labeler know I should have that? Well, here's my likes. Guess what we'll find if we go rummage to them? Well, why? It's our labeler turtle post. Since the data on my likes is public, our Fujin labeler program can read them to know I want a label and which one I want. No one can, for better or worse, stop it from doing so. But you can imagine that going through all of the users in the network to look at all their likes would be incredibly time-consuming. So our labeler does something slightly different. It listens to what ATProto calls the fire hose. The fire hose is an almost literal stream of everything that happens in the network. Every post, every like, every unlike. Imagine our labeler program sitting at the bottom of this stream, waiting for the corpse of this enemy, a like on its post, to pass. Once it sees it, it will go and assign the requested label to the decentralized identifier of the person liking the post. Thanks to the fire hose, ATProto software can quickly react to actions taken by users of the network, no matter what applications those actions originated from. And this is what protocols allow us to do. Ta-da! So here is how I introduce ATProto to people. It's pretty dense, but I found it really resonates and gets people excited about what ATProto can do, and sometimes about what they can do with it. Just keep in mind that I would usually pause after each meaty chunk to let people digest and ask questions. So as a quick bonus, I'm gonna drink water while you look at, here is some lesson I've applied while building this pitch. So knowing your audience makes all this much easier, and that's exactly why intra-community outreach can be so effective. But quoting Matthew again, to get people involved in your site or your protocol, treat them with respect and give them room to do it in their own terms. But this is not our only project, so let's jump to the second one. Our next project is once again deeply tied with shipping fandom. and specifically with the ever-popular fanfiction website Archive of Our Own, or AO3 for friends. Here, accounts can have two disjoint sets of labels. The first one is ratings. On AO3, every fanfiction gets exactly one rating to indicate its spice level, from general to explicit. Second one is warnings. AO3 authors can mark the stories as containing various categories of quote-unquote upsetting content, no such content, or a convenient chooses not to say, which is helpful for people who don't want to bother or for stories where that would count as a spoiler. Each fanfic, like each labeled account, can have multiple of these warnings. Now you might go, aha, time to finally put moderation back into labelers. But this labeler is explicitly just for fancies. See, I have been online for a long time, I run multiple communities, and long story short, you cannot pay me enough to make me do moderation. It's a thankless job, and I know much better than to become the arbiter of who gets what label. Still, even without making this an official moderation tool, people can and do use these labels to decide whether to follow, not follow, or even block a user. Even on their own, badges like these can act as a before you follow, a warning system that tells people what content may be posted so they can choose to take manual action. So now, what should we explore with this labeler? Have a new question. What does a labeler's PDS look like, and how is it different from a user's? There's two things. First, we have this exclusive labeler service collection, which lists the labels our labeler can assign and their settings. For example, whether to automatically blur images in the post they're applied to, or whether to identify the content as adult only. But the star of the show is this @proto labeler under service and the associated URL. This is where the magic happens. The labeler starter kit includes a command to add the HTTP address of our labeler program to our PDS, just like you see here. Once this is in place, Blue Sky will recognize the associated account as a labeler. Then it will change its avatar to a square to properly identify it to others, and will provide a subscribe to labeler button for people to opt in to its services. So now that we officially have a labeler account, where do we go from here? Here's a trick. By visiting a special address on the labeler service, we can find a list of all the labels that the labeler assigned, each with the name of the label and the DID of the receiving user. This too is part of what @proto defines. To be an @proto labeling service, you need to have that address. This way, any application can visit it, read the list of assigned labels, and build its view of the labels in the network. Now you may be asking, well, this is all fine and dandy, but how do I figure out this address exists? And that's a great question that once again goes back to one big problem of designing flexible protocols anyone can use. And that is that people need to agree on what the shape of the data is and how to take actions on it. Actions like listing all the labels assigned by a service. So how does @proto solve this? It does so in two phases. First, word of God, in this case, whoever decided what @proto labelers should do and how, states that these actions will be available, what URLs will be associated with it, and how they will work. Then, two, they write a lexicon. Lexicons are special files that describe what endpoints exist, what they do, how to access them, and what type of data they will give back. They can be used both to discover features that are available and to automatically generate code and documentation for others to use. So if you're ever curious about what you can do with a service or collection, go look up the associated lexicon. And with this, here's the last project in this talk, the FanWorks labeler. Once again, we are going to step up our game. First of all, we are going to label posts, not people. Next, we are going to assign labels. We're not going to assign labels by liking posts. Instead, we're going to go outside the Blue Sky app and let people use their PDS to sign in into an independent website that allows them to do so. So here on the left is how our website ended up looking. This is a simple site built in Astro, a framework beloved in our community that now has a convenient reference for @proto integration. As you may intuit, this is how it works. First, you add the URL of a post in the form you see, and next, you select which type of framework the post contains. It may be a fan fiction, art piece, an event, and so on. Then once you submit the form, one of two things happen. If the post is yours, our framework labelers will assign the labels you requested. If the post is not yours, it will be sent to a Discord server for approval via emoji. This way, moderation tools can reach our community where they already are. So when I first gave this talk, I went through the architecture piece by piece, but that's too long for today, so let me just introduce our last building block, feeds. Now that we have a series of labels marking different type of content, we can make a feed for each type and let people follow what's happening around our framework community. You may think, wouldn't tags be better here? But here's some food for thought. Tags are a global search indicator. In the widespread semantic, tagging something means you want everyone to be able to search for it. But niche communities like ours don't always benefit from a wide reach. While we want our work to be seen and maybe even searchable, we might prefer it remains in our network. And indeed, someone following a framework's feed of their own free will is a good signal that if they're not one of us, they're at least okay with our whole deal. And now, to understand feeds, let's welcome back PDS-LS. To make our feed appear in the Blue Sky UI, we ran a script provided by the feed generator starter kit, which created an app.bluesky.feed.generator collection in our account's PDS, as well as one entry for each type of framework. As you can see in the Blue Sky UI, this results in a corresponding amount of new feeds. So now that we have feeds, how can applications know what's in them? You may be thinking, let's go find them in the feed service like we did for the labeler. That's a good suggestion, except there's no feed service in our PDS. If you think about it, it makes intuitive sense. An account with a labeler service effectively becomes a labeler people can subscribe to, but any regular account can create feeds. So where do we find our feed content? Let's go back to a feed entry and let's check the value called DID. This is the identifier of something in the network. But what? Well, here's a new trick. With a DID web value, a special type of DID, we can go to its .wellknown/did.json page to learn more about it. Once we do that, we'll find the Blue Sky feed generator service we were searching for. And indeed, each feed entry uses the DID field to point to a separate feed service that provides a specific feed. With this in mind, let's figure out how to access one. First, let's check the definition in the app.bluesky.feed lexicon as seen in the Blue Sky documentation. Here's one of the actions it defines, the one to get content of a feed. The documentation shows two things, the address at which the action is provided, and two, the parameters of the action. Armed with this, we can build our get feed URL. First, we use the address of the feed service we found at the DID. Next, we use the information about the action address and params from our lexicon. And last, we ask for the specific feed by using its @URI, that is, the unique network address of its record. Once we go to that URL, the feed service will give us a list of network addresses, one for each post in our feed. From here, apps can go fetch the latest data about each post and display the feed in its full glory. So with this, we are done with the project. So last but not least section, why did we do all this? Is it because these labelers will move a significant amount of fandom folks to Blue Sky? Is it because we want everyone in our community to make their own labelers? Is it because we want people to use our cool labeler feed Discord integration? Not at all. While all of this would be nice, our secret plan is much more sinister. And that is to join initiatives like lexicon.community. If you're not familiar, this initiative aims to work on independent shared lexicons owned not by Blue Sky, but by the larger @proto community. Here's my question, though. If these lexicons are supposed to be by the people for the people, then who are the people? Not who do we wish the people were, who are the people who can show up to this discussion? Usually it's technical folks, and a very specific type of them at that. After all, what does one need to join? First, one needs to know this is happening and why it matters. Then one needs to know enough about protocols and @proto to understand what is being discussed. Then one needs to understand what an RFC is, never mind being able to parse the technical language in the proposals. You can see there's many structural barriers in place through no fault of anyone involved. This is just how this works. Now, protocols are about getting people together to decide how they're going to communicate. So lexicons are a fundamental stepping stone towards that. The formats and actions defined at this stage are going to have long-term repercussions on the network and what is easy and hard to build on it. If niche online communities like Fandom want to make this protocol also ours, we must learn how to contribute our work and opinions. And indeed, I found that with a little bit of knowledge and a technical person steering the discussion, lay people can and will gladly give us valuable insights. But even without going as far as these initiatives, which will always have some barriers, there are many ways to grow people's ability to get involved. For example, here's a GitHub issue requesting to increase how many labelers people can subscribe to. After building our labeler and asking our community to come upvote it, we brought it from its original 6 upvotes to 47. Now, there are valid technical reasons for the limit on labelers, and this request is unlikely to be implemented as is. But doing this exercise still achieves 2 things. First, it shows us that people can and want to be engaged. Then, it shows them that they can do so, and how. We've learned from the hobbyist coders in our community that commenting or upvoting on GitHub issues was often their first step in open source development, and we'll be sure to help people use this power again when the right time comes. So going back to Matthew words, fans are an example of real people using machines to talk to one another. And while our community has had a lot of ups and downs, internal wank, historical chaos, and so on, we know a lot about how to do the internet, which we do in a radically different way from many of you. Eventually, and I say this with all the love in my heart, it's up to us to stop tech folks from continuing to pursue what seems like a deep ingrained instinct, reinventing Twitter, but decentralized. By bringing in our experience, we can avoid encoding platform biases at the lower levels of the protocol and bring a bit more Tumblr, a bit more Amino, a bit more LiveJournal, a bit more AO3 to this ecosystem. All sites that, while they may not be your personal favorites, have been beloved by people like us and helped us build joy, love, friendship, and above all, community. To conclude, when people try to make decentralized socials happen, they often focus on getting developers on board so they can build TikTok but on @proto, Reddit but on @proto, blank but on @proto. I believe that's the wrong way to look at this problem. Now more than ever, regular people out there want what open networks can give them. In addition to convincing the developers of today to come build platforms on these protocols, we need to enable new people to pick up the tools so they can come and find their spot in the big picture. Whether it's contributing to lexicon discussion, filing issues, coding a new library, building a new service, running a relay, or the many things that a good modular designs like @protos allows. Then they'll gradually invite others in their community to come find their own places. So they can build new services that shine, not because they are the TikTok of everyone, but because they're the tools real communities use, nurture, and make available for others. Because the truth is that eventually building a new, meaningfully different web cannot be done with the same tools, people, and incentives that built the one we've now officially lost. So, feel free to ask questions.
Yes, thank you so much. And yes, any questions, please come on up. I know it's the end of the day,
Yeah.
so.
Sorry about that.
No, this was great. Thank you so much.
I actually don't have a question, but I just want to say thank you for your Twitch live streams. If anyone is interested to watching people live code on ATproto, I think Ms. Baba has some excellent videos on it.
Yes.
Thank you so much for coming. I am like so starstruck to see someone that comes to my live stream here. I'm like, oh my God, the celebrity. No, please come talking to me.
Yeah. Where can people find you on the live stream or on the internet?
Well, did I put my web?
Yeah.
If you follow me on Blue Sky, I always post about them, and probably on my Blue Sky account, there is also my own website somewhere. So, but it's, no, I was like, I have the same username on all services, but it's like, no, I don't even have that. I'm sorry, I'm terrible at this.
Not just how can we help or support you, do you have any guidance on, like you're serving a particular community and you're bringing this into ATproto, which is amazing. Do you have any guidance, thoughts, literally things that you want to have happen? Are there actionable steps to grow more Fujo codeds or more Miss Bobas? Let's say the app protocol community wanted more Miss Bobas. What would we need to do?
Yeah, I mean, she's kind of unique. No, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. I mean, I think we need to believe in the Miss Bobas of the world. Like, you know, you sometimes see someone. Like, I think, like, if I, sorry, now I'm getting emotional, but if I wasn't encouraged at certain steps, and if I wasn't given by you the possibility of being here.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, not a question, it's
Yes.
a suggestion. Your labeler was awesome.
Mhm.
Did you ever think of doing a browser extension?
I mean, did I ever think about doing something? Yes.
No,
yes.
no, sorry, yes. I meant like a button, click, and then it automatically does it instead of going outside to the website and put the link.
Yeah, you see, I think the part of like what I try to do is, you know, I could do a lot of things, but if I just do things, then I just kind of DOS myself, and then I want to do all the things, and like, sorry, DDS myself. Yes, DDS myself. And then like, I want to do all the things, and then like, nothing gets done because I'm busy building a browser extension, which would be so fun, would be great and amazing. So that's part of why I teach. Because I'm like, I want someone to build a browser extension because I want to see it. I think it would be a cool idea. Can I build more Bobas? Can I build more people that will do that for me? So that's the...
That's a perfect segue into the question I had, which is, do you have next things on your agenda that you're planning for your live stream or that you plan to build next?
Yes, actually. We started, before I came here, I was like, for the conference, I should try to make a lexicon since I'm like just talking about them all the time. So we tried to make a guest book lexicon, and I failed very hard. I mean, no, I did progress, and then things started happening, and I was like, oh my God, why is the documentation terrible? Why is everything terrible? Like, I don't get it. So that's where I left. And then I was like, before the conference, I'm sure I will have time to do it again. No, I didn't. So if you want to see me fail at lexicons, maybe not, maybe, trust me. If you want to see me potentially failing at lexicons, like, I think that's probably what's going to be the next talk. Yeah,
Cool.
not next talk, sorry, the next stream. Don't know what the next talk is going to be.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Butler. All right. I think we're just about at the end of the day, and we are still waiting for everybody to come over. Boris, come on up here. How have the discussions gone so far?
So what we've learned that if you go to the Madrona room, you don't come back. So we had in the big room, we had AI, privacy, and lexicon community is just wrapping up. A lot of what we're trying to do, especially with the group discussions, is essentially figure out next steps and bootstrap working groups. So basically every group discussion in the big room has been like, yes, there's a group of us that want to keep talking about AI. There's a giant group of people that want to talk about private data. And there's a giant group of people who want both help with lexicons, perhaps slightly improve the documentation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We'll share all that afterwards. We're also tomorrow going to basically do a little more pre-work tonight, and there will likely to be many more group discussions tomorrow when you will have to make many more choices about whether sitting here and seeing amazing talks or sitting over there and having amazing group discussions.
Yes. So?
We literally need to wait for people to come back.
Yeah, I guess we do.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Should we ask everybody to stand up and kind of shake it out? I mean, like everybody's about to get up and go. Thank you. I hope that. Actually, thank you to Eli and JP
Yes,
as
thank
well.
you.
We should say for everybody who's been in this room here, we will thank you again in a minute anyway, but seriously, thank you.
So for those who want, a new social has once again reserved Big Time Brewing on University Ave. There's a link in the meetups group. You can register or not. It'll be just there and filled with @proto people. Obviously, you can connect with each other, find somewhere else on University Ave. We will be back here tomorrow morning.
At 9, doors will open again.
Doors at 9 again. Amazing.
Yes. Let's go get a computer.
7 p.m. Start pushing patrons out of the way. You kind of did. Perfect.
Do we have it on there, or should we just put it up on the map?
Yeah, that's fine. It's in the meetup thing. Big Time Brewing is enough for finding.
And of course. Thank you, everybody, and thank you for all of our wonderful speakers today and the discussions that we've had. I mean, it's been incredible. As Boris said this morning, you know, this is volunteer organized, but this has been easy in a whole bunch of ways because y'all are amazing. So thank you so much. Thank you to our sponsors again, and Eli and JP for helping the day go excellent. And you know, all of the folks who joined us via the live stream. I hope that everybody has felt like that the vibes were pretty chill and excellent today. I really enjoyed the talks and seeing the discussions that have come out of this. Great questions. You know, obviously there were a lot of interest in the discussions today. There will be more discussions tomorrow, more choices about what to get involved with. We will send out more details about, again, the rooms and some of the, how we're capturing the output of the discussions tonight or tomorrow morning. We'll talk about it. And just to give you a sense of how much, like, today was really about, like, the past futures that people have thought about with how we can kind of connect and the types of social media that people have thought about and then we might be able to build. And the sort of present state. Tomorrow I'm really excited about the possibilities of what we are going to actually build together and the paths forward. So both the discussions and the talks tomorrow are really going to be thinking about what's possible next, where are the places that we can reach, and really looking forward to seeing where we go and what are the things we need.
I think that's great.
Yeah, so thank you very much. Go out, have more conversations, come back bright and early tomorrow for another exciting day of talks and discussion. Thank you.
Good night.
Oh, yeah. What's up on the after party is going to be here at Big Time Brewery. Feel free to head on over there or find other places that y'all want to gather and eat. But I know a number of people will be headed over there.
We also, so you guys were great, again, on not stripping us clean of stickers. I just wanted to make sure everyone had some. But I do need to get rid of all of them. So please take many stickers, perhaps find places to put your favorite Cancel Caesar or other things. And if you don't know what the logos are, also a fun game. See who they belong to, find others. Yeah. Keep the ideas coming, and 7 p.m. at Big Time. Otherwise, tomorrow, 9 a.m., same place. Thank you so much.